We should actually be, we're not live yet, but we should be live soon. So keep an eye on that, and we will let you know.
What is Z's lap time? Z is running. Where is he? Z, there he is. He just ran a 1:48.637. But of course, these guys are still running their fastest laps so far as they are still getting up to speed.
Yep, I believe these are just their second racing laps that they're completing here. So
GTMX J Jelly on his last lap ran the best Sector 3 of the new room.
all right.
Glenn Ailes 81 is on his current best lap of the room.
Okay.
So as I've said, everybody's
yeah.
still improving their times.
Yeah, seems like it. And running on board with the number 60 tarmac over to, oh, well, as we just switch over to the number 63 Venator racing car, as I believe we are now live on part 3, so make sure you switch over to that, and yeah, we will see you guys all on the next stream. All right. Venator Racing team on board with them. The Swift Autosport car right behind them. Is this one of the battles we said we were going to have for position?
I believe so.
Is it? Okay.
Maybe? Wait. No, it
I'll
is
have to
not.
take a look.
Sorry.
All right. Don't have my hour 13 results pulled up just as yet, so let me get that.
Big move from GTV Patrick down the front stretch. He pulled at the last second from D4 Rizab.
All right, very impressive there. Down the inside at turn 1, I believe.
Yes.
All right, we are looking for DZ Motorsport and Storage Trunk, who should be on the same lap or close on field, and also Inferno Racing and Lightning Speed Motorsport. So I don't think any of those guys are close on track. So yeah, so no real battles going on that front as of right now. All right, part 2 should be shut off, so everyone make sure you are now fully moved on to part 3 of the stream. And yeah, I think we have just about everyone with us. All right, do we have any updates on lap times as we're going through, or I believe we lost David Fuller in the comms box. Okay, seem to be some technical issues going on here in the comms box. David Fuller seems to have lost connection, so it looks like it is just me here in the comms box right now. All right, well, watching the SRT racing car, that bright pink Mercedes SLS, the number 65, as, I do believe, sorry, he's actually left the lobby as well, so very interesting to see what happened there. Might have just lost connection, which is not good. And also TNR Philo, who was in for DZ Motorsports, I believe, or no. That's interesting. Z in for DZ Motorsports right now, but Philo joined the room but then left. So interesting to see if there was a miscommunication between the guys at that team and what will happen for them. I believe since he left, he should be fine, but yeah, very strange to see that. A driver joining without there being any chance of a driver change. Okay. Um, just a reminder to the YouTube chat that you can ask us questions. And yeah, and we will try and answer them as soon as we possibly can and as accurately as we possibly can. Um, yeah. Uh, Okay. Currently watching the Scuderia GTMX Daytona prototype, that Mazda LM55. This extremely small prototype, part of the Vision Gran Turismo program that is done by Gran Turismo. Um, oh, as sure, just a couple of things going on in the comms box, so please excuse me for that. As I will just need to head out for a couple of seconds here. So apologies if the stream will be quiet, but I will be back as soon as possible. Oh, okay. I am back. Apologies for that. And now I should probably. This is becoming an issue. Sincerest apologies. I had to just run back and forth to do a couple of things, but I believe, David Fuller, you are back with us. Is that correct?
Yes. I am so sorry about that. My internet decided it wanted to crash and burn on me. So
All
I've
right, well,
lost
good
all
to
the
have you
fastest
back.
laps that everybody has run. I am sorry about that, guys. But I
That
got
should be
back as soon
fine.
as
We
I
can.
could.
Yeah, that's great to see you back so soon as well. We did actually have a couple of driver changes, or well, not driver changes, but disconnections by the looks of it. Um, but I don't think we have any confirmation. We'll have to wait until we get a message to see what exactly is going on there. But I believe DZ Motorsports might have actually run a driver change. Not sure though. Can you confirm if there is a new driver or if it is still Z1993
There
in the
is
car
a
there?
new driver, and it is TNR Philo is in the car now.
All right. I don't believe we've seen him since the start, so
And he didn't wreck half the field at the beginning.
yeah, so a positive start over last year, I think, for him.
Still ain't living it down, though. Have we heard anything from the ORA incident yet?
I don't believe we have. We're actually riding on board with them right now, if I'm correct. I don't know if you have the stream open, but I believe we are riding on board with them, and I
I'm
don't
still
think we've
setting
seen
up everything because of the crash. It closed out my computer. It closed out my PlayStation. Everything had to be reset. So
Oh, that's unfortunate.
yeah, I'm having to
Yeah.
get everything back up and running.
All right. Well, watching the ORA racing team on the banking now coming on to that back stretch. Oh,
DZ Motorsports has a penalty. Joining lobby too soon.
oh dear. So that is there to add on to their bad luck going on. So there must have been a miscommunication because we did see TNR Philo join the lobby and then have to leave just immediately because Z was still in the car. So I'm interested to know what happened there between those guys and whether it was simply just Philo maybe accidentally joining the lobby, or whether or not he genuinely thought he was up to go or not.
I am still pulling up all my windows. It takes me probably 5 or 6 minutes to get all my windows up and running.
Yeah, there's a lot of information we need pulled up.
That, and I have to set mine up in a very specific way because I'm on my laptop.
Oh, yeah, that could be an issue.
All right. And I am back up and running. Finally.
Right.
I am watching the live stream via the Skype conversation.
All right.
I'm so glad he has that because I cannot watch the GTP live stream today.
Yeah, no, neither can I. This has been a lifesaver, and it's even a little bit ahead, albeit in a slightly lower quality. But I think we can deal with that.
And DZ Motorsports has just been released from the pits from their penalty. That is a massive blow to their efforts. They have been just taking such hard hits lately.
Yeah, they have some serious bad luck. I think they had quite a few disconnections with Z before the red flag. So yeah, it's not looking too good for those guys, and pretty unfortunate because it looked like it was going to be a close battle between them and Inferno Racing, but it looks like Inferno Racing right now, at least, has seemed to pulled away.
Yeah. I'm sorry, my tiredness has made me lose focus there for just a second. Hopefully I'll get over that. I'm drinking down my second Gatorade already.
Actually, I just got a water, so might as well have that.
Yeah, right now Inferno Racing is on their own piece of real estate. They have nobody around them, so they're just running clean laps.
Which is good, especially in an endurance race where you just want to run clean laps for as long as you possibly can, and don't want to get yourself caught up in too much trouble.
Right.
And, yeah. Well, speaking of not really getting into trouble, MWM, they've had a very quiet race leading from the start to this point. They've been doing one hell of a job. Behind
They
that
have
wheel
one hell of a team.
Yeah, they do. The current LMP3 champion, so they know this car better than just about anyone else on this grid. So they know how to make it work better than anyone else, and it's clearly showing today.
We have a slow car in turn one. That could cause problems as they have people right behind them.
Any
Looks
confirmation on who it might be?
It would be the Swift Autosport car. With Swift Autosport right behind them.
Oh, that's still going to be confusing.
And the TNR Philo is directly behind both of them. So let's hope these guys can sort out whatever's going on, because that was a really slow moment into turn one for D4 Rizab.
All right, so might have just lost it going into turn one, as it's very easy to do, especially in these GTLM cars with no anti-lock braking system.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, certainly makes it very difficult there.
And we have a full line between of cars between GTMX, J Jelly, and Glen Ailes. There's a full line of cars between the two of them, including our second place runner of TWR, Jeremy.
All right. So, interesting to see if we can get pictures of that, and I think we have just gotten pictures of that. If there's a train here, can't really see much.
It's relatively spread out, but it has closed up and then spread out and then it's closed up again. So over the next few laps, I'm expecting it to close back up, and you guys should be able to see it there.
All right.
I can confirm he is gaining on one car. Not 100% on who that is, as I have to shuffle through to see. That would be Pubs in the Swift Autosport car.
Yep, and I believe he's
ORA.
just Yeah, I believe he's just gone by him too. Yep, there we
Yes,
go.
he has.
Confirmation on screen. And that's the TWR car next on the track for the GTMX guys. And don't believe that's for position, as they are quite some laps down. But it might just be a little morale boost to know that to know if they're faster or not than the TWR guys. So I'm sure they'll be pushing just a little bit harder once they're seeing those guys up ahead.
Good
And
news, TNR Philo has made his way past the two yellow cars of Swift Autosport Racing and Swift Autosport himself.
all right, interesting
Also,
to.
Philo must have a rainstorm on top of his own car as his windshield wipers are going.
I believe we saw him do that at the beginning as well, so might just have that at an easily accessible button. So,
Or just might be raining on his own parade. Who knows?
yeah. Yeah, on board with the number 60 now. Ooh, as they get a bit of a moment into the bus stop, and that's really going to ruin their run now onto the main stretch.
Pubs lost it into turn 5.
Oh
He
dear.
was on the inside backwards in turn 5.
Oh dear. So, interesting to know what happened as the TOR car is flashing their lights quite hectically. Doesn't seem to be anyone up ahead. So, not really sure why they're doing that, but
Boredom.
yeah, possibly. Yeah, going through
Although,
the
according to
turn two
24 Hours of
chicane.
Dubai, that would have been illegal.
Yeah, oh wow. But thankfully, we don't have that strict
No, we don't.
rules here in the GTPlanet Sportscar Series. And to people just joining us now, you are watching the second annual GTPlanet Rolex 24 at Daytona. I'm Rishiv Khosla, joined by David Fuller. We'll be with you for the next hour or so, I believe. And yeah, if you
I
have
will
any
be with you
questions.
for the next 3 hours.
Oh, you will? All right. But yeah, if you have any questions, please feel free to post in the YouTube chat. If you want more information on the series, go to the forums at www.gtplanet.net or follow GTPlanet on Twitter at GTPlanet News or GTPAJ. Yeah, so this is the second annual Rolex at Daytona 24 here on GT Planet, and this race has been quite exciting. Nice way to start the second year of full sports car racing.
As of right now, everybody is running on their own piece of real estate. Nobody is anywhere near anybody right now.
All right.
As I say that, everybody gathers in the bus stop for a party or something.
Yeah. Well, currently on board with the Venator car, as looks like they have clean track ahead of them.
They
Yep.
do have a car behind them. I'm not sure which one that is. That would be
I
the
believe.
Midnight Rider 32.
Yeah, so I believe they did just make an overtake on the 77, and that's actually quite impressive. The straight line speed difference between that BMW VGT and the Ford GT. As now we do have GTMX versus TWR on our screens. Obviously not for position, but still a battle for pride, I'd say. Yeah, as
Uh,
well. Ooh, as TWR makes a mistake going into turn 5 and just has to go wide. Thankfully for them, there is a runoff area there. So not having to go into the gravel, but now that puts them behind the GTMX car and gives the GTMX car another lap.
I just realized I am not on the current live stream, so I cannot look at the current chat. Might want to fix that.
Yeah. Wow.
And I'm back.
All right. On once again on board with the Teamwise racing car, and well, it's very dark, and we have some dark colored cars here, which makes them quite difficult to see. And one of those is the GTMX car. Across the
Who's in the
line.
Ford GT would be no idea. Local team.
Yeah, that's always tough to call out for those guys because they're never really sure. Yeah, interesting to see how AJ actually regulates that because technically there's no way to prove.
Who's behind the wheel?
Yeah, so interesting thing there. Just a little point, but I'm sure Lightning Speed Motorsport runs all their drivers to the right time and runs to all the regulations. I wouldn't doubt that for a second. But it does make our job in the comms box a little bit more difficult, as we're not really sure who is behind the wheel there. Oh. Okay, as some issues.
Some
60
issues
Sebring.
with some issues with Glenn Ailes at some point.
Is
Not
that
for
on
Glenn
track?
Ailes. No, for Rebellion.
Rebellion. Is Rebellion on track now?
No, it is Glenn Ailes on the car, but it looks like
Yeah.
they're having problems with lap compensation rules for a disconnect at some point.
Yeah. Apparently, I think he missed. He might have had a disconnection at his driver change, and that made his life a little bit more difficult to get the right stint photos. So interesting to see. I think they're saying they're awaiting the next hourly update, which we should actually be getting in, I'd say, 10, 15 minutes. So make sure to look forward to that so that we can give you that information as soon as possible. All right. Well, watching the MWM car now going around the outside of the Swift Autosport car, which is looking quite twitchy. If you ask me, they look to be, whether it's lag or damage, I'm not really sure. Can you confirm if you're seeing any issues for those guys on track right now?
Looking at them right now, that does not appear to be damaged, so I would guess lag. I did see them twitchy a little bit earlier.
All right. So, yeah, it could very well be lag that is hurting them there. And, well, the MWM car safely by, and they're going to be wanting to push a little bit right now just to put them in a safe spot, as right now they are unsure whether or not their lead will be kept, which would be a real shame because they really have shown they have the pace to win this the entire event. But yeah, so it'll be interesting to follow up on that story when we get the information. Yeah, running on board, not much track action actually going on right now versus what we had before that 4-hour break.
No, everything has calmed down since the 4-hour break, and the red flag has reset everybody, and you don't have the rookies in there anymore. Everybody has had experience with the car at this point, and they are just settling into their own groove.
Mm-hmm. It's very good for the teams, obviously, to have these uneventful stints, but for entertainment, it's not necessarily the best thing for us here.
Yeah, how are we supposed to make this sound entertaining?
Yeah, exactly. well, going around the banking and onto the back straight, I believe now. Yep, the MWM car just looking fairly composed, and that car looks. They really haven't looked to have too many issues. Glenn Al's 81, I know, is a very consistent driver. So, he may not set the fastest lap of the race, but he will keep setting competitive lap times the entire time.
It was not a 4-hour red flag. It was only a hour and 15-minute red flag.
Yes, thankfully, but that adds up to about 2.5 hours of red flag period already in this race, which hopefully we don't have to deal with anymore. Yeah, I don't think that. I think we should be able to run the PSN for 7 hours, and I am knocking on wood there. So just to make sure that nothing bad happens to these guys, because we all want to see racing.
They have pointed out to me it was about 2 hours under red flag conditions. Several people have made it clear that it was about 2 hours.
Oh, okay. Apologies there. I was asleep.
I was
for
trying
most
to
of that
sleep.
part.
Yeah, I was trying to sleep. Forgive me.
Yeah. Well, still watching the MWM car, so not really much going on track, but we should actually be seeing sunrise fairly soon, as I'm actually starting to get sunrise, so
I'm not sure yet. My house is still too bright for me to see some light.
well, we've actually got quite a bit of light actually outside, so should be seeing what goes on there. Hopefully we'll be getting light on the track in just a little bit. It is 7:07 track time, so
I believe the sun is fully risen about 8:30 on track. I am starting to see daylight behind the backstretch grandstands.
all right. So we should be seeing sunrise any minute now.
It's
Yeah, should be
barely a
exciting.
glimpse, but it's there.
And I mean, both of us have driven this race. I don't know if you've ever done a stint with the sun rising or setting, but it can be quite painful because that sun is right there in your eyes around some very important corners and makes it almost impossible to see parts of the track.
Yes. That is something I have been covering all night long. These guys who have to drive through this have to drive through areas where they cannot see. And it gets very intense when you're in a battle with somebody and you cannot see the track you're racing on.
Yeah, that must. I know.
I can clearly see the sun light starting to peak over NASCAR turn 2, and through the backstretch here. It is definitely getting to be daylight.
All right, so that's awesome to hear. I remember visibility wise, I remember at least at last year's event, if you were on track at around around 5 p.m., it got insanely difficult, and that turn 4 kink was you couldn't really see anything, so you just sort of had to guess the angle that you were going by. But we do have an update from AJ before the red flag. So this was the order then. Okay, this is interesting. Would you like to run down the top 5 and then...
I can do that for you. I just
right.
got to get my screen adjusted. Okay, so number 1 at the red flag was, in fact, Team Midweek Motorsport Racers with 433 laps completed at 14 hours and 38 minutes. The official red flag was approximately 14 hours and 38 minutes.
All right.
The Team-Wise Racing number 1 with 431 laps. So there was only a 2-lap difference. So if they are having any problems, like they were saying on comms, that gap is gone.
Yeah.
WRS North America is at 424 laps. In the SLS GT3, we have Lightning Speed Motorsport at 419 laps in the Ford Spec 2, and Venator Racing in the M6 GT3 at 415 laps. So it is definitely intense up at the top five. I mean, separated by 10, 15 laps.
Yeah,
That's
and well, GTD taking uh, the top four guys in GTD all ahead of GTLM. So very impressive. And that fourth place car in GTD is the Storage Trunks SRT Racing Team. 413 laps completed before that red flag. So a good performance from them again on their first outing here at a 24-hour race. We saw them obviously at the London 12-hour, but these cars are a completely different beast to control. Scuderia GTMX is running in seventh, or was running in seventh at the red flag. 408 laps completed. DZ Motorsports running in eighth with 405 laps completed. Ninth was the ORA Racing Team with 402. And interestingly, in 10th was Inferno Racing with 388 laps, 17 laps down on DZ Motorsports. So I'm curious to see what happened there, because last time we checked, they were leading by 6 laps. So was that a missed stint photo or something?
not
It's
100%.
yeah, it's tough to say there. Tarmac Overdose running in 11th place in that bright yellow Nissan GTR Nismo GT3. The final car in GT Daytona at 386 laps. And 385 laps is Swift Autosport running in 12th place in that Corvette C6R in GTLM. So once again, the story in GTLM really going back and forth. It's a serious seesaw here.
Told you, nobody's counted out of that race. The ORA team has a serious chance. We consider ourselves the underdog. This car seemed to be a little bit slower than the rest of the GT LM class and a little bit more difficult to control. I was running a full second and a half faster in the Corvette than I could in my own BMW.
Yeah, I recall we were having a similar thing in our car, but I believe it was only half a second. So, yeah.
Of course, that was before I put the tune I have on it now, so I don't know what the conversion is now.
Yeah. Um. Yeah. So interesting to see how everything is progressing, and I'm
Every
interested
time I
to.
see a car go through turn Daytona 2, that sun is getting closer and closer to actually being visible.
All right. So we should hopefully be getting sunrise soon. Yeah.
I will let you know in the lobby when I can actually see part of the sun rising above the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, I think this is one of the most beautiful times of the day on this track, is in the sunrise.
Yeah, I think it is quite a nice thing. I don't think we ever got a proper sunrise last year because we did have quite a rainy event, if I recall correctly,
Yes.
which did take away from that beautiful view. But
This year has been a clear race, and I believe we're going to get a proper sunrise.
yep, which is nice to see. And it's nice to see a full, clear 24-hour race. We don't get that all too often. So
No, the Daytona Beach weather forecast did not call for rain at all this weekend, so glad to see it held true to its word for the most part now. But we still have, 6 hours and 46 minutes left? Still could
yep.
happen.
Yeah. All right. Currently watching the Venator Racing BMW. Again, really no cars close to each other on track, which makes it difficult to comment on what's going on.
We have one guy going around the corner over there and another guy going around the corner over there. We do have two cars right next to each other. Jay Jelly is trying to overtake Philo as we are riding along with it. Look at that.
All right. Um. And that's the GT Max car going by. I believe, was that DZ or was that Swift Autosport?
That would
Can't
have been
really.
DC Motorsports with
DZ
Philo behind the wheel.
Motorsports. All
We do
right.
have a pit stop being made by Pubs. It
Pubs
looks to be a
is
scheduled pit stop.
all right. That's good to hear for those guys. Really don't want to be on unscheduled stops. So
We have pit stops happening, several of them. Glenn Ailes has just hit the pits. His 25th lap. It looks to be as well scheduled. And a driver change for the MWM guys.
okay. So who would be in that car? Would we see who haven't we seen much of actually?
I'm not sure. It was Griffin that had a better guess of who was going to be in the car next.
I don't think we've seen Stiggs TC in a while, so we might actually be seeing him. And
see if
yeah.
his internet issues had been fixed.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about
Wow, that was close to being too early. Pfeffer has just joined the room right on top of Glenn Ailes leaving.
Oh wow. So
I'm not sure if the stewards are gonna not call that, as a matter of fact, of how close that really was.
It depends on how it showed up on AJ's screen, because sometimes if it's so close, it could show up that the driver actually joined before.
I can see the sun, by the way, just letting you know.
All right, and actually, yeah, we have been seeing pictures of the sky, and it is quite stunning. If we can get a shot of that, let's see.
Good luck getting a shot of the sun unless we're on board with a car. It is in that angle right now.
Well, I'm saying if we can get a shot of the sky, because it looks very nice in the previous shots that I saw. So, let's see.
I would get my camera guy to point the camera upwards, but I'm not in control of the camera guy. As of right now, all the lights are still doing their jobs, but the sun is definitely peaking above the horizon. So the lights will be going out eventually, and that's when the real fun starts for the day.
Yeah, it is, and well, that means we are almost. Crazily enough, we're almost done with this race. It's only 6 hours and 42 minutes to go. Though I say that, that's actually the full length of a typical WC, well, even longer than a typical WEC race.
Sounds like you're going away at the keyboard there, aren't you?
Yeah, sorry. We're still trying to figure out that whole issue with Inferno Racing being 17 laps down, despite having being like pretty sure at least to be a few laps ahead at least of DZ. So this is going completely against of the data that we collected.
Again, I forgot you are part of Inferno.
Yeah.
We have another pit stop happening. It will be the GTPlanet. Waiting on it to load. I believe that would be WRS North America. It looks to be a scheduled stop. 26 laps into their stint.
All right.
So I won't be surprised if we don't see the rest of the cars hitting the pits pretty soon.
Yep. Sorry about that. Running on board with the Venator racing car. As, again, things have quieted down.
Yep, you can
Not
now
really
see the
much.
sun above the grandstands. At least the sprays from the sun are showing above the grandstands.
Alright, yeah, we are starting to see that, and the sky is looking quite nice. So, alright. Once again, to the YouTube chat, if you guys have any questions, or anything that you want to say, make sure you let us know.
Two
And,
more pit stops. D4 Rizab and Swift Autosport both look to be scheduled.
alright.
27 and 26 laps in their stints, respectively.
Okay. So, looking good for those guys. Everything seems to be on schedule, which, yeah.
I'm assuming John Jig and T-Dunar Pfeffer, who had just come out on the track, so he won't be making a pit stop. But Jeremy and Jay Jelly are still due for a pit stop here pretty soon, as well as, like I said, JTP John Jig are due for a pit stop. Everybody else has made at least a stop in this stint.
All right. Well, on board now, or sorry, watching the wrong stream. Still on board, sorry, with the number 77 Ford GT. Not running in the GTLM class though, actually running in the GT Daytona class. So a bit different to where we're used to seeing it in this series. Yeah.
Question from the chat: How many laps has each racer done? They're averaging around 29 to 25 laps. Philo has done 19 and Pfeffer has done 3, but everybody else has either done 27, 28, or 29 laps so far.
All right. And that's obviously just after this red flag period that we just had. So, yeah,
We have
that would
yet
be
another pit stop. As I said, JTB John Jig is making a scheduled stop.
all right. And then who is left to make their scheduled stop now?
Looks like Jay Jelly. As a matter of fact, John Jig is making a driver change. Jay Jelly and Jeremy, who has just hit the pits.
Okay. So we should also be seeing. Let's see.
RCB 929 looks like he needs to be hitting the pits here pretty soon. Driver change for TWR as well. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if RCB comes in this lap. He's looking relatively low on gas.
All right. So we'll expect to see those guys in, all within the next lap or two, I'd expect. Oops. Roka238 asked how many laps overall in this race, and there's really no set lap count. It's a timed race, so however many laps the leaders can complete in the 24-hour limit.
Last year, what was it? 807 laps was the winning number.
807 was the winning number. However, the most laps completed was 809 by GTMX, who were not classified.
Still, it sucks for them. That was a bad mistake.
Yeah.
Looks like John Jig is being replaced by Logic Line, and I didn't catch the other one. I'm so sorry about that.
Here, I'll try and catch it on.
Okay, here it is. Greco is replacing Jeremy.
All right. Logic Line had a good first stint. If we remember, he had quite a bit of action there, so I think hopefully that'll bring some entertainment to us, and he seems to be a very good, consistent driver.
Good God, I'm starting to feel the effects of not getting any sleep.
Yeah, as yeah, well, we're starting to see the sun rising, so you've been up all night and all day, so
I opened the race for these guys for my team. I haven't been to
yeah.
sleep since.
Yeah, that must be tough. And
So
when will
yeah,
you be back in the car?
I will be back in the car at 10:30 local time.
All right, so about 3 hours.
I was scheduled to run the stint in between. When we had that break, I was scheduled to run a stint in there, but I opted out of it for a rest period that I did not take advantage of. Still slapping myself in the face for that one. SCP-929 is in the pits. Lap 30
Alright.
on his stint count.
All right, that's able to run that pretty long on those tires and fuel.
Jay Jelly is coming into the pits. 31 laps into his stint. So that will be the last of expected pit stops for a little while.
Alrighty. We did actually get a question from Cameron Johnson. How big would the penalty be if I drove the rest of the race? And I believe it would just be... There would be a few time penalties for the team, but the driver would then not be classified as well, I think.
Yeah, you're talking 15 seconds for every minute that you go over, I do believe.
Yeah, I think so. I remember the Nürburgring 24-hour, the TNR team decided to go over stint limits quite frequently, actually, and ended up losing, I believe, 14 minutes?
No, it was a lot of time. I remember that.
Yeah.
But if you were to do that now, let's see, you'd run till your stint would take you to 11:30. That's scheduled, and then you'd run 3.5 hours after. So I had 15 seconds to every minute of 3.5 hours.
Yeah. Actually, sorry, I believe we are just getting corrected, and this might have actually been a rule change after that event. You'd be disqualified, and it's 10 seconds for every 1 minute over 4 hours. So.
Okay.
Yeah. So thank you, Andrew Mather, for getting us that information.
See, I should have read the rule book. I'm a team manager, and I don't remember the whole rule book yet.
Yeah, I haven't actually gone through the rule book for the new season as yet. I got it mostly nailed down for last season, but quite a few different rule changes this year.
I basically tell my guys, make sure you take your stint photos and keep the car between the white lines and don't hit anybody, and you'll be fine. Everything else, the car will do for you.
Yeah.
As we can see through the stream, the sun is clearly out now.
Yes, it is. The sky is starting to turn blue. And there she is.
Ain't it a beautiful thing?
Yes, it is. Yeah. On board a real cool DZ car, actually.
I can confirm that you hear it. Yes, you are.
All right. And they are chasing down the Inferno racing car. So interesting to see what happened.
Still haven't gotten any confirmation from your team of what happened?
It might be stint pictures because and we might have lost a whopping 29 laps there because of the stint picture issue. Yeah.
We have a new update out.
Oh, we do? Okay, so...
Hour 17.
Give us an answer. Nope, Inferno Racing still 15 laps down. Okay. So, still possibly a stint issue, so, Alright. So, shall we go through this new update?
You first.
Alright, well, leading the way still is Team Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective. 453 laps total in the past 17 hours. Again, those guys have been leading the whole way and don't look to be stopping or slowing down anytime soon. Second place are the defending winners of this event, the number 1 Team-Wise Racing team in that Mazda LM55 Daytona prototype. 451 laps, 2 laps and 25 seconds behind the leaders. So still in striking distance, but they've got some work to do if they want to get closer to that blue Mazda. Third overall, and still an amazing feat, is the GT Daytona car of the WRS North America, that number 64 Mercedes SLS AMG GT3. 444 laps, only 9 laps off of the leaders. Fourth place overall is the Lightning Speed Motorsport team in the Ford GTLM Spec 2, that GTD racer car. 438 laps completed, 6 laps behind the WRS North America car, so they're sort of in their own area, as they're 4 laps ahead of the next car, the car you're seeing on screen, the Venator racing car, the number 63, running 5th overall and 3rd in class. A very good comeback for those guys after they had some serious issues at the beginning of the race. 6th overall then is the Storage Trunks SRT racing team in that other Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG GT3 GT Daytona car. 433 laps completed by those guys.
In 7th place overall, we do have the Scuderia GTMX DP car at 428 laps. That would put them 5 laps behind the GT car. Then we have DZ Motorsports in 8th place, leading the GTLM class at 423 laps. Followed by ORA Racing Team at 421 laps, 2nd place in GTLM, and 9th overall. 10th overall is Inferno Racing with 408 laps. Still not sure what happened there. And 10th or 11th, sorry, is Tarmac Overdose Racing with 405 laps, and rounding out the field, Swift Autosport with 404 laps. So about a 50 lap spread through the field now. Are you there, Bischoff?
Mike was muted again. I need to stop doing that.
That's alright. You only got about another half hour in the booth, don't you?
Yeah, looks like it.
The lights have officially pretty much stopped working.
Yes, it looks like that, as the 77 is now in the box.
They are still on, but they aren't doing a whole heck of a lot for the track anymore. This is that point in the day where nobody can see through the most important corners.
So it makes it interesting, and we could be seeing some big mistakes here from even the most established drivers. Yeah, the visibility here is probably some of the worst visibility just about anywhere on this game.
Last year was rain, this year it's visibility.
Yep. Quite, every
D4 Rizop is backwards in turn 1.
Oh dear.
Not sure what happened there.
That's
He does
just
have
more
engine damage.
Oh dear. That's just more to add to Swift Autosport's awful day they've been having.
And they have entered limp home mode. I'm not sure if they're going to type it in, but they are in limp home mode.
Alright, well, we see them on screen, and yep, okay, the WRS car has just gone by, so it looks like everyone's good there.
Pioster 1 is controlling the flags for this one, so...
Yes, she is. As currently watching the 64 chase down the number 60. The Mercedes chasing down the GTR, as you're seeing on screen, as we have a yellow flag. That's for the car in limp home mode. Local yellows, I believe. Not
Yes.
full course. All right. So, yeah.
Yeah, not 100% sure why they are in limp home mode. All they are showing on my screen is just engine damage.
Yeah, that's actually, that's an interesting point. If they had lots of damage, that would make more sense, but yeah, strange to see if it's only engine damage, as, the number 60 car goes wide there on the bus exit of the bus stop, and
That could have ended badly.
yeah, it could have ended very badly. That's a very tricky corner to get back on the track once you've gone off. So props to them for keeping it out of the barriers there. As the WRS North America car now going around the outside, and you can just see the straight line speed of that Mercedes SLS is quite impressive, really. Didn't even use much slipstream there, if we saw. Alright. Yeah. On the Inferno Racing issue, we've just resubmitted stint photos, and hopefully we'll get those laps reimbursed. Alright.
It is quite interesting commentating with somebody who's on a rival team.
Yeah, it is. I've done it quite a bit, actually, with Adrian Poi, or Stig CC, as people mostly know him. On track, we're not exactly what you'd call good friends, but we're able to work it out in the comms box, so that's what's important.
Yeah, I keep forgetting you're part of a rival organization.
Yeah.
In fact, the same rival organization my team wanted to beat last year.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think you guys were able to qualify for this event due to running into some issues, I think, during QP sessions last year, but...
We qualified both cars for this event.
Yeah, so good to see that there.
I was very proud of the moment when I saw both my cars on the grid for the Daytona race.
Yeah, I mean, well done by your teams there. So
yeah, considering they were pretty much plucked out of a group of people who wanted to be on my team, I just happened to pick the best of the best, I guess. Including one that we know very well, Stig's TC.
Yep.
He left my team because he became platinum. I'll never forgive him for that.
The accidental platinum story of 2015. Absolutely dominated the LMP3 class, and yeah.
Platinum before our last race, and I couldn't use them.
Yeah. There's alright.
And one of my drivers has just complained about the Z4 before he's even in the car.
That's the racing spirit. Yeah, if they say you're not a racing driver, you have nothing to complain about. So, yeah.
Definitely good fun. He's having good fun. I can tell. He's happy.
Yeah, that's the important thing about this series, I think. Yeah.
B4 Rizab has just made it to the pits. Still questioning why they were in actual limp home mode when all they had was engine damage.
Yeah, interesting. It might have just been another case of Gran Turismo not showing the complete damage of the car. So,
True.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure where their engine damage came from without any other form of damage, because they were backwards in turn one.
Interesting.
As blue flags are being waved everywhere right now.
Yep. Boy, I can't really see much of that. The Skype feed doesn't give me a full screen, but yeah.
I can tell you it's very busy.
Ooh, that looked like a bit of a twitch there for the ORA car. Is everything okay for
Oh
those
no,
guys?
D4 Rizab has just spun it in turn 2 coming out of the pits.
Oh dear.
Turn 3, sorry.
That's not good for those guys. Did you see anything wrong with the 51 ORA car, or was
I
that just
did
a
not.
lag
That
twitch?
was... There's nothing wrong with the 51 car. I'm not sure there. But I was riding on board with D4 Rizab, and I did not see a lag twitch when from that far back. I don't know if I was just too far back on screen or if there might have just showed up on your end.
All right. All right. Well, yeah, on board with that ORA car that we were just talking about, the number 51 here. Running now into the bus stop. Yeah, there we go. And looking.
There's again. Okay, I'm seeing that on stream.
Yeah, so that car does not look very stable.
It is a little bit of a loose car, and I know this game has a problem. If you get the car loose enough and you start spitting up smoke, it'll create those little twitches like that.
Yeah.
Not sure if that's the case or if he is actually having that twitch. I mean, I've raced plenty of races where I can tell you I've seen the twitch. The twitch doesn't scare me. It's when I see a car go flying off the track and then pop back in front of it, it scares me.
Yeah, that's. Thankfully, I don't think we've seen much of that today, which is good. As that's.
No, I've seen about 6 of them do it when I was crashed when my internet decided it wanted to crash.
Oh joy!
Yeah, I was starting to get to whatever question was being asked. I don't even remember. I was about ready to answer it, and then all of a sudden, everybody jumped off the track and decided they wanted to test the walls. I'm like, yep, I'm being discoed.
Yeah. Oh wow. So lag issues obviously still around, which is unfortunate because we would have loved to have green flag running all the way through this race, but unfortunately those 2 red flag periods preventing us from running for too long. Well, 6 hours and 18 minutes to go in this race. And
the sun has risen to its fullest extent, and it is lighting the track with its natural beauty. I just had a big moment where he was grinding the wall. No damage, but he is definitely twitchy.
All right, yeah. So
I know they are due for a driver change soon. Hopefully they can last out to that.
yeah, hopefully we'll see them because those guys have had some bad luck throughout the race, and it'd be a shame to see them have some more.
If I was team manager, which unfortunately I'm not, but the team manager's on track, I'd be hollering to the next driver. If the comms are saying you got a little bit of a twitch, I'd be hollering to the next guy. Be ready if I get a warning to driver change.
Yeah, that's probably the thing, and it's pubs inside the car, right?
Yes.
All right. He is known for having a few little network niggles in the past, so that could very well be it. So hopefully, thankfully, it doesn't look too major that the team will get penalized for it. So that's good.
It looks like a twitch. And like I said, I've been in plenty of races in the endurance series where I've seen the twitch, and I've raced around a twitch like this. It's not that bad.
Yeah, well,
I'm sure with you being out on track, you've seen this twitch once in a while too.
Oh yeah.
You'd prefer the twitch than the disappearing car act.
Yeah, no, I'll take that any day. All right, well,
It just everybody keeps spreading out. Would you all just like group back together and decide to race or something for us. Commentate on something.
Give us something to talk about. Yeah. Yeah, that the MWM car now currently running on their own, and really have been this entire race. All right. Lots of just random stuff going on in the YouTube chat, so no really questions from what I can see. Yeah. So,
YouTube ain't even giving us anything entertaining to talk about. Wow.
That's how you know it's the dull hours in the morning of the race.
Wait till the end when everybody decides they want to make that final push.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be interesting for sure. As don't believe we have. No, we don't have any hour updates. Those will be coming in the next 30-odd minutes.
Yeah, I believe we just received our last update.
Yes, we did. Not too long ago, yeah. About 15 minutes ago or something.
Okay, they are asking for lap times. Thank you. You finally. Current lap times. I can give you guys that. TNR Pfeffer just ran a 141.070 with GTMX J Jelly running a 142.519. TWR Greco with a 143.189. RCB 929 has run a 145.329 in his last lap. TNR Philo ran a 145.561. Max Payne with a 146.900. GTP Patrick with a 146.727. UNC Pubs with a 147.817. Midnight Rider with a personal best last lap at 147.721. Logic Line with a 149.134. D4 Rizab with a 150.016. And Swift Autosport with a 155.951. Not sure if they just came out of pits, but that is a little bit off the pace there.
That is. But it might not have been a pit stop based on that time. It might have just been a bit of a half spin or something on that lap for them.
True. The gap still is, for best laps, is only separated by a total of 8 seconds. Just under.
All right. Okay, let's see. What is going on? Watching the number 77 Ford GT Daytona car. Again, a very good-looking car with that black carbon bodywork, the test car, as it's called in the game. Yeah.
As they spin it.
Ooh.
They have spun it in turn 1. No damage, as far as I can tell.
Just keeping it out of the wall there, yeah, looking very close. So a nice save by those guys. So well done by them. Gee,
did that show up on the stream?
Yeah, that did actually show up on the stream. So
well, there you go. See, I'm not crazy. I do tell the truth that turn 1 is dangerous.
No, it's very tricky. No, actually, I'm a few more mistakes than I thought with the cars with ABS on, but even that grass there on the entry can be quite deadly, even when you've got strong brake system.
GT cars do have ABS in this race, don't they?
Yeah, they do, which is why they're able to run, I think, similar lap times to the GTLM cars.
It would be so nice for our Z4 to have ABS.
Yeah. Well, I believe the car is also running in GT3, but I don't believe you guys, or well, you guys are running it in GT300, if I'm correct.
We are running in the ORA team will be running in GT300
But
this
that has
year.
no ABS. Yeah.
No, only one class, as far as I know. Maybe two classes have ABS, and this was one of them. Was the GTD guys,
Yeah.
and I'm not sure. I believe GT3 AM as well. I believe this is the same class as GTD have
Yeah.
ABS.
GT3 Pro and AM both have ABS, which we're watching the GT3 AM currently racing, and the first time we'll be seeing the GT3 Pro guys will be the Bathurst 12 hours coming up at the end of February, I believe. So in just under a month's time. So make sure you are around for that, because that's going to be one hell of a race. And it's going to be great to see all platinum teams, all those platinum drivers come out and find out who really is the top driver here in the GTPlanet Sportscar Series. And we're also going to get to see them duke it out at the Nürburgring 24-hour and the Spa 24-hour. So only long endurance races for the GT3 Pro guys.
I'm so nervous about getting into the car in a couple hours because my head's starting to hurt. My back's starting to hurt. Everything's starting to hurt from not getting no sleep.
Oh man, you unfortunately I think you're still in the comms box for a little bit, so that's really unfortunate to hear for you.
I don't mind being in the comms box, to be honest with you.
Yeah, well. Yeah, you could probably use the sleep though.
I could, but to be honest with you, there's only 6 hours left of this race, and I feel like I got the energy to last another 12.
All right, that's good to hear.
That'll crash as soon as I get in the car. So.
Well, I mean, the good thing about driving is you don't really need to think. You once you get into that groove, it just happens. So,
right.
Yeah. So you don't really.
I do get that half-hour layover from leaving the comms box to being in the car.
Yeah. So there you go. So you got a little nap in there. So.
Although my nappings, I'm thinking I do my napping wrong because I usually wake up feeling worse than when I went to bed.
Oh yeah. Well, currently watching the 77 on track, going into the turn 2 chicane. About to hit 6 hours to go.
D4 Rizab and RCB 929 are close on track. I believe RCB has just made the pass on D4 Rizab. Max Payne is directly behind D4.
All right. I believe RCB was ahead of D4 Rizab anyways. Despite those issues that Inferno Racing was having. So, yeah. Oops. Sorry about that.
Yeah, right.
Accidentally hit my mic. All right.
Yeah, your constant is almost over. Mine's just starting.
Yeah, I've got 7 minutes left to go. Yeah, it's been great watching this race. It's been a lot of ups and downs for a lot of different teams. You have a lot of teams who've stayed out of trouble, like WRS North America and MWM. You've had a lot of teams that have been getting into trouble, like the number 4 Swift Autosport car, or the number 60 even had quite a bit of issues earlier on in this race.
So before you go, I have a couple questions. Are you going to be driving the Inferno racing car at any point this year?
This year, probably not actually, as it's likely that this might be as a team, Inferno Racing might not be coming back after this event, as Gran Turismo 6 is you have to sort of say it's a dying spectacle, really, as we're all waiting on GT Sport, and we think there's more opportunities probably on the PS4 or PC.
Well, it's unfortunate. I was really looking forward to seeing the Inferno Racing guys make another run at it this year, but Yeah, I understand. I personally cannot wait for GT Sport to come out. I think it's going to be a great game or simulator, or however you want to call it, for doing exactly this. I hope they keep the same types of settings for the lobbies, because these types of settings work fantastic for this type of racing.
Yeah, obviously there are some issues. I think if they can incorporate something similar to the way iRacing has it, where everyone joins a team and you all get registered under a team, that can make it easier, completely eliminating the need for stint photos. Just a quick little disturbance on the stream.
I feel bad for Andrew. He's going to have to deal with me for 2 hours.
That's fine. You're doing just fine. Actually, I've never really realized how small the mirrors are on that Venator car. They're almost non-existent. Yeah. Wow. The entire car is very small as well. I believe having one of the shortest wheelbases of any car on the track right now.
That car's small. It looks huge when you look at it.
Yeah, well, it looks very tall, but it looks very squashed together, so it looks very flat and wide. Okay. Yeah, as we have the TWR car coming up behind, so those guys should get past fairly easily. But they might have issues with that Vision Gran Turismo having some high straight line speed, but no, it looks like the LM55 can get by quite easily before the bus stop, so good for them, no one getting into any issues there.
All right, I'm going to do a quick update of the fastest laps, then I'm going to drop out of the lobby here. So Andrew can follow into here. So TNR Pfeffer has run the fastest lap so far at 1 minute 40 seconds, .773. GTMX J Jelly is running a 147 or 141.7. Wow, I'm messing everything up here. Greco, TWR Greco is at a 142.8. RCB 929 is at a 145.0. TNR Philo with a 145.0 as well. That is a really close battle there. Max Payne with a 145.7. GTP Patrick with a 146.3. UNC Pubs with a 147.0. Midnight Rider, whoever's in the car now, with a 147.6. Logic Line with a 142.8. D4 Rizab with a 148.3. And Swift Autosport with a 148.4. And that will be your fastest laps that I have recorded.
All right, well, we are just being joined by Andrew Mather here in the comm box. Andrew, are you with us?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. How are we doing, guys?
All right, so it's been quite an eventful night. Yeah, lots happened, a lot of position changes throughout the field.
And still a very long way to go, of course, still over 6 hours.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we've had quite a crazy fight going on in the GT Le Mans category, which I think is probably one of the closest battles we have, at least it was. With DZ Motorsports, ORA Racing, and Inferno Racing all trading who was leading every hour, basically. Yeah, so it's been quite a hectic night. We had a red flag, lots of stuff going on.
2 red flags.
2 red flags, yeah. So lots of stuff going on, and well, now 6 hours to the end, and yeah, should be exciting.
Still all to play for then here at Daytona for the second annual running of the GTPlanet 24 Hours of Daytona. Driver change you can see there going on for Pub 16.
Right on schedule. Good.
All right.
It should be a GTP KTZ getting in that car, according to my driver lineup.
All right. Well, I believe now that we have Andrew in the room, it is my time to head out. It's been great commentating on this race. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun working with you, David, and
It's been a lot of fun working with you, and I hope to be back in the comms box with you probably for the Fuji race. I will be in the comms box, I hope, again, as
All
I'm
right,
not
yeah.
probably going to be racing there.
All right. I hope to see you then. And Andrew, I will see you later as well.
Yeah, thanks for joining us and looking after the last few hours.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you guys all, and I will see you later.
Thank you for having a good day and have a good nap and rest and everything, I guess.
All right.
Thank you.
So guys, less than 6 hours to go then. Still a lot can happen. Anyone who knows endurance racing knows that 6 hours still a quarter of the race to go. And what a race it's been so far. Here is the number 64, which I believe, yeah, it's still got WRS North America in the lead here.
Yes, that is. They have been pretty much dominating the GTD class as of late. Right now, it's kind of hard for me to all of a sudden go back to not being in the lobby. I can't. Oh, okay, and there's the GTMX is right behind the WRS North America, so there should be a pass there for the DP car. Yeah, and there they go, right there. Inferno update. Potentially lost 23 laps due to missing stint pictures. That's
not what
why
they
they're
want.
so far. Yeah, that's why they're so far behind right now.
Apologies, just getting myself up to speed, and we'll be able to bring you lap times very, very soon.
Yes.
But I gather it's been a real shame for the LM cars, because we said before that the LM cars are quicker than the GTDs, but clearly everyone's been hitting problems because of the current rankings, seeing that you've got 4 GT cars ahead of the whole I should say 4 Daytona GT cars ahead of all the LM cars. So it's good in a way because it's producing a good race and a tight race, and we don't know who's going to be at the front of that field in class come the end of the race. But frustrations for those teams, I imagine, today.
Yeah, definitely. It's been very interesting for the Swift Autosport guys and the number 60 GTR. Still don't know their name, and I'm ashamed to say that. But those 2 cars in particular have really had bad luck today. They have both had multiple incidents during driver stints. As a matter of fact, one driver got 2 warnings in one driving stint for lack of car control. That would be for the Swift Autosport car, with, I believe it was Trapdoor 97 in the driver's seat for that car when that happened.
Yeah, that's not good news for them, not what you want at all. But they're still running in the race, and that's good to see at this stage, that we've still got all the runners running, as GTP Patrick brings the WRS North America car into the pit lane. Really good day so far for WRS North America, and you never know, they could get a podium at this rate, which would be an unexpected result, but a deserved result nonetheless, with the issues that the Scuderia team have had. But then again, 6 hours, that is, as I keep saying, a very, very long time, and enough time to claw those laps back. Here's the 65 Storage Trunks SRT Racing Team Mercedes. New team, new franchise into the Sportscar Series this year. Second week we've seen them. They were, of course, at the London 12-hour held last week, around Brands Hatch, and what a race that was as well. If you didn't see it in your bit of spare time, I'd recommend that you go back and watch some of the streams that we had for that race. It was a really exciting race and some very, very good performances from a lot of new faces in the GTPlanet Sportscar Series in that race.
And I'm back. I'm sorry about that.
As ever, you can get your questions and comments in on the YouTube chat. Good to see a lot of familiar faces in there. Good morning, guys. Good to see you still covering this race. So if you've got any queries or any new queries, do get them in there and we'll try to answer them as quickly and professionally as we can here in the comms box.
Still dangerous words. You're using professional there.
Oh, I know.
Careful where you put those words.
If you're new to the series, welcome. I know there's quite a few Daytona 24-hour races going on right now, and thank you for GT Planet being your choice of Daytona 24 action for today. If you want to follow the series when we're not on air, there's three ways actually you can do that. The most up-to-date and comprehensive way is head across to the website and the forums, www.gtplanet.net. The Sportscar Series has its own dedicated forum across there, and across there is all the news, all the stats, everything you need to know about the series. And if you want to get involved yourself, that's also the place to do so, whether as a driver, a team owner, or part of us here in the commentary box and the broadcast team. We're always looking for new people to join. If you want your news in bite-sized chunks, then head across to the 140-character world of Twitter. You can follow at GT Planet News and at GTP_AJ for all your GT Planet fixes. Here we are on board then with, we've just switched to the 65 in this battle between one of the GTD cars and the GTLM cars. That's a 79 Inferno Racing BMW behind the 65, which has been a very, very quick car, but as we've mentioned, it has hit problems at times during the race. And there you see the power of the BMW going around the outside of the Mercedes. And a clean move there. I'm just going to remind myself who is in that car at the moment. I think, yes, it's RCB 929, Brian Blauman at the wheel.
Question from the comms guys. What are your thoughts on the TCN races ahead, and what teams do you wish you to place your bets on? I'm going to start with this one.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have to bet on my own team because, well, I'm running in TCN 1. So it's obvious I'm going to bet on my own team first. Hopefully my team does well this year in TCN 1. With a bunch of new drivers to the series. They have had experience in the karting series, but they are new to the series. They're looking forward to it, and we'll see how they do. How about you?
Well, yeah, you mentioned the karting series. Obviously, having commentated on that last year with Tom Brooks, a very competitive series and a lot of talent in that series. So I've no doubt that those guys can step up and have a really good showing in the sports car series. And I think the TCN classes are the best way to get them involved. New classes to the series, or revised classes, I should say, to the series this year. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to see how they do. I think you've got to be looking at someone like Hyperion as well, GTP Dutch's team, running the BMW 320i. They've got a lot of talent and a lot of experience in that team, and they would probably be early season favourites if you ask me. Looking at TCN 2, similarly, a lot of talent in that one. Turtle Racing League, they've shown some really good performances last week at London 12 Hour. So they could be ones to punt for in TCN2. And you've got to talk about Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective as well, and the way that they've come into the series in the last 12 months and really impressed. So they would be my tips. Hoping it's not a disconnection, but we just saw TWR Greco leave the room without a DC notification beforehand. It's a DC for driver change. So That may be a problem there for Teamwise Racing, who haven't had the day they would have liked at this stage. Winners of this race last year.
Definitely not the best day, but they're not having the worst day of the race neither. Like I said, the Swift guys have had just absolute terrible luck throughout the night, and they are definitely paying for it this morning. It's sad to see that because they have one of the faster cars in the class, and they just didn't have the potential, or they didn't have the ability to really show it, unfortunately. I'm hoping that through these next 5.5 hours or so, they can actually gather themselves back up and fight for podium, possibly. I'm not sure how far behind they are as of now, but...
Max Payne for Venator Racing is in the pits. Looks like a scheduled pit stop for the BMW M6, and he's on his way again there. Greco rejoins the room, so yes, I think that was a disconnection for them.
Not a good thing.
Got to give a quick shout out to TMR. Thank you. We know now who's in the Lightning Speed Motorsport 4 GT. It's JPS Rocket 5 in that car at the moment, the single local team that we have running here today. So thank you for that information.
It has been confusing us all day long of who's in the car. Blue Eyes Phoenix says, "Don't worry, Cams. The storm is coming to the track in 7 minutes for Swift."
So Storm Pacer back in that car will be good to see. Caught the first part of his stint. I think he came in just around the red flag, the first red flag, which we had, what was it, about 5 hours into the race.
Demon Snake asks, without being biased, who is your most respected driver in the series this year or last? That's a good one. I've gathered a lot of respect for my teammates and competitors on the track. To be honest with you, I probably have the most respect on track for the guy who's running the team who I used to run, Push to DZ. He was really, really helpful with me last year, and he took over the team when I stepped down from management for that team. As a matter of fact, I wasn't planning on running a team this year, but it happened to come to that I had the opportunity to, and I took advantage of it because, you know, why not?
I think for me, I mean, I must say I've never had the pleasure of racing against some of these guys because simply I'm not quick enough. But I think over my time commentating on these events, names like The Bomb, just pure speed of those kind of drivers, they're the guys that have my highest respect because simply I don't know how they do what they do. It's an absolute pleasure to see them race, and other names as well like TNR Philo, Stiggs TC, people like that, really, really top racers who really know their stuff and know what to do on the game.
Right. Those guys who we call aliens, those guys
yes.
are really fast. And there's a lot of them in the series, and that's why it's very competitive. That's why we have the ranking system, is so that the aliens can't just come in here and dominate everything, because that's what would happen if we didn't have this ranking system where we limited them to how many hours they could drive. Didn't we have that problem last year?
A little bit at the start of the season, but I think the balance is pretty good now.
Yes, definitely.
A little bit of pit lane action to tell you about. Logic Line has brought the Storage Trunks SRT number 65 into the pits for a routine pit stop, and so has RCB 929 for Inferno Racing in GTLM. That's the BMW M3 that comes to the pit. So those guys away again, back up to speed.
Just still not very much action happening on track for us. I mean, we are riding on board with the Swift Autosport Corvette C6R. Can't quite tell who they're chasing down, but like I said, these guys have had absolutely terrible luck, and here's to the best, and hoping that they can turn their year around and turn the rest of this race around.
Absolutely. Just bear with me a second. Just looking out who's on track for tarmac overdose at the moment. It's Swift Autosport out there at the moment. Swift Autosport 9 is out there for tarmac overdose.
Yes, it is Swift Autosport 9 and tarmac overdose, and Swift Autosport's car is the C6R. Don't understand what's going on there, but he is driving for a team that is not his own. Not sure if that's a different person or if that is the same person, just driving for a different team.
There you go. So 4 hours, I'm getting ahead of myself there. 5 hours and 43 minutes to go here for the second running of the GTPlanet 24 Hours of Daytona.
And let me say, this has been one of the most exciting races I've ever called. My time as an analyst in there before the break was probably some of the most intense times I've ever had in a lobby. Watching everybody try their hardest to gain time before the lull and the action for the next few hours that we are currently in right now. And there was a lot of mistakes being made as rookies were trying to make as much time as they could in that stint, and it was just incredible the amount of overtakes and lead changes that were being done between classes due to mistakes being made by drivers. As we stay riding with Swift Autosport, not sure who that is behind them, but it looks like they have been caught again. That would be the Venator Racing M6 GT3. Looks like he's going to go for the pass here on the outside going into the bus stop. Tricky move, but if he can outbrake him, that will work. Yeah, he definitely gets him there. That was clear and away. He had more speed right there.
Sun properly in the sky now, back into daylight hours here at Daytona. And it's at this stage of the race where a lot of the drivers feel like the end of the race is pretty near, but they've still got over 5.5 hours to go here at the traditional season opener for top-line sports car endurance racing. Of course, the real thing is next week, of course, where we see the much anticipated debut of the Ford GT. And the ever intriguing battle between the Daytona prototypes and the LMP2 cars in that race as well.
I'm really looking forward to that race. I can't wait to watch it. I had missed last year's Daytona race due to my cable company being, well, less than cable-y. And that's the polite way to put it. They didn't have my business for much longer, but it was sad. I missed the race, and hopefully I can catch it this year. It looks very promising I will catch it this year. Looks to be a good one. The Roar race puts the Delta Wing up at the top of the leaderboard for most of it.
Yeah, it's an interesting development that with the Delta Wing, which does come up for a bit of abuse sometimes, but running some very good lap times. You do wonder though, were certain teams maybe sandbagging before the main thing, covering how much speed they've really got? It wouldn't be the first time we've seen that at the Roar. So it's definitely going to make for a very interesting race, and hopefully a clean race as well. I always remember back to the crash a couple of years ago in the infield section. Hopefully we don't see anything like that again. But yeah, hopefully we get a good race, a good exciting race, and kicks off the sports car season in style.
Yeah. My team just shouted out to me myself, saying that I'm still trooping along with like no sleep, and they've called me a legend. Apparently, I wouldn't go that far yet, but yeah, they've given me a little shout out right there. That was good and cool.
I do apologise if we missed this. Did we read out the 18-hour update?
Did that just get posted? We have not read that out.
No, we haven't.
Good.
So let's go through that. So here are your standings after 18 hours of the second annual GTPlanet 24 Hours of Daytona. Leading the race with 480 laps completed in 17 hours, 56 minutes and 12 seconds. Team Midweek Motorsport Races Collective of Glenn Owls 81, Stiggs TC, TNR5 Zygon, TNR Pfeffer 702 who's currently at the wheel, and TNR Rebellion, 480 laps for them. Still just 2 laps behind though, still all to play for. Team-wise racing with TWR Greco, Jeremy 91, Chris 34, Seb 72 and Torchon, 478 laps completed by them. Third overall and leading GTD, WRS North America with their Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG GT3s, 470 laps on the clock, on the mark for them. DEPR, Bambi, Oz, Patrick One and Vipond all in that team. Closely followed by Lightning Speed Motorsport, 4th overall, 2nd in GTD. Jaso Greeno, JPS Rocket 5 currently at the wheel. Midnight Rider 32 and Ning Dynasty, 464 laps completed by the Ford team. 5th and leading GTLM, Inferno Racing in their BMW M3 E92, 464 laps completed by them also. Cod Demon 101, Danny Boy, Jethro King, RCB 929 currently at the wheel, and TRL Evolution in that team. 6th overall and 3rd in GTD, another BMW, the BMW M6 that we're currently on board with of Venator Racing. Damon Martinez, Cross 24, Max Payne and Sprintar 64 driving that car, and they've completed 461 laps at the last count. 7th and 4th in GTD, Storage Trunks SRT Racing team of John Jig, Guitar Rich, Logic Line and X Chris 93. Their Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG GT3 has completed 458 laps. 8th and 3rd in DP is the eScuderia GCMX team, Alpha Vanzi, Hecto 1, J Jelly, JMML 94 and Oscar. Between the 5 of them, they've completed 456 laps. 2nd in GTLM and 9th overall, DZ Motorsports, GTP Fisher, Push the DZ, Skater 913, Philo and Zai 1993. Their Chevy Corvette has completed 449 laps of the International Speedway Sports Car course so far. 10th overall, 3rd in class, Aura Racing Team, Fallen Log, KTZ, N64 The Stig, Pub 16 and WTF Man in the BMW Z4, 447 laps counted by them. 11th place, Tarmac Overdose Racing, the bright yellow Nissan GTR in GTD, 430 laps completed so far by Bernard the Legend, House Gaming, Ronno Thomas, Swift Autosport 9 and the 1843. And last but not least, 12th position, still running in the race and still running in a potential position where they could pick up some places in the latter stages. Swift Autosport in their Chevy Corvette C6R and GTLM, 428 laps completed by D4 Resob, G Villeneuve 13, Storm Pacer 17, Trapdoor 97 and Z-Play 24. That is your rundown of the order after 18 hours of the race. We've now got 5 hours and 35 minutes and 19 seconds to go.
I'm just talking to my team really quick about my next stint.
Here's the BMW, the M6 of Venator Racing, and now we switch to the 77, second place in class at the moment, 4th overall, really good day for Lightning Speed Motorsport. Current lap times for them kind of, well, 1 minute 49.336 last time around for JPS Rocket.
Yeah,
I'm currently banking now.
I'm currently running on 2 hours of sleep, and I really got my last bit of sleep at 3 a.m. yesterday. So I'm really feeling the effects of being tired right now, unfortunately.
Oh my goodness me, what a move there. The 77, and he runs wide. That's a real shame. I guess it's understandable because the 77 just tried to go round the outside of the 60 into the bus stop. Initially did it, but then carried too much speed, ran wide onto the grass, and the 60 got passed by again. That's not a race for position, but great fun to see out on track. This is the Tarmac Overdose number 60, which did lead the early stages of GTD, but has had problems since, which have currently put it down in 11th position overall. Lightning Speed Motorsport, one of 2 teams today that have had a pretty faultless run up to this point. Let's hope that continues for them and WRS North America. Very, very impressive so far today. As into the pits, I can tell you, comes D4 Rizzob, and a driver change as well for D4 Rizzob. So this is Swift Autosport number 4.
What is the minimum driving time for a silver driver in this race?
That is a very, very good question, which I don't... if you give me a couple of secs, I will get the answer to.
I'm looking for it right now. That's just my own personal question, not something that somebody has asked, but I need to know if I've met the minimum driving requirements for my team. Due to the fact that I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it back in the car. I really want to, but...
I do have it printed out, but it's printed out in a pretty much illegible view.
I'm in the right area. I just got to get to the right section of the right area. That one, I believe. Right here. For GTLM, I would have to meet 2 hours, which I have met 2 hours.
Good stuff.
That is good to know. So if my team does want me, if I cannot drive at the end of this constant, my team can safely replace me without penalty.
Storm Pacer getting in for Swift Autosport for another stint.
We are on board with the 77 as they are in the pits. Yeah.
Straightforward pit stop. That was straightforward pit stop, no driver change.
Was that a scheduled stop, or?
I wouldn't. It looked scheduled. There wasn't any damage on the car.
Okay. Yeah, when I was analyst, I tried to keep up to date on who was in the pits and if it looked scheduled or not. And most of the pit stops were. We should be getting pit stops here fairly short.
Just looking at the stints that drivers have done at the moment, Pfeffer still has quite a few, and you can see him on screen now in the midweek motorsport car. Still a decent number of laps to go before I reckon he's going to be into the pits again. About 17, well, this is his 17th lap on this set of tyres. Last time around, 26 laps completed by Pfeffer.
I'm so glad
Shelley might be due for a stop, though.
I am so glad I have an understanding team manager. A huge shout out to Pubs. He is giving me the break of a lifetime. He is replacing me so I can get some rest after my comm stint, because of the simple fact of the matter, I haven't had rest. And I am really feeling it, and I didn't think I would be, but I'm not as young as I used to be, apparently.
Driver change for Swift Autosport 9. This is the current driver in the Tarmac Overdose car. 63 laps completed in that stint by him. We'll wait to see who's going to be getting back into that car. Won't be the final stint, of course. We're still way past 4 hours to go. If you're not aware, 4 hours of driving in a 6-hour period is the limit, is the rule to which all drivers must comply. So if you put a driver in now, they'd have to get out again with about an hour and a half to go of this race. Haas Gaming 96 getting into the Nissan.
Comms guys, do you think GT Sport may include real Daytona prototypes in more GTLM, GTDs, GTEs, and GT3 cars? That I'm not sure of. I'm pretty sure, I will say not with guarantee, but I can say kind of confidently they probably will include more GT3s.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I don't see them including Daytona prototypes, though. I hate to say that, but I don't see them including the actual Daytona prototypes.
I'd agree. I think it would make a lot of sense to put GT3 cars in, especially when they're going down this route of racing for manufacturers. That's very much something that's happening a lot in GT3 at the moment. You've got a lot of manufacturers, a lot of OEMs supporting projects. Daytona prototypes, it doesn't really work that way. So, and I think the appeal, especially for European races, a European audience would probably connect more with LMP1s, LMP2s, as opposed to Daytona prototypes. So, yeah, I'd agree with that. Very likely to see GT3 cars in there, but not Daytona prototypes.
It's sad because I would really like to see the Daytona prototypes and be able to run the 24 hours of Daytona like they do. I'm not sure if it was you, but somebody brought up earlier, I'm still waiting for the first game to include more than a 16-person lobby. First racing game. I mean, technically, Grand Theft Auto has done it with a 30-person lobby, but that's not really a racing game.
No.
They have racing in it, but that's not their main focus. A racing sim game with more than 30 people, that's what I'm looking forward to.
Does Project Cars have more than 16?
No, it does not.
I haven't dared go online yet on Project Cars. I'm pretty awful at it, so I don't want to annoy anyone online yet. Here's the 65 storage trunks car, chasing the I believe that's going to be a Ford GT up there in the distance, the number 77.
Who's in the STR car?
STR's driver at the moment I have down as Logic Line. Yes, it is Logic Line.
Thank you for that. Very convenient having somebody in the room. Project Cars online computer has more than 16. We're talking console. Console still has yet to break that 16-person barrier. Yes, Project Cars PC has more than 16. I'm not exactly sure the number, but I know they have either 24 or 30.
Bit of a moment there for Logic Line, nearly outbraking himself behind the 77 into turn 1. Should say as well, Storm Pacer 17 setting some good lap times for Swift Autosport as the 65 and so it's the BMW M6 that's ahead of us, having a real squabble at this point. 65 looking up the inside into the hairpin of turn 5. There's a Ford GT up ahead of them. So we could have a three-way scrapping GTD not too long. Onto the banking now. Blue flag for Swift Autosport somewhere out on track. Into this tricky bus stop, which isn't really an overtaking place because it's so tight and congested in there.
I have seen many and many passes there, even though it's not an overtaking place. You get that entrance wrong, somebody will take advantage of it. There's, 5 hours and 23 minutes left in this race, and still have yet to see that last real burst of action on the track before the race finishes. I'm not sure whether or not that's going to happen, but I would lay my money on it with this group of drivers. Our last driver changes are probably going to be getting their fastest guys in there, and you're going to see some of the fastest laps put down in this race. I wouldn't be surprised about it. The track would be perfect for it, and the fast drivers would be have their cars set up from their previous runs, and it would just, I would not be a bit surprised to see the 40-second, or what are they running, 40.7s for fast laps?
Still as fast as I have is a 40.5, which was 5 seconds early in the race.
Would not be surprised if they break that at some point. Somebody breaks that.
Quite interesting to see here again the difference in cars and where they're strong and where they're not so strong. The 65 looks a lot better in that twisty infield section. He's able to reel in the BMW and the Ford GT, but then when we get onto the straight here, just watch, especially the BMW, just pull away from the 65. These three cars are all in the same class, but very interesting to see. Overall, their lap times are pretty similar, but very, very different characteristics of car. As Max Payne in the BMW is going to try and look around the outside of JPS Rocket as we go back up onto the banking. Not enough speed there. That Ford in a straight line, as we've said before, has got some real punch out of the corners. Is Max Payne going to try and go round the outside of JPS Rocket into turn one? I think he is, and I think he's just about going to do it. Sweeps across and beautifully takes that position on track.
I just had an interesting question come from the comms area. What's the future of SMS if Arsenal Corsa comes out with a 24 multiplayer session, and with their selection of cars they already have for race cars, would that be a replacement and possibly take SMS out of the sim racing competition? Not 100% sure on that. SMS has made their fair share of money off of the project cars. Unfortunately, it was plagued with bugs at the early going, but most of those bugs have been fixed now, and the gameplay is actually really enjoyable. If Arsenal Corsa can match the offline gameplay and online gameplay, I can see it possibly being a competitor for project cars, but I don't see it taking it out completely.
Yeah, I'd bow to your greater knowledge on that one, and hopefully Assetto Corsa on PC doesn't make me feel as ill as Project Cars does. I think that's more down to my computer, but yeah, I've drifted away from Project Cars on that front because you'd need a pretty decent PC to run it, and I don't have that. I'm trying to get into it on PS4 though, but I've got Logitech wheel issues on that front.
Really? That's rough. A lot of people have complained about project cars on the controller, and yes, there is severe problems on the controller, and I will agree with that. I was a controller user. Project cars forced me to buy a wheel.
It's
that bad.
If you're trying to run in any kind of aids-off manual gearbox setup on a pad, it's pretty much impossible, if you ask me, for someone of my standard, which is pretty average. And yeah, as I say, the wheel I have no longer works for PS4, so I think I'll give it a couple more months and try and see if I can get a new wheel. It's a shame because I like my old wheel.
I'm guessing it's a G27, right?
No, even older than that.
G25.
Even older than
Driving
that.
Force. Driving Force GT?
Yeah, there you go.
Wow. Yeah, you definitely are missing out on a lap then. I hate to say it, but there's a lot better wheels out there than Driving Force GT nowadays.
Yeah, I bought it probably about 3 years ago as a not sure if I'm going to go fully into this, so I wasn't wanting to spend half the earth to get a steering wheel, but it's served me pretty well. It served me pretty well on GT5 and GT6. Yeah, it's probably due an update.
I did spend half the earth to get my wheel. It doesn't get used as often as it probably should. I don't spend as much time on project cars as I want to, and I have not yet been able to get the wheel to do what I want it to do on GT6. So I have not actually been able to use my wheel as much as I want to due to this series, to be honest with you.
Great move by the 65 round the outside of the 77 into turn 1. That looks to be the spot to get your overtaking manoeuvres done at the moment. Good work
that
there
was a good
by
move.
Logic Line. Pretty much followed what Max Payne did in the BMW as we switch to the 77, although the driver JPS Rocket 5 is not going to give this one up. Second in class at the moment, so needs to keep it clean. But good stuff here from the GTD class, which for me has been the highlight of this race. It's been a really competitive race throughout. There's a lot of dust kicked up by the 65. The 77 is trying to go round the outside through turn 6. That would be a brave manoeuvre as they go back onto the banking now. Slips in behind the Mercedes, but we know how quick in a straight line that Ford is. He's going to have to go around the outside though, the long way round, as the 65 takes the low line through the corner. Past the enormous grandstand on the backstretch. And he's through, he's got through and past there. That's a great bit of work by JPS Rocket to get back past Logic Line. RCB doing some fast lap times, a 45.010 last time around, which is the fastest lap I've seen from RCB personally, and one of the fastest laps that we've seen in GTLM so far. Still on my sheet anyways. I don't know whether this got beaten in the middle of the night, but TRL, his teammate TRL Evolution, still with the fastest lap for any of the GTLM cars at 1 minute 44.389, which is also a race track record in the GTPlanet Sportscar Series. Great work from Inferno Racing so far today, still in the lead of the class.
And now we have wheel talk in the comms. Look at what we started. Yeah, I'm running a T300 with the T3PA pedals and the TH8A shifter. I went full out when I bought my wheel. Spent over $750 for the whole setup I have. And it was worth every penny of it. Every time I get behind the wheel of it, you can feel every bump and jitter in the road and everything, and it feels amazing. The force feedback works so well.
Pit stop looks like an unscheduled pit stop for Haas Gaming. He's on his way again now, so I couldn't see whether there was damage to that car, but he's only done 7 laps since taking over in that car, so something a bit strange going on there for Tarmac Overdose. And the leader's in. Pretty much on schedule, 25 laps done by Pfeffer.
Yep, the comms were just letting us know that the 13 does need to pit. It looks like Fielster is saying that. I was just asked if I use the 8-shifter over the pedals. If the car comes stacked with an 8-shifter, I use the 8-shifter. I do not like using paddle shifts with a car that uses an 8-shifter. It just does not work for me. So, like in my project cars, I am running the BMW GT4 car. Which one is it? The M3, I do believe. GT4. It comes standard with an 8-shifter. I use the 8-shifter. If I were to get into a Formula A, I would use the paddles. Cars like their older rally cars that come with a sequential, I use the little sequential plate that comes with it. I use the shifter that comes with the car.
Tina Philo in the pits for DZ Motorsport. Once again, pretty much on cue. 65 laps so far in this stint. That's his third pit stop, I believe, of
Confirmed.
the stint.
Hurst had damage when he pit.
Okay. Apologies, we missed that one on the screen. It was an unscheduled pit stop, 7 laps done by him. Here's his Scuderia GTMX, who are continuing to make their way back through the order. Currently have the 79 of Inferno Racing ahead of them.
A Scuderia GTMX has had horrible luck throughout the night trying to connect, and other issues have happened. It's put them pretty far back in the field, and they're just trying to run laps now and see if they can salvage something out of it. Good for them, though, not giving up on this one.
Yeah, it must be a pretty demoralising race for them, because they have had the pace to run right up at the front, and it's the second week in a row they've had those kind of issues. They retired from the London 12-hour last week with the Fun Cup cars for the same issues. But as you say, good to see them still running here at Daytona.
I hope they see this one through. The retirement at the London 12, it wasn't no fun not seeing them out there anymore, you know? I don't like to see cars that have to retire. I would like to see everybody finish the race.
No green laps being set by drivers at the moment, but it's still TNR Pfeffer who's the fastest man out on track. Here's the number 60 tarmac overdose car, recovered now from the incident that it had somewhere out on track. Haas Gaming 96 at the wheel. Haas Gaming currently down as a rookie driver, so getting some good experience ready for classification in due course. So 1 minute 46.215 I currently have down as the fastest lap for him, so that's decent pace for Haas Gaming. As Greco sets his fastest in recent hours, fastest lap time in this stint of 1 minute 42.927.
Yeah, it does stink a little bit using the Skype chat, because as you have pointed out before, it does cut off the sides. I can't see what's going on the conversations. I'm not sure if those are just blue flags, which I'm assuming they are, but as often as they're popping up right now.
Very good question from Demon Snake 1968. European tracks you'd like to see added and or updated in GT Sport? Good question. I'd love to see something like Imola on there. It's a track that I absolutely love, so to see that on there would be good. And trying to think of any others that aren't currently on the game. Donington would be good.
I was gonna say Donington. Really good fun track. I personally like the track, and I hope they can add it into the next GT. A little bit of dust kicked up by the number 60 there.
Some street circuits would be good as well. I'm thinking like somewhere like Poe would be good.
Definitely more street circuits. Would love to have Street Circus back. And we are on board with the DZ Motorsports. Who is behind the wheel of the DZ Motorsports car right now?
DZ is currently Philo at the wheel of that one.
He ran the opening stint and had a pretty good opening stint. And how many laps is he into this one? Can you tell?
He's been out there for 68 laps, so he's just completed his third stint. They're tending, I think, to keep doing the 22 lap stint that we're doing in the first stint.
Okay. Hasm says Zenderfoot. No, don't really Zenderfoot. I can't pronounce it. Thank you. I don't really know that track that well. I've heard of it. I've seen it a couple times. Not really familiar with the track, so I can't say much about it.
It's where they used to run the Dutch Grand Prix, and I agree with Passing. It's a very massive moment there for, is that the BMW Venator Racing M6?
That
Keeps it out of the wall.
That would be Philo we are still riding with.
Oh, he's still riding on the board with Philo, but massive moment there. But yeah, I agree with Passing. Zandvoort is a really underrated track. It's as I said earlier, it's a proper classic old track with, if you get it wrong, you're gonna be you haven't got a car park on the outside of the corner to save yourself. It's a really, really good track. So yeah, I'd agree with Passing there. Zandvoort would be a really good addition to the game. As wide again.
Yeah, Philo's having problems with the car. Does he show damage, or is he just trying to push the car right now?
No damage on the Corvette. Fairly fresh tyres as well.
Yeah, it's sad that I heard of the track, but to be honest with you, I'm pretty sure most Americans probably have never heard of the track.
Good elevation changes around Zandvoort.
And all of a sudden, Philo is the main point of the thread again. That seems to be common when he makes a mistake.
New PB lap time for Haas Gaming 96 for Tarmac Overdose Racing, a 1 minute 46.203. Now his fastest lap in this stint. So getting back up to speed after the incident that caused that unscheduled pit stop not too long ago. Here's your race leader, still the number 13 team Midweek Motorsport Racers, with TNR Pfeffer at the wheel, currently just sitting in the 41, so 1 minute 41.188, his fastest time, or his time last time around.
He has been in the lead since the drop of the green flag. That team has been absolutely dominant of this entire race today.
Yeah, they had just one issue at in the early stages when Stiggs TC had a connection issue and they had to go in for an enforced driver change. But yep, apart from that, they've been pretty faultless so far today. Hopefully for them, they can wrap this one out and continue for the next 5 hours and 6 minutes. But I agree, it's been another stellar performance by this team.
To be honest with you, it's a TNR group with just a different name on the car is all it is. And that's why it's probably why it's so fast, is those TNR guys know what they're doing behind the wheel of any car they get behind. And I've been around the TNR guys for the last 2 or 3 years in the Endurance Series and the Sports Car Series now. It has been incredible. I've learned so much from the speed these guys can carry.
Closing in now on the BMW M6 of Venator Racing. Max Payne's still at the wheel of that car and has completed 79 laps. In fact, we've got quite a few guys out there running very long stints at the moment. Jay Jelly's back into the 1 minute 41s. He's run 83 laps since the last driver change. RCB 81 laps. Max Payne, as we say, 79. Patrick 1, 79. JPS Rocket 78. Back on board now with the second place car, Team Wise Racing, the number 1 TWR Greco, currently in the high 42s for his pace.
And now we have a TNR versus TRL face-off in the comms, or in the chat. They're calling for an Ironman 24-hour race with no sleep between the two. That'd be interesting. Pretty sure Philo would probably take out all of TRL before he finished his first lap. Sorry, Philo. He did wreck my car at the first lap of Daytona last year. I'm not going to let him down for that.
Destin 2, who's driving for Venator at the moment, it's Max Payne. On board now, I think, with the Scuderia. I think that's a green LM55 Mazda. As into the pits comes KTZ. For what should be a scheduled pit stop for all the racing team. 30 laps completed on that set of tyres.
Looks like I'll probably be getting out of here a little bit earlier than I was scheduled to do, but for good reason. I am completely out of it as of late and don't want to slow down my team, so I've retired from their car, and they were gracious enough to allow me to retire from their car and fill in my slot with other drives. And if whenever David Griffin is ready and can join the chat, I'll probably be heading out and hitting the hay and missing the end of the race, but definitely well worth it and need to sleep.
Pit stop for Venator Racing and Max Payne, bringing the BMW into the pits. And Haas Gaming continues to go pretty quick. A 1 minute 46.079, now the best lap from him, and it's driver change time for Venator Racing as Max Payne gets out after a 80 lap stint. And we wait to see who will be getting back into that car. Cross 24 into the BMW. Still riding on board here with Jay Jelly as RCB comes to pit lane. 24 laps completed by RCB, and that's going to be a driver change as well after 82 laps for RCB on board the Inferno Racing BMW M3. Wait to see who's going to get on board the Evolution car. 5 hours to go, so they'll be doing at least one more driver change in between now and the end of the race. Cross 24 now in the Cross 24 leaving the pits, I should say. So that's Cross 24 out for Venator Racing. Danny Boy getting into the Inferno Racing car. Danny Boy, a silver driver. So as you say, David, probably one more driver change after this one, and for the end of the race, drivers will be putting in their fastest drivers for that stint.
That's what I'd be assuming. It's unfortunate I'm not going to be able to see the end of this race, but...
As Disconnection. Swift Autosport and Storm Pacer has just dropped.
Both of them?
No, Storm Pacer for Swift Autosport.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see, it's confusing. Even when they're not on track, it's still confusing.
Greco sets a new PB for himself of 42.878 for the Teamwise Racing driver. Very, very long gap here, waiting for Danny Boy to get into the lobby. There he is. Now we can get going for Inferno Racing.
They're calling electro outage on from Blue Eyes Phoenix. I'm not sure which team he's talking about. Maybe it's that disconnect we were just talking about.
Might be. We hope Storm Pacer can get back in soon, and it's just a continuation of the problems. There's a big, massive lockup. I think that was for Danny Boy in the Inferno Racing number 79. Here's your race leader trying to make their way past the number 60. Haas Gaming 96.
Electrical outage for number 4.
Yep, that would be Swift Autosport.
Not good. I know that the middle part of America has been getting hit hard. I wonder if that's where he was located, and wonder if the snowstorms have taken out his power lines.
Could well be. So new drivers out there, Cross 24 for Venator Racing and Danny Boy for Inferno. They're getting up to speed. Greco still doing some really good lap times, and Haas Gaming as well, continuing to impress in GTD as well. Here we've got a bit of action between some DP cars. E-Scuderia trying to gain the lap back on Teamwise Racing. Jay Jelly, one of the fastest drivers that we've seen in the DP class today, started the race for E-Scuderia GTMX and had them in the lead at certain points of that first stint. Danny Boy disconnection. Oh no, that's going to be problems for Inferno Racing, as wide runs, and very wide and almost off the circuit runs Teamwise Racing. I don't think there was any contact there, but a big moment there for Jay Jelly. For Greco, sorry.
If there was a massive snowstorm during a race, would they put snow tires on the car?
Wouldn't be a bad move, as into the pits comes TWR and Greco. Low fuel on that car. 29 laps completed in that stint. So once again, we're seeing Teamwise Racing able to make that car go longer. And I do wonder if that's probably a factor in them still being relatively close to MWM. Yes, they don't have the pace, but as there's going to be a driver change for Teamwise, that's a surprise. As far as I'm aware, Greco's not been out that long.
He had a disconnect earlier. He has actually been out there for a while. He was out there at least for an hour prior to you even joining.
That's true. So maybe that's Teamwise getting Greco's minimum driver time filled.
Road
Greco, of course, being a
America would
bronze
be
driver.
fantastic in the snow. I would actually agree with that. I think Road America would be fantastic in the snow. I love that track as it is, and put some ice and snow onto it, I think it'd be a lot more fun. They're talking snow. It's that white slippery stuff that the MWM car
big
has
massive
gone
off for the leader. Sorry, David. Big massive off for the leader. It's hit the wall. Into the wall goes Pfeffer. On my screen, at least.
He hit the wall on ours.
Damage
has-
front right.
Oh no, that is not good. Hopefully he can get that car back to the pits without losing too much time.
Just going to see if I can see this again on the YouTube stream, which for me in here in the comms box is delayed by about 30 seconds. It's not working for me at the moment. But yeah, big drama here as Logic Line brings the Storage Trunks car into the pit. Still fairly decent pace from TNR Pfeffer. TWR Jeremy now in the room and getting that car back up and underway. But meanwhile, the car that they're battling in this race with is in trouble. Swift Auto Sport 9 is back out there for the Chevy team. As into the pits comes the leader. Unscheduled pit stop then for TNR Pfeffer.
And
12 laps since they last pitted.
we have all of TNR who wants to drop kick all of everybody else in TNR. So, even though they're leading the race, they are, for some reason, still wanting to drop kick each other.
Cross 24 puts in a very fast lap time of 45.557, his first really good lap time. KTZ as well has also just done their fastest lap time of 47.628. And I'm just trying to get to grips with who we've got out there. Here's the BMW Z4.
Who is in that car right now?
It is KTZ.
Okay. They haven't made their driver change yet. He's scheduled to run for another hour and a half yet, I do believe. Pfeffer for reporting he forgot turn 4 existed. Interesting.
Well, it's still there. It's not moved in the night time.
No, not as far as I know. It does look like the MWM is back out on track and is about ready to overtake the ORA car here.
Yep, so Pfeffer back up to speed. Zplay 24 is getting in for Swift Autosport, I can let you know. So Zplay did a very, very long stint early in the race. Did 128 laps and was the last driver out there who took the start. So he's jumping back into the Swift Autosport car to take that over in an emergency. Blue flags for the 79, that's your leader in GTLM. Waiting for Jay Jelly to make a pit stop, should be due one pretty soon unless I've missed it in recent laps. 91 laps done by Jay Jelly in this stint as we've got a battle between the BMWs in GTLM, Aura versus Inferno. This isn't for position as we're on board with the GT4 who runs very, very wide out of that bus stop corner. Can he keep it pointing in a straight line? No, he can't. Off on the exit of the bus stop, and is he going to contact that wall? I think he's just just stopped short.
That
Yellow
was
flag.
very close.
And on his way again. As into the pits, right on cue, comes the e-scooter rear car.
I can confirm KTZ absolutely hates this car. So, there might be a reason why he just spun there.
No damage on the car though. Z-Play 24 and Swift Autosport back out on track, but they'll have lost more time with that disconnection for Storm Pacer. Cross 24 does a new PB, a 45.528 last time around, so that's good pace there for the Venator racing driver, who you can see on screen now. Really impressive stuff for a car in GTD. Just going to compare that as well. No, it's not quite the fastest lap that we've seen in GTD, or I've seen in GTD. That honour still falls to GTP Bambi for WRS North America, with a 1 minute 45.147. Hello to Brian in the chat. RCB99 having just completed that stint for Inferno Racing. And so far so good for Inferno Racing in terms of the class, leading it with just under 5 hours to go here at Daytona for the second running of the GTPlanet 24 Hours of Daytona. Hello if you're just joining us. My name's Andrew Mather. Alongside me in the commentary booth is David Fuller, also known as Fallen Log, driver in the Aura Racing Team BMW Z4 GTE and team manager of the Endurance Experience squad in the GTPlanet Sportscar Series. Round 2 of the Sportscar Series for 2016. And thank you for your continued support.
Our next event on the schedule should be the Fuji race, correct?
Yes, Fuji 500 kilometers. First time we see the GT500 and GT300 cars in the series for 2016. Definitely looking forward to that one.
That should be a good one to watch. As I've stated a few times, I am not a big fan of racing the track, but I do like to watch the racing at the track.
Here's the Storage Trunk 65. Having a decent day so far, 4th in the class. And remember, of course, these GTD cars are racing for championship points. They're the only teams racing for championship points today. So these next 4 and a bit hours, massively crucial for their whole championship seasons, as Cross 24 does another fast lap. Bambi's GTD lap record under threat here, a 45.206 now, the fastest lap for him. On board now with the class leading number 64 for WRS North America. Coming through the infield section, car up ahead, I'm guessing it's a BMW of some sort, might be the Z4. No, it's not, it's too big for a Z4, might be the M3 of Inferno Racing.
That's what it's looking like to me.
Z-Play 24 into the pits, having only done 2 laps. So is this another problem for Swift Autosport.
You said Z plays in the car for them?
Yep, Z-Play 24 has come into the pits.
He was a consistent driver in the last race. Definitely didn't have the greatest of paces, but he was definitely not making mistakes when he was out on track. So, wonder what happened there.
Not sure what a GA is. I wonder if he means DC, but
No,
yes,
GA is
driver change for Swift Autosport after only 2 laps.
No, GA is garage, so you're going to change the setup.
Right. Thanks for clearing that up, but obviously Swift Autosport not happy with that car, and I do wonder if they're just running this as a test session now.
That'll be like the 3rd or 4th time that they've actually gone to the garage to change their setups.
Tino Pfeffer continues to do some really good work in the midweek motorsport car. Just set the fastest Sector 2 in quite a while with a 22.9 second time through there. Here are their rivals in the race. Teamwise Racing at the last count just 2 laps behind Team MWM. They've recently completed a driver change. Jeremy 91 now at the wheel of the DP car. Last year's winners, of course, in somewhat controversial circumstances, but were winners nonetheless, and very fast throughout that race. Heading up onto the banking now. Bit of traffic ahead of them as well.
I will say the front end of that LM55 does look really nice through the sunlight, and I do like these LM55s, the way they look. They're just something about them and the way they look differently.
KTZ and Z-Play 24 up ahead. So Z-Play 24 now back out on track after that quick setup change. Moving past the 2 back markers now. Good driving from the 2 back markers as well. I can tell you up behind this group of cars, Jay Jelly continues to put in fast lap times. 96 laps now completed by Jay Jelly in this stint.
What's the action like out there right now? Is there any groupings that are forming, or is it just kind of spread out right now?
Well, we've got this group going through the infield just behind the car that we're viewing now. That Jay Jelly's got to make his way through the traffic, through the GT traffic. He's currently up behind the 65 storage trunks car with Logic Line at the wheel. And he's made his way through now, so it keeps happening. Every now and then you get a DP car coming across a few GT cars, both a mix of LM and Ds.
Yeah, with only 3 Daytona prototype cars in the field today, you don't actually get lapped that often, which is actually really nice. You don't have to constantly watch your mirrors.
Sticks TC asking for a fastest laps update. Yep, we can give you that for the guys currently out on track. Pfeffer at the top of the timesheets with a 1 minute 40.852. Jay Jelly is next with a 141.3. Oh, goodness me. 141.534, which was actually from his first stint. In this stint, his fastest is a 141.925. Jeremy is next with a 43.965. TNR Philo, fastest in this stint, a 45.280, but fastest in the race for him, whilst I've been on comms, a 45.007. Cross 24 continues to do good lap times, a 45.206 is his fastest so far. And Danny Boy has just popped in a 1 minute 45.421 improvement there for Danny Boy at the wheel of the Inferno racing car. Next up is Husk Gaming, 1 minute 46.079. Patrick Wan has done a 1 minute 46.153. Logic Line has done a 1 minute 47.51 as Husk Gaming pits after 19 laps on that set of tyres. Logic Line, as I said, 1 minute 47.51. KTZ, 1 minute 47.628. Midnight Rider, or the local team of the number 77, at 1 minute 47.587. And Z-Play, I have down as a 1 minute 48.012. That pretty much brings you up to speed on who's doing what out there on the track at the moment. Back with your leader then, comfortable leader at the moment, even though they had that little off-track excursion, shall we say, not too long ago, but Fefa still in the lead of this race for Team Midweek Motorsport. Going down the back straight and into the bus stop, the left, then the right, and the right and the left again, back onto the banking. This steep, long banking here at Daytona. It's almost 30 degrees. I think, yes, pretty much 30 degrees banking.
33 degrees, I do
33
believe.
degrees. TNR Philo pits. This is pretty much scheduled. 20 laps done on that set of tyres. Seen Philo go longer, more like 22, 23 laps at times, but 20 laps not too bad. Maybe just a bit of strategy being played in there by DZ Motorsport. So look out for TNR Philo doing some fairly fast lap times in the next 20 minutes or so as he's on new, fresh rubber.
Philo is a very quick driver. He just has a tendency to push the car a little bit too far.
Cross 24 continuing to do some good lap times, I can tell you as well. Last time around, a 1:45.428 for Venator Racing. So that's good news for them as they look to hold on to third place in class at the moment. And maybe even catch the 79, although they're going to have to work really hard to get past Inferno Racing. Danny Boy currently at the wheel, who's also doing fast lap times. As into the pits comes JPS Rocket, 30 laps completed on the last set of tyres. And I do wonder if this will be a driver change as well, because we've seen JPS and JPS Rocket going for a driver change. 94 laps completed in that stint out there for Lightning Speed Motorsport and the Ford GT running team.
They will still have to make one more driver change, won't they?
They will. Yeah, they will. We're still not in a spot of the race where you can put a driver in and run into the end of the race. They would need to make a driver change at the latest 36 minutes to go. So you'd probably guess, another 2 hours and then a 2 hour 30 stint to get you to the end of the race?
That's what I would go with.
The 77 back out on track. I'll be honest, not quite sure who's now at the wheel of that car. As it is a local team, we don't see a network change for that car, but they are back up and underway. Logic Line puts in a 47.43. That's the fastest lap for him in the storage trunks car.
We're still following the midweek motorsports car as they complete some more laps. Pfeiffer's still behind the wheel of that car, and we're just switching right now to SRT Storage Trunks, who is catching. Who is that? I'm sorry.
I think it might be the Mercedes of WRS North America.
Yes, it is the Mercedes WRS North America.
So Logic Line, as we said, is at the moment in the mid 1 minute 47s. WRS North America running about 7 or 8 tenths slower than that at the moment, with Patrick Wan at the wheel. Patrick Wan is able to do faster though. I just wonder if WRS North America are sensibly taking this into their own control and just pacing the car home and keeping it on the road, because they've got a nice lead in GTD, and at the moment they're also looking at an overall podium, so I don't want to do anything silly at this stage of the race. Almost 4 hours and 30 minutes to go then here for the second annual GTPlanet 24 Hours of Daytona, live here on YouTube. Thank you for tuning in on this Sunday morning, or Sunday afternoon if you're in Europe now.
I feel bad for you. I'm supposed to be lead commentator, and I'm not doing a very good job of it. I pretty much put you in charge of everything. I'm so sorry about that. I tried to get my sleep, but it did not work for me.
New fastest lap for Danny Boy, who continues to do some really good work for Inferno Racing, a 45.310 last time around. So that Inferno Racing BMW in a really nice place at the moment, looking to secure GTLM victory today. Really good work from that team so far. They've had a brilliant battle so far, trading the lead back and forth with DZ Motorsport in the early stages in the first 4 hours or so, as we switch to Teamwise Racing and Jeremy 91 at the wheel of this one. Currently in the mid 43s and trying to chase down, I think that's Jay Jelly in the e-Scuderia GTMX DP car. These two have been together for a little bit. They had to go through all that traffic about 10 minutes ago, and e-Scuderia have now made their way past Teamwise Racing. Jay Jelly on that last lap of 42.896, and it was actually a bit of a slow lap from Jeremy 91 of 1 minute 45.652. TNR Philo, oh, not quite, he's nearly getting into the 44s, I can tell you. A 1:45.095 last time around, as KTZ now does the fastest lap in the 51, a 1 minute 47.519. So you said it earlier, David, that towards the end of this race the lap times would start to come down again, and it looks like that's happening.
A little bit sooner than I thought it would be happening, but yeah, they're starting to put their faster guys back in the car, so like I said, their lap time should go down as the track is starting to heat up, so the tires are getting stickier and they are starting to run faster around this track every lap. Track continues getting warmer. And I'm expecting probably their fastest laps at this rate to be around the 4 hour mark.
Just looking out for ZPlanet 24, because it looks like the lap time, that whatever that setup change was on the Swift Autosport car, it's working at the moment. Some good lap times being, or good sector times I should say, being put in by ZPlanet 24. Still on board here with Jeremy 91, as Jay Jelly in the e-Scuderia car just seems to be pulling away. A 42.150 last time around for Jay Jelly, in a comparison to a 43.5 for Jeremy 91, but a couple of green sectors in there for Jeremy. So the sight of Jay Jelly is pulling him along quite nicely at the moment. As Z-Play goes into the 48s in the Swift Autosports Chevy Corvette.
We're riding along with TWR right now, and it looks like they are about ready to catch a couple of GT cars. Should be catching those in the next lap or two. And who are those? It looks like one of them's a Corvette. Can't tell.
Flicking through. Yeah, Z-Play 24 is one of them. And Danny Boy is the next car up the road from these two DP cars.
So there's two DP cars and one. Okay. That makes sense.
TNR Philo continues to get closer and closer and closer to the 1 minute 44s of 1 minute 45.057 last time around. I do hope Philo gets through that 45-second barrier because he's been trying so hard, and there's been a low 1 minute 45 is still a very, very fast lap time in one of those cars. He deserves to break through that barrier. As purple lap times at the moment, or purple sector times coming from Pfeffer 702. Once again, Pfeffer turning on the Mazda LM55. Although his sector 4 time's a little bit slower than he would probably want. And he's got traffic as well, I can tell you, on the mini-map. But still running well in the low 41s at the present time. Fairly busy in the infield as well. I can tell you that the leader's going to have to deal with a lot of traffic in the next 10 minutes or so. On board now with the number 60 Tarmac Overdose racing Nissan GTR going down the back straight. Difficult day for them. They've had some very good speed at times and led the class early on, but hit trouble in the middle of the race. Currently in 11th place, or we're in 11th place at the last update. But as you can see, this car still very quick. Currently Haas Gaming 96 at the wheel of it, chasing down the new driver in the 77. Looking to close in and maybe make a move into turn 1. You can see the slipstream starting to take effect as the Nissan closes. Don't think he's going to be close enough on this time around. Braking hard, very good on the brakes compared to the Ford. But as we said before, the Ford Lightning Speed Motorsport team may be in a bit of conservation and getting the car home mode. No need to push flat out because they're in a good position at the moment and they would risk losing that position. DC and a driver change for GTP Patrick. So that's your leader. As up the inside through turn 4. Brilliant move there by Haas Gaming to take track position, but a pit stop there for GTP Patrick, ending what has been a tremendous run of 101 laps in the WRS North America 64. Just going to wait to see who gets into the WRS North America car, and then we're going to be able to have an interview with RCB 929 in a moment. Although actually no, we're going to do that after a update, which has just come live to us. GTP Oz getting into the WRS North America car. So Oz, who started the race for WRS North America, back in. Won't be able to go to the end of the race. So let's go to the hour 19 update, which we've just received here in the commentary, the virtual commentary box. And here are your standings after 19 hours of the second annual GTPlanet 24 Hours of Daytona. Team Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective lead the race with 523 laps completed in their DP Mazda LM55. Second place, still our Team Wise Racing, but lost 4 laps due to a disconnection and are now 7 laps off the lead. 516 laps completed by them. Third and first in GTD, WRS North America in the Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG GT3, 511 laps, and now a 5-lap lead over the number 77 Lightning Speed Motorsport 4 GT, which is in 4th place. 5th place and leading GTLM, still Inferno Racing, 502 laps completed by those guys in the BMW M3 E92. 6th place and 3rd in GTD, Venator Racing in their BMW M6 GT3, 501 laps completed by them. 7th place and 3rd in DP, eScuderia GTMX in their Mazda LM55, 499 laps completed by them. 8th place and 4th in GTD. Oh, as off goes one of the, and into the wall goes one of the Corvettes. I think it was Swift Autosport. Apologies, I've lost my rhythm. Storage Trunks SRT, they're in 8th place on 498 laps. I can tell you there's engine damage to Z-Play 24 in the Swift Autosport car. Next up is DZ Motorsport, 2nd in GTLM, 9th overall, 491 laps completed by them. Then in 3rd in GTLM and 10th overall, Aura Racing Team in the BMW Z4, 486 laps completed by them. 11th and last in GTD, Tarmac Overdose Racing on 470 laps in the Nissan GTR Nismo, which you can see on the screen at the moment. And 12th and 4th in GTLM, Swift Autosport now coming into the pits with engine damage. The Chevy Corvette C6R for Swift Autosport having completed 461 laps of the Daytona International Speedway sports car course. That is your standings update at the 5 hours to go mark here at Daytona. It's the second annual 24 Hours of Daytona, part of the GTPlanet Sportscar Series. So green flag back out on circuit, and the Chevy Corvette of Swift Autosport now running again. But that was a hard hit for Swift Autosport and Z-Play 24. Whilst we were going through that, Logic Line, new PB for the driver in the Storage Trunks SRT, a 1:47.312. Now the fastest lap by the driver of the 65 car.
As MWM passes the number 60 GTR, definitely carrying a head of speed past him.
Good lap time from the 77 as well. A 46.867 has just been set there. If someone could let us know who is at the wheel of that car now, that would be fantastic.
TMR had a post up earlier that told us who was in the car now and later. And
They've well, I know they've had a driver change since then. So JPS Rocket now out of the car. 4 hours and 20 minutes to go here then at Daytona. Here's TWR going past, I believe that was Venator Racing. TWR still sitting in second place, in a comfortable second place at the moment. E-Scuderia with their problems nowhere near TWR in the number of laps, but still could all change in the next 4 and a bit hours.
Hopefully for my next race, I'll be a little bit more awake. As of right now, I'm just completely out of it. Trying my best to stay with you here.
Looking through, Pfeffer's still setting low 41s as you would expect. So looking very, very comfortable at this time. And probably due a pit stop in the next 3 or 4 laps as well. Jay Jelly now past the 100 laps mark for his stint. 101 laps completed. 109, sorry. 17 laps into the current stint on tyres and fuel.
He'll be due for a driver change pretty soon then.
Yeah, I do imagine that they'll try and eke out his time to the 4 hours and then be able to stick someone in and not have to change again. That would, at this stage, that would make the most sense. And I think he should be able to do it, because we've seen drivers run up to 120 odd laps within a 4-hour window. So you'd imagine that is what their plan is, as Jelly now sets or starts the 110th lap of their stint.
I'm definitely taking notes from this race for stints later on, because I'm learning stuff from watching this race that I didn't really realize that I could do with my stints. That would really help me later on.
Encouragement from Cameron Johnson in the chat. Go Hask, go. And he's definitely doing a good job at the moment. Low 46s consistently from Hask Gaming in the number 60. Really good to see for the rookie driver, but very, very experienced driver. Good stuff so far for the Portuguese driver. Here is the BMW M6. Menacing looking thing in jet black. Venator Racing running this one. Cross 24 continuing to do a really good job. He's been one of the fastest GTD drivers that we've seen in recent hours. Trying to pull this car into a better position. Currently third in class, but not giving up on trying to get higher in class and higher in the race overall. At the moment though, probably looking over their shoulders in terms of overall position at E-Scuderia GTMX, who are continuing to run a fast pace. With Jay Jelly at the wheel, just checking how many laps did they have over them. They had 6 laps over E-Scuderia at the last check. So that was just under 45 minutes to go as the leader pits. Pfeffer in.
I'm assuming a scheduled stop.
Yeah, that's a scheduled pit stop. That's no problems there at all. 22 laps done on that set of tyres. The fuel burnt off. Just trying to see, have they... they're in the pits now. They have short-filled this car in the past on a shorter stint, and they do so again. That's just topped it up to, I'd say about 5/8 full. Well, it's not actually, no, talking complete rubbish. It's past 3/4, but not to a full tank there. So the meticulous preparation of the TNR guys. They've obviously done their maths and done their calculations and practiced countless hours to see what the optimum amount of fuel is to put back in the car. Going back to the on-track action, still here with Venator Racing and Cross 24 driving the BMW. Just set his fastest sector 3.
Venator going into the pits.
Yep.
How many laps has he done so far on a stint?
That's a scheduled pit stop. That's 26 laps that Cross 24 has done on that set of tyres. Fairly worn front though. The front's down to 6. And away they go again. Simple pit stop for Venator Racing. Good work by them and back out onto the track.
It looks like we're getting to have an interview with RCB 929 now. I'm gonna let you handle this one, Andrew.
That's okay.
Obvious reasons.
Okay, let's see. Brian, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Oh, excellent stuff. How are you doing, my friend?
Tired.
Tired. I can
Not the only
understand
one
why.
in here, man.
So you've been out on track this morning, running a very, very good stint for Inferno Racing, and I'm guessing you're pretty happy with how things are going now as a team.
Yeah, that things have definitely turned around the last 8 hours or so, but still 4 hours and 13 minutes left. I'm not, in any way saying the race is over. It's still a lot left to run, so just keep doing what we're doing and just keep that clock keeps going down. That's a good thing for us right now.
So you drove through, if I'm thinking right in saying, you drove through the transition from nighttime through dawn and into the light, and we were discussing whilst you were out there the challenges involved in that. From a driver's perspective, having just experienced it, can you describe how that felt?
Actually, it's quite a good feeling when you're driving in the nighttime and you start to see sunlight. It really is a great feeling because you've made it through the night, the tough part of the race, and you're getting towards the end of the race once that sun comes back up. The times come back, you just start running faster lap times, and your vision of the track is also a little bit better now, and but it's a good feeling when that sun comes back up for sure.
So you referenced the change of the track characteristics. Generally, how does that feel in the car? Does it get more oversteer or less oversteer or more understeer? What kind of characteristic changes with the car as the temperature comes back?
I think honestly, it's just you gain a little bit more grip as the temperature and the track starts to rise again. I wasn't really noticing too many handling issues during the stint. Just the overall pace of the car got a little bit faster as the sun started to come out, but no big handling differences. It's just gain of grip, basically.
Good stuff. So I'm guessing, given the stage of the race we're at now, we're probably not going to be able to see you out on track again for the rest of the race. How do you then wind down from a stint like that? What's your plan for the next 4 hours and 11 minutes?
Just relax, hold my breath for the next 4 hours, and hope that we're still in P1, but in class, and not just to relax and just keep the nerves, down for now, because it's very nervous when you're not driving, but when you're driving, the nerves go away. So right now I'm very nervous, but still, I'm confident though we can do this. But it's just gotta keep doing what we're doing.
Looking at the overall position, you guys aren't racing for points today, but do you push for third place because of that? Because do you push for that overall podium? Because it could still happen with so long to go?
I mean, that's not really our target right now. Our target is just to maintain first in class. I mean, and by doing so, it may get us to third, but that's not what we're racing for right now. We're just racing to get to the finish, basically.
Good stuff. Well, David, were there any questions as a rival GTLM runner that you wanted to ask RCB?
No, not really. I'm gonna have to say it was great running with you. I do believe we were on track at some point in the early stints. I'm not 100% if you were the starting driver, but running with you guys on track was really fun today.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a good race so far. A lot of good battles, a lot of interesting things have taken place, and yeah, it's been pretty good for, I think, a spectator's point of view.
This is definitely a spectator's race.
Good stuff. Well, hopefully, I think we're going to have another person in the comms box now. Mr. Griffin, Mr. David Griffin, can you hear us?
Yes, sir. I'm back.
Oh, excellent. How have you been doing? What have you been up to the last couple of hours?
I finally got some sleep.
Lucky you.
I finally laid in my bed instead of on the couch, and it worked. So, what's been going on? Have I missed anything?
Nothing too dramatic. We've seen TWR have a little issue with a disconnection, but they're still overall in second place. WRS North America still lead GTD, Inferno same in LM, and Midweek Motorsport still leading the race overall. It's pretty much the good news.
Well, at least we haven't missed any mass disconnects since I went to bed.
No, I don't think so. So going back to Brian, thanks for popping in. Thanks for popping in an impromptu notice. Well done again for the mega stints that you've put in through the morning, and we hope to see Inferno Racing pull off the win.
Yeah, well, thank you for having me, and yeah, just 4 hours to go. Just keep doing what we're doing, and hopefully we'll be able to see that checkered flag and be first in class. That'd be awesome, but still a long way to go, so you never know. But thank you guys again, and I'll catch you guys later.
Catch you soon, Brian.
All right, Brian.
Good luck. Coming in again. That's Brian Blauman, also known as RCB929, one of the fastest drivers in the GTPlanet Sportscar Series.
And I am going to have to say, this is my long-awaited moment for the last probably 24 hours. I am going to say goodbye, and I'm going to go get some sleep. David Griffin is here to replace me finally, and hallelujah, I made it.
Yeah, it's been awesome having you.
Thank you guys so much for allowing me to do this again. I'm so sorry I've been out of it for like the last hour and a half, probably. But I've been just trying my best to stay into it as best as I can. So thank you guys for having me, and really hope to do it again. Hopefully with a little bit more sleep next time.
Not a problem.
Right.
We'll no doubt see you again.
Thank you guys. I will talk to y'all later. Have a good rest of the race. Bye.
Alrighty, it looks like we have a battle on the screen here. Who's in the Venator car?
So we've got Cross 24 in the BMW and an unknown driver in the local number 77. But yeah, great little scrap going on here between the two GTD cars.
Yeah, Cross is no joke when he gets on the track, so I wouldn't be surprised if he overtakes him sometime soon. He is a monster in the car.
Aura Racing Team make a scheduled pit stop. KTZ brings the BMW into the pits for some fresh fuel. TWR are also in the pits after 28 laps of running.
That kind of seems a little early there. 30 laps or 28 laps, isn't it?
28 laps for team-wise is a bit early for them. They were running over 30, 32, 33 lap stints earlier in the race. KTZ,
Nice.
that's pretty spot on for Aura Racing Team, 31 laps. Here's the
So I-
64 leading GTD.
I see there's about a 3-lap gap between 5th through 7th overall here. All pretty close.
Yeah, it's getting pretty tight as e-Scuderia continue to pull their way back through the order.
Oh, that's right. They gotten disconnected, so they're trying to regain some laps. I forgot about that. It's been 4 hours. I've got to reconnect with everything.
You can see DZ Motorsports as well in the also recovering GTLM Chevy Corvette going round the outside of the WRS North America Mercedes.
Yeah, trying to get a lap back from those guys. Tell you what, WRS has put up a good showing this weekend. I've been proud of those guys this weekend to show the speed that they've shown up with.
Scheduled, yes, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Scheduled pit stop for Logic Line and the Storage Trunks SRT Racing Team.
Looks like a driver change.
Yeah, driver change as well after 82 laps for Logic Line out there. Still not past the 4 hours to go mark, so they will need to make another driver change. Danny Boy is also in for the Inferno Racing Team. First pit stop in his stint, 29 laps completed by Danny, and a very, very solid opening part to his stint. Good work there by Danny Boy in the Inferno team. Guitar Rich getting into the Storage Trunks SRT car.
Just a reminder to anyone in the YouTube chat, if you've got any questions for us, feel free to shoot them over, and we'll try to answer them as best as possible. So you missed the whole, what was his name? The trapdoor guy last night.
I believe I did, yes. I don't think I've seen what happened.
Well, he just, I guess he's had many reports that he's just been causing havoc to everyone, especially the guys on board here with WRS. They've had about 4 or 5 complaints with him, and he's also received 2 reckless driving warnings. So apparently he didn't have his good stints. He kept wrecking a lot. And so that's been kind of entertaining to watch.
Yeah, just trying to remind myself. Has Trapdoor had previous experience?
He's a rookie, and he drives for Swift Autosport right now. So he's been having problems in that vet. That was confusing earlier tonight too. We have Swift Autosport number 9 driving for Tarmac Overdose.
Yeah, in fact we've still kind of got that, because when you go onto House Gaming in the lobby, it still says Swift Autosport 9. But by the by, I think we've got ourselves around it now. Yeah,
it was just confusing when somebody was talking about him. You would think it was the team we were talking about. So that was kind of interesting. Man, it's nice to see the daylight on the track and the sun out shining here.
Yeah, and the weather's still good for us here at Daytona, which will be appreciated by all the drivers.
Looks like we have notes that the leader has just lapped second place again. That is not a surprise. These guys are on rails. Team Midway Motorsports, or Midweek Motorsports,
who have pretty much led the whole race.
Yes, they have led the whole race. That's something that, yeah, they're getting ready to lap them. I'm sorry, that's my mistake. They haven't lapped them yet. Do we know who's in Team Midweek Motorsports right now?
Still Pfeffer at the wheel. He's completed 94 laps in this stint, so I think there's a couple of teams actually as Philo pits. I was just about to say, I think we've got a few teams running strategies of trying to get a last driver in to do the full 4 hours. Tina Philo, as I say, is in, having completed 20 laps of that last stint. Pfeffer 702, 94 laps due a driver change. e-Scuderia GTMX are definitely do a driver change on 120 laps done so far by
It
Jelly.
looks like Venator has caught back up with lightning speed here and is looking to make an overtake here in the draft. We'll see what happens coming up to the bus stop.
It's a brave place to try and overtake.
Yeah, I think he's going to have the straight line speed to get it done. Yeah, he was able to make that happen. That's good. Good clean pass for Venator Racing there.
No driver
He
change.
touched the wall. I don't think there's any damage though.
No driver change for TNR Philo and Easy Motorsport. So you could probably guess that Philo's going to do another 20 laps and then maybe hand the car over.
Yeah, he's probably just trying to keep it safe from exceeding driver limits for the other driver. Looks like the sun glare is right in their eyes coming into turn 1 there. At least on my screen it was. So I've got to believe that it's going to be a little tough for those drivers.
Just to let you know, I think we can probably expect a pit stop from eScuderia any moment. 121 laps currently on the stint. Fairly low fuel, and they've generally been pitting, I think, around every 30 laps or so. They are now in the stage. We've passed through 4 hours to go, so teams can make their last driver changes now and take drivers through to the end of the race. So it'll be interesting to see what eScuderia do with this.
Do we have any new best lap times of the races yet, or are they still set by 5 Zygon?
Not recently. Well, I haven't seen a fastest lap or faster laps in the 1 minute 40.541 that 5 Zygon set earlier, very early in the race. In fact, it was in the, I think, about the second or third hour of the race. 5 Zygon took the car over from Stig's TC. The only time they've not been in the lead of this race.
Yeah, he had a 40.6 when I was in the overnight stint. That's the closest that I've seen to that time.
Haas Gaming brings the number 60 into the pits, 23 laps completed on the last stint.
Back on board here with Venator Racing. I got to tell you, these guys have come from the bottom of the pit, and they are slowly working their way up to 5th place on this running order. That's got to be a great job for this team to recover from that disconnect.
Absolutely, they've done a very, very good job. I think it was Sprintar 64 who had the early connection issues. Haas Gaming getting out of the tarmac overdose racing Nissan GTR. So this might be our first team that's going for the long last 4-hour stint. And Burner the Legend is getting in.
This should be a good run. Burner the Legend's been known to do pretty well on these big tracks like this, in these street cars.
So there you go.
Looks like we might have a scrap coming up. Oh wait, that's a DP car, never mind. Thought we had a GT car coming up behind this Ford.
So eScuderia still lapping on their very, very long stints. 122 laps now done by Jay Jelly in that number 2 car. Lightning Speed Motorsport still running very well as well, second in GTD. Blue flag out for Lightning Speed Motorsport. I'll have to wait and see whether Jay Jelly makes a pit stop this time round. No, I can't see the pit crew out in the pit lane. I think they're going to go around at least one more time. Definitely trying to make the last stint as comfortable for the driver coming in to the Mexican car as comfortable as possible. Burner the Legend now back out on track for tarmac overdose.
All right, that was a pretty quick driver exchange. That was a great work for those guys. If anybody has any questions in the YouTube chat, feel free to type them down. We're going to be here for another 4 hours, so love to have some questions from you. Thanks. Thanks for sticking with us. We've got a solid group watching us.
TNR continues to set some good sectors, but has had to deal with traffic. That's pretty much the only thing that's stopping him maybe getting into the 1 minute 40s at the moment. Well, saying that, he's got a clear bit of track now. There's a huge gaggle of cars down the back straight and going through the bus stop. 6 cars around the back of the circuit at the moment. Here is one of them, I believe, the 77. It's at the back of this train of cars. I think I can count 6 cars at the moment between the tri-oval and the number 77. Here's Jay Jelly then. When is this car going to come in? They're going to come in now. This is the big change then. This is eScuderia and their roll of the dice. And I suspect they're trying to get their overall position with this strategy. They improved their overall position by just doing 1 driver change between now and the end of the race. Really good last stint there. 32 laps by Jay Jelly on that set of tyres. They're comfortably within the 4-hour mark, so they can change the driver, they can put the new driver in, and they can leave them to the end of the race. Garage and setup change for Burner the Legend.
Uh-oh, that's going to be time lost. Not good for those guys. He must have gotten the wrong car. That would seem to be my reasoning for having to do a garage adjustment so quickly.
So the expected driver change for GTMX happens. Jay Jelly out of the car. 123 laps completed by Jay Jelly in that stint. He's been one of the stars of this race. Led early on in the early couple of hours as the 3 DP cars traded the lead. Since then, we've seen issues for eScuderia. We've seen minor issues as well for Teamwise Racing. And in the meanwhile, Midweek Motorsport have just continued to lap like a metronome, just keep putting the fast laps in, and that's why they lead this race about 7 or 8 laps at this stage. Hecto1 getting into eScuderia GTMX's car, and we would expect to go to the end of the race.
Have a question from YouTube asking, how many laps is the 4 car behind the 60 car? Well, according to our last update, it should be 9 laps. The 60 car had completed 470 laps, and the 4 car has completed 461 laps, according to our last update. So about 9 laps.
It's probably longer as well, because since then we've seen problems for Z-Play 24 with a big crash coming through the bus stop. So not looking too good, unfortunately, for Swift Autosport. TNR Philo news. We've been keeping track of his lap times. Latest lap time, a 1:45. Still can't get into those 45s. A 1 minute 45.019. 200ths of a second from breaking the 45-second barrier. And that's not even his fastest lap. His fastest lap is actually a 45.007.
That's got to be frustrating, knowing you're that close. The feeling of jumping down into that next second bracket is so good when you were able to get it down. Then you feel like you're doing something for your team.
So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll also keep an eye on Hecto1 and his lap times now for eScuderia.
We have Seth Hill is asking for a quick recap. He just joined the race fairly late.
Oh, blimey. I haven't been here throughout the whole thing. The DP story is pretty much as we said. Midweek Motorsport, faultless apart from 1 enforced driver change early in the race. TWR have had a couple of issues, but have still run a very, very consistent pace and have saved their tyres really well throughout the race. eScuderia have had connection issues, that's why you see them down in 7th place at the moment. GTLM, pretty much everyone's had some form of issues. Early in the race, when I was around for the first 6 hours, we saw a great battle between Inferno and Venator. Oh, sorry, that's wrong. Inferno and DZ Motorsport both had issues though, lost a few laps, and since then we've seen more issues for DZ Motorsports that's put them further behind. Inferno Racing now comfortably in the lead in GTLM. GTD has been a really good battle throughout. Early lead is the car that you're on screen with now, the number 60. But they've hit issues as they go round the outside of the 65 into the bus stop. That's a fantastic move by Burner the Legend. So he led the race in GTD early on, but then hit trouble as they cycled through the drivers. That left the ever impressive WRS North America team in their first race in the Mercedes after switching from the Audi that they ran in 2015. They've led the class from Lightning Speed Motorsports, who have continued to impress as well and hold a very, very nice second place in class at the moment. Disasters in the race, well, you've got to look to Swift Autosport and the number 4. They've had a whole plethora of issues, connection issues, crash issues, wayward drivers and driver standard issues. A real horrible day for them, but they are still running, they are still going, so don't count them out for getting a couple of positions between now and the end of the race. We've also had 2 red flags, I should mention that as well.
In the overnight, we had a great battle between Inferno and DZ Motorsports. They swapped the lead a few times, even with their crashes. So it was definitely exciting to watch the overnight stint with the GTLM class swapping position for first place. Escuderia has also had a few wrecks that has hurt them and disconnects, and now we're watching them climb back through the overall ranking. So that's been another interesting car to watch through the field, and do they have enough time to gain more positions throughout this race? We'll just have to watch and see. Looks like 2XRCP90 is asking what happened to the Z4 speed. Is it unlocked with a key? He was pretty fast in the overnight, and they're wondering where their speed went.
So the Z4 of Aura Racing team currently with KTZ at the wheel. It's a good question because KTZ seemed pretty quick not that long ago, but yeah, the pace seems to have gone out of that BMW Z4. Maybe as the temperatures have gone back up, I'm not sure. But good question, yeah. Bit of a frustration there for Aura Racing team.
Yeah, they had a good overnight stint. I was watching them. I had remembered earlier in the race, one of the comms guys was talking about how it was always getting overtaken, and then I actually watched it do some overtaking in the overnight stint. I think we had Pubs at the wheel and WTF Man, and they definitely brought pace to the car. It was nice to see.
Burner the Legend getting back on the pace, as actually talking about KTZ in the pits. And that's a bit early. That is an early pit stop for them. They've only done 10 laps on this set of tyres. I'm just going to have a look, and no, there's no damage. Full fuel. Wonder if this is going to be a driver change. No, KTZ back out and underway. So not quite sure what that was about. Maybe someone in the chat can help me and tell me if there was damage to that KTZ or a racing team car. Burner the Legend into the low 46s early in the stint in the 60 Nissan. And Guitar Rich doing some good lap times as well. 46.943 last time around in the Storage Trunks Mercedes.
Do we know if the second red flag resumed at 10:30 UTC time? I think that's when I signed off.
That's I wouldn't know personally because I only joined watching the stream again at about 12 o'clock UTC.
I believe they were on their pace lap at 4:30 my time, which makes it 10:30 UTC. So I believe around the 10:29 mark in UTC, somewhere around there.
Sounds good. Sounds good to me. Just looking here at the leading GTD car, WRS North America, who I think had at times a bit of a trying season last year in GT3 when they were up against the pro teams in the Audi. They enjoyed their time in that class, but they're really, really enjoying this Mercedes. We spoke to GTP Bambi in the opening quarter of the race, and he was saying how all the team members are really, really suited to this Mercedes, and it's showing today. They've had an absolutely fantastic race up to this point.
Yeah, he came in for an interview before I signed off earlier, and they were talking about it again, just how they just keep praising this car, and it's nice to see them in a car where they can get their speed.
Pit stop for Lightning Speed into the pits after 29 laps, so that's a scheduled pit stop. Generally, we've seen that Ford do about 29-30 laps before it needs new boots on it. Still second in the class and fourth overall. Really good performance from Lightning Speed Motorsport today.
Do we have any close battles going on track anywhere?
KTZ is up behind a bit of traffic. Hecto 1 is pulling away, actually, and it's Philo who's ahead of him. So, Philo and Hecto are pretty close together at the moment. Burner the Legend still continuing to set fast lap times, so 45.875 now. Danny Boy's just set a 44.992.
Danny boy, oh Danny boy.
So that's Inferno Racing's driver. My goodness, that is really good pace at this stage of the race.
Yeah, he's a silver driver as well, so good lap times for him. Looking to upgrade his driver rating sometime this season. Yeah, we spoke with I believe it was Danny earlier for Inferno. No, I'm sorry. We spoke with somebody from DZ Motorsports. Fisher's who we talked to. Never mind. I got confused with those two teams sometimes.
And looks like we've got a new update, so we'll just
You are
get
correct.
this on screen. So let me just pull this across and we can give you the running order after 20 hours of the second annual GTPlanet 24 Hours of Daytona. 4 hours to go then. Here is your latest rundown of the order. First place, still the Team Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective with 551 laps on the board in their Mazda LM55. Second place, Team Weiss Racing in their Mazda LM55, 543 laps completed at the 20-hour mark. Third and leading, GTD, WRS North America, the Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG, the white-coloured car, 537 laps completed. And up to fourth now, and still leading GTLM, Inferno Racing, and their BMW M3 E92, 529 laps on the board for them. Fifth place, Venator Racing, second in GTD, so that's a move up the order for the BMW M6, 528 laps completed by them now. E-Scuderia are now up to sixth place, still third in DP, 527 laps for them, so they could still take fourth, with the pace of that car. Seventh and third in GTD, dropped to third in GTD, the Ford GTLM Spec 2 of Lightning Speed Motorsport, 526 laps completed by them as the leader pits. Eighth, DZ Motorsports, second in GTLM, 518 laps for that team in the Chevy Corvette. Then it's Aura Racing Team in the BMW Z4 GTE, third in GTLM, ninth overall, 512 laps. Storage Trunks have passed through 500 laps. They sit in 10th place in the overall standings and fourth in GTD in Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG GT3. 11th are Tarmac Overdose Racing. You can see him on screen now as Pfeffer's out of the car, I can tell you. The GTD Nissan GTR Nismo has set 496 laps, and last but not least, Swift Autosport, 483 laps in the Chevy Corvette. Right, whilst that was all going on, we've had the move to change the leading car's driver, Pfeffer, out of the car and 5 Zygon in So this is what we would expect. 5 Zygon going for it and going for the closeout drive to take them through to the checkered flag. They've put their fastest driver in. I think I also saw something about pubs there. Just give me a second.
We have Aura Racing Team made a driver change. KTZ out of the car and Pubs into the car.
So KTZ out. I'm just looking for pubs on my tracker so I can...
He's on Aura. Aura Racing Team, number 51. So this new update is interesting. We have the number 65 moving up here, climbing back through the ladder. But we also have Venator Racing is just 1 lap out of 4th place, making that move from last place earlier today. And then we've got a Scuderia 1 lap behind those guys. So those 3 positions could possibly change within this next 3.5 hours of racing. So we got to keep an eye on that. That's going to be interesting to see if a Scuderia has time to gain those 2 laps back and hop up into 4th place.
Well, I think the crucial thing for them at this point of the race is, as we mentioned before, they don't have to make a driver change. They can just keep topping up the fuel and changing the tyres. Whereas, just going to check and confirm for myself, the 79, yeah, they've got to do at least 1 driver change between now and the end of the race. The 63, they've got to change their driver as well before now and the end of the race, and that's probably going to lose them, what, a lap compared to Scuderia?
Maybe so. It takes somewhere around the 90-second mark to do a driver change if you do it good enough. So I'm guessing that would probably lose a lap. I'm not for sure. 140 is the lap times here. So yeah, it would be close, depending on where they're at in the track to Scuderia.
So we'll keep an eye on that. Here's the 77, now 3rd in GTD. So this battle for pretty much 3rd, well, maybe 3rd are safe now, but 4th through to 7th is very, very close at this stage of the race.
Yeah, they're about a lap from each other. That's pretty amazing after all this time that these guys are within 2 to 3 laps from each other. Even through to 8th place, he's only, 4 laps down.
GTP Oz for WS North America is in the pits. I think they're very much taking it steady. 26 laps since their last pit stop, which is, compared to what Oz was doing earlier, to kind of 22 lap stints, they're taking it nice and steady and getting this car to the end of the race, which is a very good tactic if you ask me. No need to push the car hard. They are going to need to change driver though. They are one of the 8 teams still need to make at least 1 driver change between now and the end of the race.
Looks like we might have a available interviewee, Adrian, Sticks TC. So maybe if we can get him in the room in the next few minutes, we could see what's going on with his team.
Absolutely, get him in here.
I think they've been doing pretty well through this race.
Well, yeah, it's the only problem that they've had is with Adrian's internet going a bit wobbly in 50 laps into the race. But apart from that, they've had a faultless run, and that's why they are leading the race at this stage. Really good work again from that team, who continue to impress in this car. Of course, they won the LMP3 championship last year in the same car, so they know it very, very well. Here's your leader in GTLM, the number 79 car of Inferno Racing. Danny Boy at the wheel of it. 5 Zykons just shot up to the top of my screen with a 42.416 as his first flying lap out on track. Not his fastest in the race, of course. That's still a 1 minute 40.541 that he set early in the race. Hub's getting up to speed as well for Aura Racing Team. A 49.279. his first flying lap. As Z plays into the pits for Swift Autosport.
Looks like these Inferno guys, somewhere in the middle of the night, have just taken this car and put it on rails because they've had hardly any incidents in the past 5 hours. And they've kind of run away with this first place in class so far.
Yeah, they've pulled through. They had a clash with Team Wise Racing in the first, I think it was after about 4 hours, because it was when I was still on commentary for first time around. But I gather since then, no problems at all. Everybody else has hit problems. And yeah, it's been really, really good for them to potentially get their first win of the year.
Yeah. It's I remember last year, the first few races, Infernal Racing didn't have all the luck in the world. They had some mishaps in the rain with the Delta Wing here, and that they were leading that race for a number of hours, I remember. So it's about time they start having luck fall their way.
TNR5 Zygon continuing to get up to speed of 41.2 last time around. Can he break that race record of 40.5? 1 minute 40.5, I should say. Or will they just take it steady and look more for that record later in the race? Still expecting a pit stop from TNR Philo as well. He's the driver that's been out there the longest at the moment, 122 laps in this stint by TNR Philo, and putting DZ Motorsport in a position where he can just hand the car over to the next driver and go with it to the end of the race.
All right, looks like Adrian has been added to the chat, so just waiting for him to join the call, and we should be ready for him.
Still on board here with the leaders in... Oh, no, we're going to switch to somebody else. There we go, on to the GTLM leaders with Storage Trunks SRT ahead of us, the 65. Guitar Rich at the wheel of that pink Mercedes. They're a team that also still have to make a driver change between now and the end of the race. Danny Boy chasing him down at the moment.
Looks like he might be able to get in his slipstream once he hits the turn 7 here. Maybe get him before he hits the bus stop. We'll see how much straight line this M3 has compared to this Mercedes. I've been told the Mercedes has some good top speed here, so we'll see what happens.
It's going to be interesting to see, can the 79 go around the outside? They're side by side, late on the brakes. Brilliant job
he's
there
gonna
by
make
Danny
it.
Boy. Round the outside, beautiful move.
All right.
And takes that track position.
It looks like we have Adrian Poy with us on the call. How are you doing, Adrian?
Good evening, gentlemen. I am somehow still awake.
Ain't we all?
Yeah, a bit of an early start for me. Lovely 4:30 in the morning get up to get in the car for that first stint, which was a bit shorter than hoped.
So we talked to Andrew Harvey earlier in the race about that. What from your position, what was going on there on lap 50 when you had to make that enforced driver change?
Well, I had originally anticipated that the lag wouldn't be a bit of an issue until a bit earlier on, but I guess a bit more children than expected got up to watch morning cartoons and turned on their iPhones and just lagged me out there. I think I was following Chris in the SRT car and Evo in the BMW on screen, actually both the two cars on screen, and I was going around the outside of them, and from my point of view, actually, Chris picked me up and grabbed me in the rear corner, but it was clearly not him doing it. I felt it must have been lag that generated it. Apparently on the stream, I just spun all by myself, so I'm surprised by that one, but must have been just general two-way lag, caught me, spun me, and then I got LHM'd. and had to ask AJ to let me un-LHM on the empty track so I could get back faster.
So going on from that, you had pretty much a half a lap lead over TWR and a full lap over eScuderia. That lost you 2 laps. 5Zygon then in the car and pulled it back.
It should have only lost us a lap because the driver changed about 2 minutes, which means we would have been on the same lap, about 1:20, a bit slower than that, because of course I lost time with the LHM section. So I think we were on the same lap when that happened, and then Zygon spent the next hour and a half bringing us back onto the lead lap. So bring back onto the lead, I apologise. And I think about the third hour we were back in the lead of that race after leading quite happily for the first 90 minutes. Having seen some of the track limits going on throughout the rest of the race, I'm a bit disappointed actually that I didn't use it a bit more. I was doing the extra super safe, don't crash, consistent line, just make sure we didn't get any penalties, didn't have any damage. Yeah.
Sorry to just cut across you, Adrian. Penalty for the number 2. This is eScuderia GTMX. They've received 6 warnings, so they're going to have to box and hold this lap. Cross 24 is also in, and I also think TNL5 Zygon might be about to set a very, very fast lap indeed. But we'll come back to that. So kind of from then on, there's not really been any issues for MWM throughout the whole race. How have there been any secret ones that we've not picked up on?
There've been a couple of small driver errors, like Chris forgetting about turn 4 a couple hours ago there. But we had a disconnect on a driver change, so we're not sure how that one's going to play out. As TNO Rebellion came in to end his stint, typed DC, was cruising down pit lane and disconnected. So we lost a bit of time there, and we're not sure if we're going to get lap compensation for that one because we brought him back in, made sure he got a stint pick, but we're not sure if we accidentally violated the 6-minute return rule with that one, so we're not quite sure how that's going to pan out. And I think I'm seeing Danny going very slowly in the M3.
Yes, you are. Not quite sure what's going on there. I'll just have a little look and see if... Where's my controller gone? I'll have a see. And he's left the room. Disconnection. Oh my goodness me. This could be big for GTLM. The GTLM leader has disconnected.
Well, that's 3 laps straight back to DZ, but I think their lead was 11 at the last update, so that's only 8 to go. I was going to say, as much as the lead looks very big for us, TWR have had a couple of sneaky disconnects in there, so it's cost them a couple of laps. And I think they'll get a couple of laps back post-race with lap compensation. Same with GTMX. They had a horror run with JMML, really struggling in the middle section there, so they'll get a fair few laps back on lap compensation, I suspect. So as much as the race looks very sewn up at this point, I don't think it'll be over until about Thursday next week.
We have a... Yeah, Scuderia just cannot get rid of these bad calls for themselves. Using the start button to save them.
So yeah,
this is going to hurt them climbing up through the... This is going to hurt them climbing up through the ranks.
Oh no, that's no good. So that'll be... Well, I don't know what that penalty's worth actually. That's one I haven't actually seen enforced.
I think what happened is they didn't. I didn't see a go, because normally when a car comes into the pitch for the penalty, they hold and they go when AJ tells them to. I did not see that go be given. I think they just set off on their own accord. Don't quote me on that, but I'm guessing that's what that's for. Hector coming in again
is to make them come in again and serve the full penalty, so they give themselves an extra 40 seconds by doing effectively a drive-through.
If I read correctly, it was for hitting the start button was why they were having to box.
Okay.
So maybe like he was about to wreck and he hit the start button or something to control.
No, it's saying you've got to press the start button to hold the car in the box.
Someone warning earlier for not saying LHM when you push the start button. So we've got
we just had a spin out. I believe that looked like Inferno Racing.
Yep.
That was the Z4.
Yeah, the Z4.
The Z4. Okay,
yeah, so overall, fantastic drive by Pfeffer and Zeigen to put us back on the lead lap and start building that huge lead. Big thanks to Glenn Alls for joining us on somewhat late notice, and helping us out from the Reaper squad, because we're having some big driver lineup problems trying to fill 10 people with only 4 recognised drivers for the Mythic Motorsport Races Collective. So, and Rebellion doing the overnight stint on the American time zone. So pretty much everyone has put in their big effort of the race, so that the whole team effort, because we can always get bogged down talking about how these certain drivers have affected the race. The reality is everyone here has contributed significantly. I was hosting the Skype call for our team for the last 16 hours, and I've been race engineering everything in the background, doing all fuel calcs and all the stints, and then when we have an extra problem, got to work out the new stint strategy, getting it through, and then change the driver lineup. So everyone's just done their bit. It's been a really big team effort. Bit disappointed to have lost those laps with the disconnect, but if we can get to Thursday and still be in the same position, I'll be very happy.
Looks like we just have Inferno rejoining the room, so I don't believe they're on track yet, but this could be a position change for them. Venator Racing was only 1 lap behind those guys, so I'm curious to see where they're going to be on the track when Inferno rejoins.
I think it's pretty much certain with the amount of time that Inferno have been away, Venator will have taken that position, and potentially even with their issues, Escuderia have potentially taken them as well.
A disconnect costs you at least 2 laps with the recovery time that you're forced to endure, and then if it was a longer stint, you're losing 10% a lap. That's 10 seconds a lap. So if you've done 14 laps, you lose another lap on top of that. So those disconnects can be pretty big, but with the hourly updates, they just disappear completely. So you always get backfilled on time. So the hourly updates always look very bad, and then when the final results come back with the times filled in, it always comes back to you a little bit, not as much as you'd like.
Yeah. We've always had to rely on the final stint photos to get the results in. When you think you're 10 laps back, you might only be 3 laps back or 4 laps back. So
it's never over until it's over. So as much as you can talk about, it's going to be great, we just got to do this to the end and win, it's not over. You can have a late disconnect. Someone who you haven't really thought about actually has lots of lap compensation from something that happened back in the 3rd hour of the race, for example. So it's one of those things where you can never be certain of the result. I'm noticing that Inferno are running Danny instead of an RCB or an Evo. I would have thought they would have run RCB and Evo to the end of the race. So I'm a little bit surprised what's going on there. So they might be doing something to do with driver stint limits or something to fix that.
RCB's done for the day. He's
okay.
He's not going to be coming back out again. Danny was out on track when they had the disconnection. I can tell you he's done 20 laps since his last pit stop. 49 in his total time out there. They are going to need to do at least one more driver change though, because he's not going to be able to do he's not going to be able to do more than 4 hours in the last 6. So you probably imagine they will put Evolution back in that car.
And another kick in the pants for those guys. They've just got a track limit warning at the bus stop, and that is their 5th warning for the race, and they'll have a 30-second stop and hold penalty. So going from bad to worse there, and just up with RCB and saying we just wanted to keep it going, to keep the lead in class. It's getting a little bit tense.
Yeah, Escuderia have also just come in as well. That's an unscheduled pit stop.
The 2 SLSs just run into each other. Bus stop, WRS into the SRT car.
I need to refresh my feed because I'm like 3 seconds behind what you just saw.
Yeah.
He looked like their braking points were a little different going into there. One must have had older tires.
Yeah, I'm watching on the YouTube stream, and the WRS car, I think he just backs out, and then, it looks like the SRT car brakes very early by comparison. So I know there's a thing on coming down into the bus stop where you sit on the left side of the road and you can't spot your braking marker, and you brake and you just hope it's the right place. So potentially just not getting it right there.
Well, Guitar Rich for not for Logic Line, that was the previous driver. Guitar Rich for Storage Trunks is in. I can't see any damage on the number 65 car, and there's no damage on the 64 either. Maybe just a precautionary track for Storage Trunks. New set of tyres.
I can go through there a bit quicker and start doing crazy 40-second lap times. So
He's got a load of green sectors at the moment, so he might be about to do one of those crazy 40-second
I expect after the pit
laps.
stop, he'll wake up and realise, ooh, there's grip. I like grip. This is a bit more fun. But yeah, we'll see.
TNR doesn't know any.
Yeah.
TNR doesn't know anything but full throttle, so I doubt he's going to go slow.
That's pretty accurate.
I would assume that he's going to try for a track record before his stint's over.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many warnings we have overall, but I'd really not like to pick up a very late penalty, so that would be very nice if you just, keep it between the lines and stay safe. In the wage age, the team motto is stay safe, don't crash. At the end of the day, every extra pit stop is 40 seconds. If you have any damage, that costs you another 5 or 6, and LHM is 2 laps gone. So, I mean, we our strategy to be 45 minutes instead of 48. It costs us 2 pit stops over the length of the race, but we spend less time on 7s on the front tyres, and that's where we're doing all our lockups and all our big scary moments throughout testing. So we thought, let's stay away from that. Let's just keep the car in its window where it's operating, it's nice and safe. So we're just making sure that the car is optimal, the drivers are optimal. It's it's 24-hour race. Anything can happen. We've seen crazy disconnect, we've seen red flags, we've seen all sorts of shenanigans going on today.
Unscheduled pit stop here for ZPlay 24 and Swift Autosporter. They had a spin in the bus stop and they're going to pit for some new tyres. And Tino Filo's in, and at long last, finally, Tino Filo says, yep, that's me done for the day, chaps. 130 laps later, after the last driver change, DZ Motorsport bring Tino Filo in. Fortunately, he did not break into the 44s at any point. So 45.019, the fastest lap time he had during that stint. 45.007, his fastest in the race. But at long last, what a mammoth stint. 130 laps by Tino Filo. Push the DZ getting in that car now to take it to the finish.
I think he's gone long.
Yeah, he's had a couple of good race weekends, Philo has. Fast laps, clean track.
If I remember correctly, they had Z 1993 in the car at the restart, but only a couple of laps after the restart did Philo jump in, and that restart was 4 hours and 13 minutes ago was when the formation lap started. So they might be very, very close to the 4 hour margin. I think they've played that a little bit too close. I feel like DZ should have been getting out of the car about 4 or 5 minutes ago just to make sure. But we'll see. AJ will probably find out that one later on, or the guys at DZ will look at the stint pics and then suddenly be shouting and screaming at each other.
We've got a word of a slow car in Sector 4. I'm just trying to find who that car is.
I saw the green BMW looking very slow and wheel spinny in a previous shot.
Cross 24 in trouble. Engine damage for Cross 24 and Venator Racing.
Called it.
That is not good. Not good for those guys. They've had a good comeback, and now to have this problem this late in the race.
Oh, big spin, a big hit for Aura Racing Team down in turn 1.
What happened there?
I think he just got crossed up and maybe locked the rears up.
Yeah, I think it oversteered, he touched the grass, and then that made everything worse. Tough of the replay, yeah, oversteered, got on the grass, it just killed him. That's a huge moment.
Hub 16 in the car at the moment. Excuse me,
it's never over until it's over.
Pit lane at the moment. There's all sorts going on. Burner the Legends in.
Jeez.
I think that's for a scheduled pit stop though. Nothing to worry there. And yeah, apologies. Just updating things. 14 laps done by Pubs at the moment on this set of tyres. I'm just going to have a look and see if that car's got damage. Yes, it has. Big damage. Big engine damage for UNC 16 and the Aura Racing Team. And what is going on in the middle of the pack? All these cars that we said, keep an eye out on these because they're all very close between now and the end of the race. it's all gone wrong. I think for each and every one of them.
Yeah, I haven't seen many problems out of the 77, but yes, the other ones have had a lot of mistakes going on right now. I wonder if there's oil on the track.
I think it's just that there's 3 hours to go. We're into our final drivers, and if there's a position that you want to try and get to, now's the time to go for it. There's no longer, oh, we'll just wait for them to crash. You've got to make your move now. Like, now is the time to push. It is literally now or never. So I think guys are just pushing too hard, trying to make up positions. Like you were saying that the Venator car should have been ahead of the Inferno car after that last disconnect. So I think they might have almost just given that one back with that slow car technique. So I think it's just guys pushing really hard towards the end of this race, trying to get every last position out of it.
Still fairly decent pace for Pub 16. He's been able to get the car back to the pits now without having to go into a limp home mode. So that's in some way a good effort there from Pubs. 14 laps right in the middle of a stint really, as TWR bring their car to the pits. And just look out for this one. This might be a driver change coming.
We're back to a full green flag.
Trying to think who they would change to. I think Seb was their quickest driver earlier on today.
Yeah, I've not seen Seb for a while whilst I've been back on the air since 12 o'clock.
Looks like Venator's finally making it into the pits. And we've got our Tarmac Overdose following them into the pits.
That's an unscheduled pit stop. They've only been out for one lap.
You think they got into each other?
No, I'm just wondering if that's Tarmac Overdose playing around with settings again. I'd be interested to see if they go in the garage again. Couldn't see any damage. It's a quick stop as well.
Do we know where Inferno Racing is on the map compared to Venator? See maybe if they're close to...
Yes. Danny Boy is just coming onto the back stretch now.
So Venator might have gotten a little lucky on this one if they were that far ahead. But they might be on the same lap, so we might have to keep an eye on that.
Here's the 77, which may well be back up to second place now in GTD. Fell to third at the last update on the provisional scoring, but they've not had any issues since, whilst others around them have fallen off the road and had disconnections and all kinds of business.
You might actually be right there. If Inferno did have a long stint on that disconnect, they will have lost 3 laps, and that would put the Lightning Speed Motorsport guys right on the same. So that's a very good spot, Andy.
Danny Boy getting back up to speed now of 45.778 his last time, and I have to say, really impressed with Danny Boy. It's such a shame he had that disconnection because he was running really quickly.
Absolutely flying, and then he got that track limit warning at the bus stop, so I think he might be just backing off through there this time after the penalty and just playing safe now. But man, 8 tenths is a lot of time, because you said he had a 44.9 before, which is a fantastic lap.
Yeah, that's probably one of the fastest GT lap times of the race, I would have to say.
Yeah, the fastest still has the honour of going to TRL Evolution. I'm just going to remind myself, yes, a 1 minute 44.389 I currently have as the fastest GT lap, which is also faster than any GT machinery that we saw here last year. That is a new GT race lap record for the GTPlanet Sportscar Series.
Isn't that quicker than anyone went in qualifying for GT?
That is a very good question. Yes, it was. The pole lap time in GTLM, TNR Filer with 144.747.
Wow. So after discussions about balanced performance, Evo appears to have dug deep into his bag of tricks and made that car just even better. I mean, imagine if he qualified on that now with the setup he's got going on it.
Yeah, probably knock a second off of that time.
Well, maybe less. It may not have been full fuel. because a second is generally full fuel max fuel, so it's probably something like half second, 7 tenths maybe.
Yeah.
Because I think the GTs are wearing their tyres faster than they're wearing their fuel, or at least, yeah, the M3 would. The Vet may not, because that thing just removes fuel from itself very quickly. Points over in a direction that just empties the fuel tank. It tells you to get some more.
Still on board here with the 77. Again, not quite sure who's at the wheel of this car at the moment. The single local team that we have out there on track.
I was going to make the joke that it's probably Midnight Rider, but of course, local team jokes. What kind of lap times are they doing, actually? It's a very, very interesting question.
At the moment, mid 1 minute 47s. Last time around, 147.723. So one of the teams just keeping it nice and steady at the moment. New fastest lap. Fastest lap 4 in terms of personal best for Bernard the Legend, Tarmac Overdose Racing, a 1 minute 45.342. That's the fastest lap by my reckoning that he's done in the whole race. That's quicker than anything he did in the opening stint of the race. So good work there from Tarmac Overdose. Not giving up on this one. Good to see.
Well, yeah, because the results just aren't certain until later in the week. You just got to go for every last lap. You have to push as hard as you can to the finish. If you give up now, you're giving up potentially anything and everything later on. So it doesn't make sense to give up because you don't know what's going to happen. It's endurance racing. Anything can happen. And even until the last lap, everything can happen. After the last lap, anything can happen even.
Yes, with a lot of post-race penalties possible. So yeah, anything can definitely happen. I know that some of these drivers, if they're anything like me in this last driving stint, they tend to be more relaxed because the race is getting close to end, and so they're able to relax and get their rhythm going, and sometimes that can cause fast laps.
And I think as well from my own experience, I've not done a 24-hour online race, but I've done 24-hour karting races. A big thing as you get to learn what's underneath you, learn the track more, is when you come in for your later stints, you don't have to have 10, 15 minutes trying to find your feet and where the track is. You know where it is straight away, so you can be straight on the pace that you had before and then use the rest of your stints to get quicker and quicker and quicker.
Absolutely. I mean, it doesn't matter how much testing you do. You get in that first lap, you're always just a little bit nervous. Is it going to feel the same way it did in testing? You're not quite sure if the room's 100% the same, or if traffic's going to balk you, and that takes you just a little bit of time to get into your rhythm. And you're always just going a little bit quicker as you sort of get comfortable in it. So as much as you can test, it doesn't matter if you're going to come in and race. Everything's just a little bit different. Nerves are a little bit higher, tension's up. It matters. It's not I've made a mistake, I'll just reset and get on with it. It's every lap matters. So yeah, you're very right in that respect.
We have a question from Rono Thomas. Any cars waiting for their final driver changes, or have we completed them?
Plenty of cars waiting for their final driver change. We'll run through. Yeah, it's pretty much half and half now. But Team-Wise Racing, Inferno Racing, Venator Racing, WRS North America, Lightning Speed Motorsports, Storage Trunks SRT, and Swift Autosports all need to do at least one more driver change between now and the end of the race.
So here's the question: when will they take them? Place your bets.
Well, start with Team-Wise. Jeremy's been out there for 63 laps now. So
it's about 2 hours.
They're probably going to run him up to... They're generally running about 28 to 30 laps on a stint. So he's still got a little while to go on this pit stop stint. Inferno Racing, I'd expect them to do it pretty soon. And Danny Boy has been back out since the disconnection for 10 laps. So once again, actually similarly, you can probably expect another 20 laps or so before they make that change. Venator, 64, so they've only recently been in the pits, but I'd say at the next pit stop, it would be likely to see them make a change. Oz, similar. Oz might be going a little bit longer here. He's done 44 laps so far, so he's midway through his second stint between pit stops of the overall driver stint. So you never know. We could see 3 pit stops for him. So he might be, if you think, halfway through his whole time out there. As he's coming into the pits right now. I didn't expect that to happen.
Plot twist.
Do we know how
driver
long?
changing? Well, he's shown me it there. Just as was expected him to go on much longer.
So-
There
so-
we go. Calls it in, driver change.
So Tom, don't bother with the lottery this week, mate.
So GTPR's in, and we'll hand the car over to. I don't think it'll be Bambi, because I think he said he wasn't going to be there at the end of the race. But then again, considering
Well, I
what's
did
happened.
just hear he'd got up from a 4-hour nap as the Venator car passes
Yeah,
the SRT
I
car in
think-
the middle of the bus stop.
I think Bambi said he might be coming in our interview, but I could be
Vipon.
wrong.
Vipon's getting in.
Do we know how many laps that the Venator car is on? They need a driver change like really, really soon.
That is info that I don't have. I don't think it's too. I think Cross 24. We've seen a change for Cross 24 getting in since I've been around. He's done 63 laps of his stint so far. So yeah, they're fine. They're fine on 4-hour limit time.
All right.
They'll still need to stop before the end of the race.
Oh yeah, they'll still need to stop because Cross got in before the 4-hour to go mark.
Correct. All right. I was going to say, I think Bambi might have been getting up as a reserve driver potentially in case Vipon had any problems. So you always got to have those reserve drivers ready to go in case of problems. I think we were lucky enough today to not have to use them, other than for my stint, but that was kind of expected to an extent. Anyway.
So Vipon getting in. 45 laps completed by GTP Oz.
That'll be 2 stints, 45 minutes each. So, yeah, it's about right. If I think, I'm trying to remember your commentary from the last 23 hours. So it's 21 hours.
Quite a short second stint though. 20 because Oz did 26 laps on the first set of tyres and then 19 on that set of tyres. But then again, WRS North America very, very comfortable at the moment in their position leading GTD. So maybe there's something going on that we just don't want to take a risk with and make that driver change and get those laps in before it's too late. Here's a little battle on track. The M6 up against the Nissan GTR. Look at the speed of that M6 and how it pulled up to the back of the GTR. Fantastic stuff. Oh, all out of shape though under the brakes. We've seen before that the GTR is good on the brakes. It's Bernard the Legend at the wheel of the 60 now, who will probably be taking the car to the end of the race. And still Cross 24 at the wheel of the BMW. Push the DZs down into the 44s.
Oh, that's good news for DZ and the DZ Inferno battle. I'm hoping to see that one close up, but I don't think it'll close up without any problems for Inferno. So it's a bit late in the evening into the race to sort of be trying to make back 6 or 7 laps, but you just keep pushing because you don't know what the other guy's going to do or have problems with. So I feel like Inferno probably got that one, but it's good to see DZ still pushing to the last lap. Hopefully no more black screen glitch as seen at Spa last year for him, and that cut off his push there. So potentially a bit of redemption for Danger Zone this week.
Guitar 3 Rich has just set his fastest lap of the race so far, 1:46.712 in the Storage Trunks SRT number 65. Good work being continued by that Mercedes team. I have been impressed with their team. New team into the series. They've ran last week at the London 12-hour as well. Really think they could go places once they get used to can't speak in English anymore.
Intricacies.
The intricacies, there you go, of the series.
Yeah,
Good to
I
see how
found
they progress.
the Midweek Motorsport guys originally in that first race we did all the way back in last year. The main concern was getting all the steep photos right, make sure the rigs are right, and they just weren't 100% focused on just driving. Oh,
That's not me.
rightio.
Apologies, guys. We've got a bit of a technical issue here. I think we're all back in the room then. Apologies for that, guys. I hope you can still hear us on the stream.
Have audio.
That was rather interesting. As I said, anything can happen.
Yeah, we've got two voices. Yes, we have.
My apologies for that, guys. Back here with the GTPlanet 24 Hours of Daytona. We have the tarmac overdose trying to creep up on the Venator Racing. I think we have Andrew back with us. No, we have Adrian back with us on the call. Welcome back, Adrian.
I think I'm back. Hello again.
Yeah, I think I caused that disaster. I got disconnected, and when I rejoined the call, it screwed us up.
We had a double call all the way across the sky. What does it mean? So intense. Anyway.
Looks like Tarmac Overdose is trying to give Venator a run for their money right now. And I don't know who is in the Tarmac Overdose car.
Was that not Burner?
Oh, yes, you're correct. I'm sorry.
And that would mean the Venator car has actually got past the Tarmac Overdose car, and Cross is now trying to run away from Burner, if I'm not mistaken. And I think only Andrew can correct me if I'm wrong on that one, because I think you were just away from the microphone for that little period.
Yeah, Andrew's still not showing up in the call yet. So we don't have Andrew right now. His Skype is having problems as well.
Sounds like a problem I have where every time the team tries to call me for a very important stint, I click accept call and then Skype freezes. And they have to recall me after it times out. So, middle of the straight. It's like, no, can't reach this one. I'm in the middle of the bus stop, guys. Too bad. Software issues, but we'll get him back in a minute. And you can have the top quality commentary back in the booth. As
we got a little battle on our hands. Burner the Legend is not giving up to Cross. He's not laying down.
Why would he? Oh, is the Venator car... Oh, never mind. I thought he had run wide. I'm actually using the YouTube stream, which is well behind. That is a mistake.
Yeah, it looks like he might be able to catch his slipstream here going on to turn 7, but the GTR on this game is not known for a straight line speed, so we'll see if he can try to do an overtake on the backstretch. Yeah, I don't think he's going to make it happen. He's not close enough. He closed in under braking there going into the bus stop. So maybe he'll be able to close in on this in turn 12 here. But Cross had good speed coming out of that bus stop. He really nailed those turns. So it looks like the gap's big enough to where I don't even think Burner's going to have the slipstream coming down the front stretch here. All right, I believe we have Andrew back on the
Hello.
call. Welcome back.
Someone threw a pipe bomb in my Skype.
I think it was me because I caused it to crash, I believe.
Not to worry, it's all fixed now. A little bit of news to tell you about. 5 Zygon has set the fastest lap for a good last few hours, a 1 minute 40.728, as you do. And
So it's just warming up.
yeah, it's just getting going. And we had an unscheduled pit stop for storage trunks that Guitar 3 Rich had to pit after 12 laps for a bit of damage on the front left-hand corner of the car. I don't know if we picked that up. But yep, that pretty much brings you up to date on what's going on.
We're continuing to follow the battle between the Storage Trunks Racing and the Venator racing teams, with X-Cross 24 in the Venator car and Burner the Legend in the Nissan GTR Storage Trunks car. As they
that's
are now
tarmac
coming up
overdose.
Oh, tarmac overdose. Sorry.
This is the closest he's been on the backstretch. So he's got a little bit of later braking. Oh, he Cross was able to gap him there for a second.
It looked like he ran wide on midway through the bus stop, so traded a bit of entry speed for not a great exit, and the GTR looks very close once again, coming off the NASCAR turn 3 to a final straight and the finish line.
The leader has been in for a pit stop, routine pit stop. 27 laps done on that set of tyres with that batch of fuel. Slightly short-filled as well. Not to the same extent Pfeffer was short-filling, but good work there from 5 Zygon and back out on track still in the lead.
Right in front of these guys too.
Yep. He's going to come out.
He's got out ahead of him.
Oh, is he going to clear them? Dirty tyres. He's run wide there to give him space. I think he's dead. Ooh. Stay safe, don't crash, please.
TRL Evolution, if you're listening, not quite bad news yet, but worrying news. Your record is under threat. Push the DZ is pushing indeed. He's just set a 1:44.580 on his last lap around. That is less than 0.2 slower than the current fastest lap in GTLM. Probably doesn't mean much in terms of position, but that is a shifting automobile.
I think I'm seeing a bit of particles coming out the back of that car. They appear to be silicon-based. Silicon-based.
This race, or this little battle is getting intense. It's kind of making me nervous here a couple of times. When they run that close to each other in the rear ends, it makes me wonder if their braking points are similar or if they're going to eventually push each other out of the way.
Well, if they're not similar, they're going to become very similar. It's a question of who's going to outbrake themselves first. It's fantastic, though. I mean, this is exactly what we want to see, is close, intense racing, a battle that lasts for as long as possible. Like the DeBomb TRL Evolution battle, I think it was, in the Spa 24 last year, that went for 40 minutes.
Yeah, that was incredible.
Once again, it's a Nissan GTR, unable to get ahead of the another car, but I guess the VGT was technically behind before, so it's a BMW and a Nissan GTR once again.
Yeah, that BMW has some straight line speed here. I was driving it earlier this week, and it tops off around 178. I'm not for sure what the GTR is running in top speed here. I'm assuming somewhere around 173, 174.
I'm fairly sure the YouTube chat can on that one.
Yeah, if anybody from the YouTube chat has any questions, feel free to ask us. We haven't had any in a while.
To give you guys an update on times that people are doing at the moment, 5 Zygon still going very quickly, although we're just going to have to wait to see what the fastest lap on this new set of tyres is. GTMX running in the mid-42s, TWR mid-43s. Push the DZ, as we mentioned, running very, very quickly and looking to break that GTLM lap record. Cross 24 in the mid-45s. That's the driver in the Venator Racing GTLM machine. Burner the Legend going very quickly in GTD in the number 60 Nissan in the mid-46s, as well as Danny Boy in GTLM. Vipond we haven't mentioned in the WRS North America Mercedes. His fastest lap at the moment is a 46.153. Last time around a 46.7, so good consistent pace from the Mercedes driver. The Ford continues to run in the mid-47s. Guitar 3 Rich. Oh, is off there. Was that Swift Autosport having a little bit of a moment? Storage Trunks running in the low 47s, as well as Pubs for Aura Racing Team and Z-Play 24 in the Swift Autosport Chevy, which you just saw had that moment in the mid-48s. No damage on the Swift Autosport car.
I will jump the gun on an inevitable question from Skater913 and say that no, we will not play Highway to the Danger Zone if Danger Zone takes the lap record away from Evolution.
We have a new update, and we have a new second place in the GTLM, or new first place in the GTLM class. So, one of you... Oh, well, Inferno Racing had their problems, and so they've dropped dramatically.
Okay, because they would have lost. Okay, they would have lost something like.
I think they're missing some. I think they're missing some scent photos because they've lost a tremendous amount of laps. But
that'll get corrected in lap compensation once the stint photos come in, because Danny's stint where he lost 30 or 40 minutes there, it suddenly appears to be a big empty space of no laps, and that's something like 20 laps they've just lost.
Would you like to?
They'll be further up.
Would you like to read through that, Stiggs? The update?
Probably should, yes.
Well, I think you guys are better at it than I am, so I would prefer talent to do it over inexperience.
No worries. And forgotten how to zoom, apparently. But still in the lead is the number 13 team Midweek Motorsport Racers, driven by Glenn Al, Stiggs TC, TNR 5 Zygon, TNR Pfeffer, and TNR Rebellion on 583 laps. They lead by 7 laps over the number 01 Team Wise Racing, driven by TWR Greco, TWR Jeremy, TWR Chris, TWR and TWR Torshon, who hasn't appeared so far, on 576 laps, 7 off the lead. In first in GTD or GT3 AM, and third overall is the number 64 WRS North America, driven by Depper, GTP Bambi, GTP Oz, GTP Patrick, and GTP Vipon. They are on 567 laps, 16 laps off the lead. In second in class and fourth overall is the number 77 Lightning Speed Motorsport, driven by Jace Agrino, GPS Rocket, Midnight Rider, and Ning Dynasty. It's our local team, so Midnight Rider has always appeared in the lobby. They are on 562 laps, 5 laps behind the WRS North America team, and 21 off the lead. Andy, take us away.
So, we're just going to have to confirm what's going on there with the Inferno guys. Hopefully that's a bit misrepresentative, and it'll all shake out in the wash post-race. Burner the Legend continues to do really, really good laps. A 45.159 now his fastest lap in the race. That's the last lap he's just completed, and we're getting due maybe for a pit stop very soon. In fact, we're on board with him. The number 60, looking at the back of a jet black BMW M6 of Venator Racing at the moment. Cross 24 still at the wheel of that one. Is currently the holder of the longest stint so far. 75 laps currently done by Cross 24. Wow, goodness me! You couldn't get any closer than that. Burner the Legend up behind Cross 24. Going to stick with this battle as they come back onto the banking. Oh, it's a little touch there from the number 60. That was a bit cheeky. Good driving there from Cross 24. to keep control of the 63, and I think Cross 24's gone, I've had enough of this, lads. Let's get out of the way of Burner the Legend and let him through. Because that was a bit too close.
And he tucks straight back into the stream.
I think Cross is going to play it smart here and maybe get him after the bus stop if he wants to battle back. But do we know what the tire difference is on these two?
I will be able to tell you that in about 10 seconds' time.
Oh, it looks like Cross has stirred up a lot of dust. Is he spun out in the bus stop there?
No, he's still going. He's still fine. They're pretty even on tyre wear. TNR5 Zygon has also just done a 40.7.
Cross has lost some time there. I think he had a problem in the bus stop. He's got about a 15 car length gap.
Yeah, I think he ran wide through the first part and then wasn't able to get back across for the second part. Maybe a bit of aerodynamic understeer from suddenly trailing the GTR, led it for the last few laps. Just didn't quite take enough speed off, maybe carried a little bit through the first half, and that caused his problems. But no damage, so no real harm done. But he's also given himself a little breather to Burner and maybe just take the heat off that battle and avoid needless incidents.
The number 4 of Swift Autosports, the Chevrolet Corvette, driven by ZPlanet24, is in the pits after a fairly shaky few laps. They've had 2 spins coming out of corner 6 in consecutive laps. It's 19 laps completed on the set of tyres, so they were getting a little bit worn. But scruffy again from Swift Autosports. Here's the 77, running well in GTD. Now back up to 4th on the provisional scoring and timing. 2 hours and 43 minutes to go here at Daytona for the second annual GTPlanet 24 Hours of Daytona. Thank you for joining us. My name's Andrew Mather. In the commentary box with me, Adrian Pointer, also known as Stiggs TC, and David Griffin as well, commentating on what has been a fantastic race up to this point.
Yes, there's been a lot of exciting moments. I'm sure that they'll make the highlight reel sometime this year. Definitely some good battles going on here in the GT class.
Good work from Jeremy 91 in the team-wise racing DP car. A 42.823 for Jeremy. That's by far his fastest lap so far in the race. So good progress there from Jeremy.
Yeah, the LM55 is a particularly tricky car to get your head around. The more you drive it, the more you get used to it, and you start finding more and more time out of it. I think when we started, we were in the 43.2s, and we couldn't possibly see 41s, let alone 40.0s, so 40 point anythings. And, just lots of testing, just driving, getting used to the car. So it's good to see that they're starting to come on strong towards the end of the race. It looked like I saw Tina Zygon just wall there.
I missed that, unfortunately. I was just refreshing the stream here.
Yeah. Stay safe, don't crash, please. I mean, that was something we learned the hard way last year. You can be a second a lap quicker, but it takes 100 laps to gain back a lap, and 100 laps is 4 fuel tank loads. It's a 3 or 4 hour stint to make back essentially a simple mistake of crashing at turn 1 and having to use limp home mode.
It looks like WRS is catching the Ford here. And this is first place catching second place, I believe.
To add yet another lap.
Yeah. So this will put them 5 laps down.
As Andrew appears to be taking a snack.
Or it could be his style of snoring. You never know.
Oh,
we got a
go.
warning
Thanks
with track limits. Track limits with the 13.
Stay safe. Don't crash.
So the leader has gotten a warning. I wonder if this is going to be enough to cause them to have a penalty.
No, I think they've only had 2, if not 3. We had a track limit warning in qualifying with Glenel's. I got the warning for lag, and I can't remember if we've had any others, but track limits at turn 3, that's the first tour. Appears to be that Zygon is starting to push, grabbed the throttle a little bit early, probably gone over the curb, 4 wheels over the white line, which is not okay. We saw GTP Fisher for DZ Motorsports do that twice in his stint earlier on today, and that actually ended up being their 5th warning and a stop-go penalty for those guys. So hopefully Zygon can just run the track limits and just bring the car home, please.
Yeah, we still got 2.5 hours left, so might want to take
if I have to go back and race engineer them. In Five Zygon's famous quote, "I will drop kick him if I have to go and be his race engineer once again."
I told you earlier, he does not know anything less than 120% in that car.
Yeah, absolutely.
Apologies for that background noise. I thought I had muted. Skype? Stop.
We figured that you fell asleep and that was your version of snoring.
Oh no, that was me just shuffling around. Anyway,
it's not nearly as entertaining as John O'Stan's snoring.
Oh my goodness me, that's the second time we've mentioned that in this broadcast.
It's hard not to. I mean, it was the funniest moment where someone's been asleep on commentary,
and it was just so loud. Anyway, push the DZs into the pits for DZ Motorsports. Very, very quick stint, just 21 laps done since the driver change, but then again, they don't need to make a driver change between now and the end of the race, so they're fine on that front.
Sounds a little bit short for them. I think they're doing stints based on what I'm seeing on his last pit stops. So they're doing 40-minute stints to home, which means they've got 3 more pit stops at 2 hours, 1 hour 20, and 40 minutes to go. So DZ just maybe taking a couple of laps off his stint, take a little bit more fuel out, go a little bit quicker, maybe take Evo's lap record away from him when he can't quite get back in to defend just yet.
Something to keep an eye on. Danny Boy is in the pits. This may be the change. 26 laps. It's maybe the change for them for the driver change.
I was just about to ask, has he changed out yet? Because he's been in the car for a very long time. We've expected RCB to have traded straight to Evo.
He's going back out again.
Race. Okay, so maybe they feel his pace is good enough to not worry about it and just keep doing the laps.
His pace has been very good. Still been in the 146s. The 145s every now and then. So Danny Boy, the silver driver, doing very, very well here. And I just wonder, is this a tactic that they're thinking, we've got a fast driver come the end of the race, and if maybe a shorter stint, he can be faster for more of the laps? Are they looking at it from that kind of perspective?
I think there might be some driver limit situations going down in Inferno, because I know Cod Demon couldn't race. And I think Jethro got limp home moded for lag earlier on, almost straight away. So they might be trying to fill minimum driver time. I don't think one would try and hold Evo back. If you could put Evo in your car for 4 hours, you would put Evo in your car for 4 hours, because he's doing those 44 3s, 44 5s, 44 7s, and it's as quick as anyone can go in the car. So the only thing I can think of is minimum drive times, but I haven't been paying enough attention to tabs on that. I've been keeping tabs on the other DP cars. It's not a great class.
When fulfilling those minimum drive times for the other drivers, don't they still have to follow the rule of a maximum 4-hour driving stint?
Correct. However, I'm not sure if he had a stint earlier on or not, but I believe silvers have minimum drive time as well as bronze, but bronze can have silvers do their minimum drive time for them at a rate of 50%. So I'm not sure if Inferno have done their calculations down there to get him across the line to cover all of their minimum stint times, and that'll be solve all their problems in the last 4 hours of the race. I noticed that the DP teams, the GTMX and the TWR guys, they made sure to get their bronze drivers in early to make sure they got those laps done in the first half of the race. And we noticed that when we realized that we hadn't done our silver and gold minimum drive times and it was already half over, I thought, wasn't the best strategy in case there's a red flag. So,
Cross
yeah, just
24
different
is in.
strategies.
Cross
Okay.
24 is in for Venator Racing. This might be another one where we are due a driver change. 80 laps has been done by Cross 24 during this stint, although saying that, it looks like Cross 24 is going back out on track again. Yes, he is. So that's not the driver change that we were expecting for Venator Racing.
Yeah, I was talking to Rishoff earlier. He's managing the Inferno Racing team today, and we had talked to him about possibly somebody filling in for Cod Demon to get that minimum driver stint. So you might be right. He might be trying to get that team all the points possible for their drivers.
Well, the DP and GTLM classes are invitational, and they score no points.
Oh,
so
you're right.
I think it must be. I think there are rolling penalties now. Ever since TNR Philo had to do that monster 5.5-hour stint at the Nürburgring because an unnamed GT3 driver for TNR, whose PSN starts with DA and ends with 330 and has an explosive in the middle of it, asleep and didn't want to wake up for his final stint. AJ introduced rolling penalties. So for every minute under the minimum driving time and every minute over max driving time, max stint time, incurs extra penalties. So looking after is now super critical. I think I did it earlier. If your silver driver does no laps, that's a 30-minute penalty for failing 120 minutes of the minimum driver time.
The unnamed driver has been named in the YouTube chat. Leave it up to Philo to spoil the fun.
I thought I made it a bit obvious. As we are now on
that's
board
unfortunate.
As we now are watching the number 77 Lightning Speed Motorsport Ford GT trundling around on the bank, coming up towards the back straight and the bus stop, I think.
Just because I like teasing you, Adrian, TNR5 Zygon's on it again, just done a 1 minute 40.841. He wants that fastest lap. Well, he's got it already, but I think he wants it a little bit quicker.
Yeah, he exceeded track limits while you were grabbing a snack.
Yeah, I think from his point of view, TNR Feffer's time is a little bit too close for him. He's just got to move it far enough ahead to say that, yes, I'm clearly identifiably faster. And, you know, the egos down at TNR are a bit ridiculous, quite frankly, but that's how they motivate themselves to push harder, more, and go faster. So it works for them. They manage themselves, and it gets results. So I'm not going to tell them off for doing what they do and what works for them. Just stay safe, don't crash.
Looks like the WRS car is getting ready to catch the Venator. It looks like. I think that's Venator up front. And they're missing part of the track.
Ah, yes. That's a fun glitch.
I had that problem last year, too, especially when it was raining. That section of the track would just disappear.
I always get it about sunset, for whatever reason. It'll be there for 2 laps. Gone for 2 laps, and then I'll come back around next time. It's fine. With the Mazda, you can sort of just hope for it and just guess relatively accurately, and then randomly you'll touch grass and you'll know all about it. I can't quite see who the WRS car is chasing. Oh, it's
I think it's Z-Play.
Corvette.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's the Corvette. It had a black rear end, and so it was hard to tell from a distance.
Yeah, the Corvettes have the same rear end.
Oh, he's in the wall.
No damage on the car.
Yeah, I just saw sparks coming off the car, scraping the wall there. Didn't know if maybe he had hurt himself.
I think I'm not the only one who's a bit surprised by how quick the GT3 cars have been relative to the GTLM. I mean, I'm fully aware that no ABS makes them significantly more tricky down into turn one and the bus stop, and that can cause issues and allow them to be more susceptible to extra pits. There's a lot of time there, but I think the GT3 pace has just been fantastic. And as much as Evo and Danger Zone push the DZ are pushing really hard to get those really good 44 times, it's been the other drivers who have had to deal with the instability and the lack of, not the lack of control, but the lack of confidence the car gives you, and that's caused them to lose out relative to the some of the GT3 teams who've got stable, rock-solid cars, like the WRS guys. I don't think I've seen them put a foot wrong all day.
No, they haven't. They've been really tremendous. I asked Bambi about this when we had him on in the night. I noticed last season when they were running in the Audi R8, they were always very consistent and didn't get themselves in trouble. They were very, very good at it. And I always thought of them a little bit like how Rebellion Racing were in P1 a couple of years ago, where if one of the big manufacturer teams had a bad day, they would be there to pick up the spoils. And WRS North America were like that in GT3 last year with teams like Avalier and people like that. They've moved into this, and now I think that we're really seeing how good a team they really are, because they don't put a foot wrong. They're still quick. They're really liking this Mercedes, and they by their own admission, they didn't expect to be in this position today, but they fully deserve it.
Yeah,
I feel as if
I totally agree.
I feel they were underappreciated in the GT3 class last year with some of those really big, hard-hitting teams, and as a result, deal with the TRL guys at Venator, the TNR guys, the Bitter Rivals guys, the Reaper Online Racing guys, the Avalarion guys. They maybe weren't as noticed or appreciated, maybe not ranked as high as they wanted to, but today has shown that they are class drivers. I think probably team of the race. As much as the MWM team has been good, these guys haven't put a foot wrong. And I think that is more deserving of team of the race than just raw pace in itself. So it's so hard to be clean and have no problems for so long. And it's just all credit to them. They've been quick and consistent. It's very hard to get both those elements put together, as I think we see at GTMX Hecto.
Yeah, that's an unexpected driver change, because they'd already changed. Well, Hector had come into the car at the right side of the 4-hour to go mark. So that's an interesting one. He's only done 47 laps, although that last stint of 30 laps on between pit stops, that was much more liked and a good solid stint from Hector. But yeah, driver change there for eScuderia GTMX. Interesting stuff, and it'll be interesting to see who's going to come into that car. Maybe, as you say, is that a minimum driver thing? Is that a minimum stint time thing?
I thought they were good because they had Oscar in the car for a fair amount of time, and I thought he was their, I think it was their bronze driver, but I'm now questioning everything I say because it's been a long day for me.
We got a three-way. Got a three-way hash coming.
Okay, go. You take that. I'm trolling. Sorry.
I think your mic is dropping out there, Agent.
It's the Australian internet aliens.
Which makes no sense because it's 3 a.m.
They are out by themselves.
Oscar is indeed their silver driver, and thus, in theory, can cover drive limits for their gold drivers. But I'm sure Alpha Vanti and JMML knocked those out earlier on. So I'm not sure what GTMX are up at requiring a extra driver change here. Maybe Hecto needed to go do something.
And it's a long driver change as well, because there's still no sign of, and there we go, Alpha Vanti's going to be getting in. That seemed a bit long to me.
That suggests it was unplanned, but
doing at least 60 laps earlier in the race. As around the outside of the 77 goes the leader, or the ex-leader, in GTLM, the 79 Inferno Racing BMW.
Well, they had some good speed coming out of that bus stop there.
AJ did confirm that they are indeed suffering from a disconnect in the latest batch of stint photos, and they will be applied in the next driver change, I believe, or at the end of this. And AJ is indicating that all the penalties for minimum drive time, maximum driver time, exceeding maximum stint time, all those time-related penalties, they are always given as post-race penalties from here on onward, as we are into the final 2.5 hours of the race. Handing out those penalties is now determined to be a post-race. Those penalties will now get an additional 1 minute penalty added on for having a post-race penalty, which is an interesting little rule. So anything you do that has to get resolved after the race will cost you an extra minute. So the guys in the MWM car, please don't get any more track limits. I don't want to have to deal with losing an extra lap.
Well, Bambi has black flagged you, Adrian, for your connection. He says to box this lap and change commentators.
I think we actually may have the right man and job to make such a change occur. If I'm not mistaken, we might have the one, the only, the incredibly fantastic Tom Brooks ready to join us in the commentary booth.
I think I paid you far too much for that introduction, but thank you anyway there, Adrian. Much appreciated. Oh dear,
well,
thank
now
you.
We've got the Brundle of Walk. I will just bugger off right now because there's nothing I can do to improve this situation.
Oh dear. Well, I'll tell you what a thing to miss. I was last commentating on this race at the 20-hour mark, and lo how things have changed, judging by the standing order more than anything. So, what on earth has happened in the last 20 hours, if we can summarise it?
Everything but rain has happened in this race.
Thankfully.
We've had 2 red flags, we've had a ton of accidents, and we've had a lot of battles for position on track as well.
Oh, fantastic. So it certainly sounds like the race has definitely hotted up a bit more. So, judging by the pecking order, though, things have changed quite dramatically.
Well,
Yes.
pretty much if you were in a GTLM car, you've had some form of bad day. So they're all a bit out of position.
So it would seem, but it's still the number 13 leading the way, which I believe was still the case the last time around. So Midweek Motorsport Racing Collective have retained their lead.
Yeah, pretty much. Apart from that little issue that they had near the start of the race, they've been faultless throughout. No problems, apart from the odd little thing here and there and the odd warning. It's been a stellar performance by them. Team-wise, have still been doing very well as well. Their strategy of being consistent and solid and saving the tyres, they're doing really well with that. In fact, they're just making their final driver change now. Jeremy 91 getting out of the car, Seb 72 started the race getting in. And unfortunately for e-Scuderia, they've had more connection issues like they had last week in the London 12-hour. Lost a lot of laps because of that.
Always nice to bookend a race, as Seb is doing now. I would like to have bookended the race, but we decided that meddling with lag and taking those kind of risks wasn't particularly appropriate, considering we're not quite sure what the gap actually is. So crash, in all aspects, stay safe.
Yes, indeed. So 2 hours and 21 minutes remain of the second annual GTPlanet 24 Hours of Daytona. We keep you company here watching us live on YouTube. Perhaps you're watching this live. Maybe you're watching this as a recorded video. Great to have your company nonetheless. If you are watching this live, though, do feel free to get in touch with us via the YouTube live chat. Ask us any questions up here in the commentary box. Myself, David Griffin. We've got Andrew Mather, and we've also got Adrian as well. Adrian, I don't know your last name, so I'll just refer to you as Adrian. Yes, do feel free to ask us any questions. Comment on the YouTube chat. You can tweet us as well. You can tweet GTPlanet News at GTPlanet News is the Twitter handle. You can tweet any one of us as well. I believe I'm at Tom Brooks Comms. You can tweet Andrew at Andrew the Blade. David, I think you're on Twitter as well.
Yes, it's at dgriffin Racing is my handle.
And Adrian, are you on Twitter?
And eventually, Stigs DC will have a Twitter account, but not yet. For future reference, just call me Stigs DC or his lactacularness.
What?
His lag-tacularness.
Oh, lag tack.
I don't know if I could even say that.
It's lagtacular. That's quite the name to go by. Wonderful.
Well, I've got to make up for the lag somehow by being entertaining is the only thing I've got going for me, so...
Oh dear. Internet run by mice. Sounds that way. Anyway,
Nah,
you can see
mice would be too powerful, mate. We've got fleas running it.
Fantastic. You can see the Mazda LM55 of the Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective just getting past one of the GTD Mercedes there. That's the number 64 outfit. They're just getting their way through.
And speaking of them, that has been a heck of a ride for the WRS guys. They've pretty much gone mistake-free this whole race, and they're sitting on a podium right now. So that's awesome to see that team finally have something go their way.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. They were pretty quick last time around in the GTPlanet Endurance Series last year, as it was then known. This race, of course, pretty chaotic this time last year as well. Of course, we had the added variable of rain, but as aforementioned, no rain has sprung over the duration of this race, which has
Thankfully.
been something of a bit of an ease for the drivers, at least I can imagine. But nonetheless, it does always add it, make it a bit more exciting, shall we say, for the commentators, at least, and the spectators.
Exciting, stressful.
Everything.
The bad thing about the rain last year was the pit exit was like driving on a sheet of ice.
Oh,
I swear we were
so
hydroplaning the whole way out of that pit exit. I
very
probably got caught up in
deceptive around
3 wrecks and just coming out of the pit exit. It was that bad.
yeah. Jumping onto pit lane as well, because we have to jump off the racing line and you would aquaplane straight away. So even if the track was reading 0% on the racing line, you'd jump off the road and suddenly be backwards trying to brake for the pit lane and then accidentally get a penalty for skipping pit lane. And then you'd come back out thinking, is there time for slicks? And you put the power down, the car would instantly be backwards and you'd be looking towards the wall, having just wrecked on the exit of pit lane and going, great, I've got to get back to pit lane to do it all again. So much happier now that it's dry rather than wet, because that was a fun learning curve. It's one of those things where you have to have just done it to learn.
That's certainly one of those things. A very challenging circuit, this, but drivers negotiating it well. We saw a few incidents in the early stages of the race at the bus stop chicane. But everyone keeping it on the straight and narrow after 21 hours. You can see there the ticker tape at the bottom of the screen displays that the Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective still lead the way overall and in the Daytona prototype class as well. Second place currently is Teamwise Racing, the red Mazda LM55, the number 1, of course, on their car, some 7 laps behind the leaders. Third place is the GTD car. We would have thought that, certainly going into this event. WRS North America, the number 64, sitting there in third, closely followed by the same class, number 77 of Lightning Speed and Motorsport in their Ford GT. In comparison of lap, they're around about 5 laps down on their nearest GTD rival, Lightning Speed and Motorsport. 5th position at the moment, number 63, that's Venator Racing, who are 25 laps down overall. 4 laps down compared to their nearest rival. Andrew, I believe you have some news on GTMX Scuderia.
Yeah, something very strange going on with the Scuderia GTMX. Alfa Vanti, as we said, came into the car unexpectedly a few laps ago. He's just driven, I think, just straight through the pit lane. Really not sure what that was about at all. The car seems to be fine, and they're back underway again. They are quick, though. Alfa Vanti has done a 41.7 recently, as there's a yellow flag in Sector 5. Someone's struggling out there. Can't quite see who it is. I'll get back to you on that one.
Okay, thanks for that there, Andrew. Much appreciated. Great to hear the live updates. You can see with the ticker tape at the bottom of the screen just how the order is differing further down the order. The GTLM car of the ORA racing team sitting there in 9th, and rounding out the top 10 is Inferno Racing, also in the GTLM outfit in 10th position. Looking at a Scuderia GTMX, where we were just for a moment as we change camera shots once again. And now crossing over to the Swift Autosport Run Corvette, got involved in a nasty tangle earlier on, around about the 21-hour mark in this race. But nonetheless, sitting there in 12th place, quite a few laps down compared to their nearest rivals. And sitting in last position, unfortunately, overall. But still time for things to change. You never can predict what's going to happen in endurance racing. And with 2 hours and 15 minutes remaining in this race, anything can and most likely will happen.
Do we have any lap times? YouTube chat is wanting to know what lap times are.
No drivers setting green lap times at the moment. Tino 5 Zygon looks to have settled into the mid-41s. Alpha Vanti was in a similar sort of pace, but has had 2 slow laps because of that drive through the pit lane. TWR Seb is in the low 43s. Push the DZ mid-45s. Cross 24 low 45s. Burner the Legend high 46s. Danny Boy mid-45s. Vipond high 46s. Lightning Speed Motorsports low 48s. Guitar 3 Rich low 47s. Pub 16 high 48s. And Z Play I think was the last spinner in sector 5 there, as he's just had a 2 minutes 8.087 lap time without a pit stop.
Looks like WRS is coming up on the vet here of Swift Autosport. Might be going for an overtake here after they get out of the infield.
There we are, looking at the number 64 on screen at the moment, just behind the Swift Autosport car. The SLS AMG obviously coming up to put a lap on the Corvette there. The SLS AMG, of course, being run in the GTD class of WRS North America. We now switch on board with that Mercedes into the very tight infield part of the lap, into the hairpin, sort of a horseshoe corner, if you like. Look at the difference in traction look at the difference in lines as well, especially between the Swift Autosport and the WRS North America car. Through the left they go, and look at how sideways and just how uncomfortable that Swift Autosport car number 4 looks. On towards the banking they go, and you can see the difference in exit they've got as well. That Mercedes has got an absolute powerhouse of an engine. Swift Autosport car easily opts to go a little bit wide, rather, we should say, into the banking higher, just to keep out of the way of the preceding number 64 car. At relative ease that the Mercedes was able to get past there. So you can really see the difference in traction, especially number 4. Does it look like they're due a pit stop at any point soon, Andrew? Because it looks like they're really struggling with their tyres.
Yeah, the number 4's been struggling for quite a while. They've currently had 80 laps on this stint. I'm just going to go back and refer to when they last had a stop. 16 laps currently done on this stint of tyres, so they've probably got another 4 or 5 laps at least to do on that one. TWR Seb's just done a quick lap time, 1:42.473, just narrowly outside his best of the whole race. And the leaders will be coming in soon as well now, as they're due a pit stop in about 3 laps time.
I think we might all be due a laptop after this thing's ended, because I left my laptop on overnight and I didn't realise. Yeah, I know, you're telling me. On board with number 77, Lightning Speed Motorsport, you can see there the baby blue hue of the Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective Mazda LM55, who we now switch on board with. Having a very comfortable run in this race so far, by the looks of things. A nice margin over their nearest rivals. They've got a good few pit stops in hand, and in case anything does go wrong right towards the death of this race, then they are in a nice, comfortable position.
I do wonder with these guys whether they're just, because at the moment 5 Zygon's in the mid 141s, which is a good second off what he has done previously in this race. Just wondering if they're looking at the time and calculating these pit stops at the right spot, because they could actually, I've just had a little look at the fuel and tyres, they probably could go a lot longer than another 2 laps, more up towards a 30-31 lap stint on this set of tyres. So a little bit of tactics being played, I think, by 5 Zygon, just as Adrian's asked him to, just bringing the car home now.
Has everyone made their final driver change yet? I think Venator's still out there.
Yeah, we've still got a few cars out there which are yet to make their final driver changes. Venator with Cross 24 at the wheel, are currently one of those cars. Danny Boy's still out there for Inferno and will need to pit before the end of the race and hand over that car. Whoever's in the Lightning Speed Motorsport car at this time, they'll need to hand over to a teammate as well. Same for Guitar Rich in the Storage Trunks SRT and ZPlay 24 for Swift Autosport, although we know that they've had a bit of an issue with some of their drivers having connection, so I'd keep an eye on them. They might be in a little spot of trouble.
So we're getting close to that final hour mark that these guys are going to have to get out of these cars unless they're a rookie. Or they'll get penalized for that changing within the last 60 minutes of the race.
Damage on one of the cars, guys. It's ZPlay 24, the number 4 Chevrolet. He's gone off at turn 1 and the whole right-hand side of the car is very badly damaged. He's going to have to come into the pits and is really fighting that car through the infield section. So not good news again for Swift Autosport.
Yeah, we mentioned just a couple of laps ago they were really struggling with their tyres, so that's going to force them, as you mentioned there, Andrew, into that pit stop and really potentially change the complexity of their charge up the field. I mean, it was always going to be a bit of a long shot compared, given their deficit at least compared to 11th position, but it's really going to put the brakes on that for the time being.
I wonder if we will see a driver change as well at this point, because ZPlay 24 has been out there for 82 laps, which is quite a long stint. So maybe ready to go for a driver change here in 2 hours and 8 minutes to go, way inside the driver limits time at this time. So for me, that would be a good move if they made a driver change at this point.
Yeah, I think around 120 laps is probably around the maximum stint time that they can complete laps.
Pretty much. The record I've seen so far was TNR Philo's 130, but as we say, we're not even sure that was actually legal, and we'll find out post-race. Driver change, though, there is one going on for Guitar Rich. This is Storage Trunks SRT. Guitar Rich, who's done 62 laps and has brought that car in and will be handing it over to a teammate. This will be their last driver change of the day. On board now with Teamwise Racing, still
on board with
place.
The number 1 Teamwise Racing. Yes, indeed. Having a very comfortable run in the race so far. Sorry about the stream issues we're getting, by the way. It is somewhat a little bit jittery at the moment, but it will continue back. And it might just be my internet connection because I'm watching this via a screen share. But anyway, now going to the external shot as it goes past the BMW Z4. That, of course, is the ORA Racing team, who I believe is sitting in about 9th position at the last count. But able to get past with relative ease, and also the BMW M3 of Venator Racing, put up in that gaggle of cars.
Looks like Chris 93 replaced their driver in the Storage Trunks SRT Racing. They replaced Guitar Rich.
I believe he had 2 hours left in his 4 hours for being a platinum driver. So he's going to be using the last of his time to bring those guys home.
So there we are. Fantastic. GTPlanet Motorsport Racers Collective on the charge once again. Still setting the relatively competent lap times. Nothing too quick, nothing too action-packed, but just calm and consistent until the finish.
It looks like Adrian's going to be leaving us here. It was nice to have him join us in the booth. We always appreciate an Aussie in the booth. So it's good to have you there, Stiggs. And I don't know when we'll meet up in the booth again, but surely enjoyed your time with us.
Thanks very much for having me. It's good to lag everything up and make a couple of jokes and just lighten the mood if everything gets a bit too serious. And fantastic to see the team and third wheel very hard on them.
Fantastic.
So thanks very much, guys. I will enjoy the rest of the broadcast, and I'll probably be in the booth at whatever event comes next because it's just too much fun. Thanks very much.
Alrighty. Have a good day.
Cheers.
It was a pleasure to have Adrian in the commentary box. 2 hours and 5 minutes remain of the GTPlanet Daytona 24-hour race here. Look at that Corvette sliding its way through the bus stop chicane. And that, of course, is the number 3 outfit being run by the DZ Motorsport, Confederation.
I believe that's the owner himself in the car, DZ.
It is.
And I think that is Burner the Legend right behind him on his heels.
Burner the Legend still doing some very, very quick times in GTD. His last lap was a 146.1. Should say as well, you might have seen the DC for Midnight Rider. That is the last driver change for Lightning Speed Motorsport. So now we've just got 3 cars out there looking to do their last driver change. Venator, Inferno and Swift Autosport.
So there we are. Good to see you on board with the number 60 Nissan. They get very sideways. Kicked up a little bit of grass into the horseshoe. Just hold on to it by the looks of things and didn't lose too much time. Really good.
Let's see if Burner can get the slipstream here in this backstretch. It looks like DZ got better traction out of the corner there, though.
Driver change for Swift Autosport, Z-Play coming in, and not sure if this is for another problem because he's only been out there for 2 laps since the last pit stop, but nevertheless, Z-Play 24 in, his day is done, and Swift Autosport with 2 hours and 3 minutes on the clock are going to switch to their final driver of the race.
Looks like we're narrowing down those final driver changes. Be curious who's going to push the deadline here. Looks like DZ is kind of pulled away from Burner the Legend here. As I say that, he does well under braking to gain some of that back.
Yes, indeed.
G-Villeneuve 13 getting in for Swift Autosport, guys.
Fantastic. So that forced pit stop there, changing their final stint a little bit earlier than they would have expected to, I'm sure.
Worth mentioning as well, ex-Chris 93, who's just finished his first flying lap for Storage Trunks SRT. Fastest for him so far in the race of 45.8. He's already down to a 46.0. That Mercedes is pushing really hard at the end of this race.
I saw that Midnight Rider was making a driver change, but he has yet to leave the room. Is that correct?
That's because it's the local team, so he'll stay in there.
I see.
We can probably expect a pit stop coming soon from Cross 24 and Venator Racing soon as well. Cross 24 has just started his 100th lap of this stint, and it's 32 laps since he last pitted. So, sorry, no, 20 laps since he last pitted. So, expect a pit stop from them anytime soon. Push the DZs in now as well. This might be a change as well to see if he gets out of the car. Scheduled stop.
Didn't he get in after the 4-hour mark?
No, he just missed it. Oh no, sorry, you're right. Yes, he is. He's already. Sorry, apologies.
Yeah, I think he just got in about 45 minutes to an hour ago.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I just misread that. So it's still a scheduled pit stop. 2 21-lap stints done by Push the DZ so far. TNR5 Zygon's just done a 1 minute 40.647, getting closer to that ultimate pace throughout the race. Alpha Vanti has just set his fastest lap, a 141.733.
Great to see. So as we now watch the BMW of Inferno Racing, the number 79, we cross under the 2-hour mark. So now 1 hour and 59 minutes remaining of the GTPlanet 24 Hours of Daytona. Race really hotting up as we come in towards these closing stages. Great to watch that BMW, I've got to say. Look at it going in towards that right-hander on the infield section of the circuit. Very calm, composed, and looking very comfortable as well. Not too far behind is the BMW M3 of Venator Racing. Fantastic to see. I believe, though, we are indeed about to lose Andrew Mather. Andrew, where are you off to?
Yeah, I've just realised my time's up and I've got to head off. I was having so much fun looking at the data. Yeah, I've got to head off for this one. And it's been great commentating on this one. It's been a great race. Thanks for having me again during the first 6 hours of the race and the last, about 4 or 5 hours since lunchtime. I've got to head off now. Hopefully I'll see you guys again very, very soon. And have a good one between now and the end of the race.
Alrighty, it's always a pleasure having you in here, Andrew.
A pleasure indeed. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Great to catch up and keep us up to speed with how things are going. But into the closing stages, the final 2 hours of racing. And really beginning to hot up now as well.
Your mic keeps cutting out there, Tom.
Apologies about that. Terrible internet connection, I'm afraid to say.
I think we've lost you. It looks like we're having some lag on the feed as well. Well, until we get Tom back, we're looking at the number 79 of Inferno Racing. I believe that Danny Boy is still in the car there. And as soon as we get Andrew out of the lobby, I'll be able to hop in there and start getting some laps and data for you guys.
Brilliant. Am I back on now? Can you hear me at all?
I can hear you right now.
Oh, fantastic. Sorry about that. The connection, my internet connection is slightly poor using Wi-Fi, I'm afraid to say. But anyway, now looking at the team-wise racing, number 1, Mazda LM55. Through the bus stop chicane it goes. And out once again, on towards the banking. To continue its assault on the Daytona road course here. Just coming up behind that number 79 BMW, which of course is the Inferno Racing American Run squad. Should be able to dispose of it with relative ease, you would imagine so. Do feel free, by the way, of course, if you have just tuned in, to ask us any questions on the YouTube live chat. Tom Brooks and David Griffin up here in the commentary box to guide you home for the Daytona 24. Anything you'd like to ask, of course, it is more than welcome. We'll happily answer it if we can indeed so.
I should be able to pull up some lap times here soon. I'm just loading into the room. I'm going to have to give it a few minutes to collect some data. But I can help out if we got any spins.
So great to hear. We'll have some live telemetry for you fairly soon. Get an idea of what sort of lap times people are setting in these final stages of the race. It's been an interesting one for the Daytona 24. A great way to kick off the international scene, as it were, or the stateside scene, if you like. Of course, we have the London 12-hour kicking off the Sportscar Series in 2016 last weekend. And great to head stateside immediately the weekend before the Daytona 24 proper to get some good racing under our belt.
Looks like we have a purple lap time here for the GTMX team. Alpha Vanta has set a 141.632 for his team. So looking pretty hefty here towards the end of the race for this team.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. So
WTF man has just entered the track and he's on his out lap, so we should have some lap times from him soon.
Great to see. So lap time wise, what sort of lap times are the respective Daytona prototype cars setting so far?
The current lap time for TNR5 Zygon just turned to 141.271. GTMX is currently second on the board with a 141.941, so they're about 7/10 off of each other, not too far off. And then we have the Team Wise Racing at a 143.0. He is he has lost some time somewhere in looks to be the last sector 5. He was 1.3 seconds off the pace there. And we have Damon Martinez coming out of the pits for Venator Racing. It looks like they made their final driver change of this evening. So we'll see what this rookie can do in his last stint for the day.
So there we are, a difference in lap times, slightly bigger than I was expecting, it's got to be said, but different capabilities of drivers in the cars, different experience levels as well. Hour 53 go.
Push the DZ has made it into the 144s with a 44.849. That's a pretty quick lap. That's floating with the Evolution for a quick lap time.
Yes, indeed. Fantastic. The track really sort of back in that optimum range of temperature as well. Of course, as the night fell, the track temperature fell and lap times increased somewhat. But drivers really sort of comfortable with their cars now and keeping tire management, fuel management, and especially engine management as well at a premium. Team-wise racing car there signals to the number 60 Nissan that it is behind, just in case that car wasn't able to see, but is able to get past with, or will be able to get past, you would imagine, with relative ease. That's a number 60 Nissan, not actually making things as easy as you would imagine on towards the banking they are now. Has to offer the outside line, does the number 1. But such is the speed differential between the two cars. It's a nice, simple, easy overtake for the French run squad. And back into some clear air once again.
So far, it looks like Burner the Legend has been out the longest in this stint. I don't know. I'm not seeing how many laps he's been on this previous stint. It just shows me that he's made 4 pit stops. So I'll check out his fuel here real quick and see where he is at on all of that. He looks to have 3/4 of a tank, so he's got a good ways before he makes a pit stop. But it looks like from the number of laps, he might be cutting it close on driver stint time towards the end of this race if we've got 2 hours left.
Yeah, looks to be that way. Still looking at the number 1 Team-wise racing car as we switch over to the number 3 Corvette. The GTD class car. Pretty distinguishable livery on that C6R. And on the banking now and heading down towards the bus stop chicane.
Looks like Danny Boy has about 3 laps left.
Interesting to see the...
and they should be coming in for their driver change for the final one of the afternoon.
Fantastic. And just to keep everyone up to speed as to the team that's with for Danny Boy.
Danny Boy is with Inferno Racing, and so I'm curious. I think Evolution will be getting in the car next.
There we are. Brilliant. So great to see that they will have their final driver change underway. An hour and 49 minutes remain of the Daytona 24-hour race. Through the first and second corner they go. Looking at the number 3 now still. Great to see the different lines that these different classes of cars take through the corners, and some cars, especially the GTLM cars, opting for a more V-shaped line, as it were, to try and square the corner off and get it out and get the power down much sooner, whereas the
and
cars
Danny Boy is into the pits, so we'll see if this is their driver change that we've been looking for.
So that's slightly earlier than we expected, I believe.
Yeah, he looked like he had about 3 laps left on fuel, but I think he came in a little bit sooner. Yeah, it is a driver change. Danny Boy is getting out of the car. So according to earlier speculations, it sounded like they were going to put Evolution back in the car. So we'll find out if that's the case. Still waiting for the next driver to join for that team. And it's RCB. It is RCB stepping in for Inferno Racing. And we have GTMX into the pits as well. I think that this is just a scheduled pit stop and not a driver change for that team.
We saw them coming down pit road earlier on in the race, and they were certainly looked to be struggling with a few. Unfortunately, it was quite an unscheduled stop from what I gather.
Yeah, he's only had 21 laps in his stint, and so he's pitted twice in the 21 laps. So definitely an unscheduled pit stop somewhere in there.
Yes, indeed. So final driver changes all pretty much sorted with an hour and 47 to go. And everyone continuing on their merry way very comfortably indeed.
Yeah, I'm still curious about the yellow GTR. They have 70 laps in their stint right now, and we still have an hour and 50 minutes left. So they're going to be cutting it close on driver stint time if they don't make a driver change.
Yeah, certainly looks like it. On board with the number 65 at the moment, as we can see the Team-Wise Racing outfit getting past the, I believe, 64 Mercedes. Can't quite see that from this shot. It's either that or the UZ4, one of the two. I think it may well be the number 64 Mercedes of the WRF America outfit. But able to negotiate things with relative ease. On towards they go after the bus stop once again. Number 65 really cloaking up behind that Mercedes now. Onto the banking. Let's see the advantage of the slipstream then. He's right in that period of dirty air, unfortunately, as well. So going into the intersection, it's going to hamper him somewhat. However, on the straight lines and onto the banking, it should be something of an advantage that being able to pull him in a little bit more towards making an overtake as we cross over to the Motorsport Races Collective Mazda LM55 coming across the timing line once again. That's not too far behind those two cars, so careful if they're caught up in their own little battle, not to be too much of a hindrance to the cars waiting to get past behind it. As we cross back to that, they've really closed up by the looks of things into the infield section. Indeed, they 3-car train going for position, not actually for position, I believe, for lap position at least, but for track position there, David.
Yes, we've got Danger Zone is right on the bumper of Chris 93, And of course, Chris 93 looks like he's a little bit caught up behind Vipond here in the WRS North America car. Oh, and we've got danger zone on the outside of Chris 93 in turn 7. So this will be interesting for the bus stop.
Yeah, it certainly will be. So very close behind is that number 3 of DZ Motorsport against the Storage Trunkers SRT racing team. Through the bus stop they go. Still the same running order though, but the two Mercedes spearheading the Corvette at the moment. 64 ahead of number 65. The SRT team up towards the outside line for the banking, the final part of the lap. But that Corvette's really coming into its own now as well. It's up the inside of the SRT Mercedes. They come back on towards the flat stuff and then immediately back onto the banking once again to cross the timing line.
This is going to be interesting.
Mercedes leading Corvette from Mercedes at the moment. Up the inside looks the number 65. Oh, but straight into the back of the number 3 there. Into turn 1. It was only a slight tap, but going at that speed, it's going to have a more profound effect than you might imagine. But not causing too much damage. So now that Corvette of the number 3, DZ Motorsport, is in between a Mercedes SLS AMG sandwich. The SRT racing team now relegated down a position. And the number 64 of the Swift, of the
That would be WRS North America, yes.
You are correct. Sorry about that. There we are. Getting my spotter's guide mixed up. But the WRS North America car leading the Corvette at the moment. Very sideways, though, goes that number 3 as it comes on towards the banking and out of the infield section. Will we see that powerhouse of the Corvette as we switch on board with this, able to take advantage? It's in the slipstream now, as you can see, against the number 64. So it's DZ Motorsport versus WRS North America. Quite understandably, the number 64 opting for the racing line. You'd imagine it would go defensive, but it doesn't look like DZ Motorsport are going to go for an overtake up the inside. No, indeed they don't. Thinking about it once again, through the bus stop.
Oh, and
straight narrow, but a
DZ
bit
gets
sideways, yeah.
He gets squiggly coming out of this bus stop here. Nice save.
Yeah.
We have an update, an hourly update for these drivers. Did you get the update?
We do indeed. I haven't got it on my screen at the moment, but I can indeed load it. Still that Corvette sitting behind the Mercedes at the moment, but the hour 22 update does indeed bring news that the Midweek Motorsport are still out in front. Team-wise Racing holding on to second place at the moment in the number 1. WRS North America, of course, who we can see in the forefront of the shot in that Mercedes SLS AMG. They are in third position overall in this race. What a race it has been from them. Lightning Speed Motorsport there in 4th. Venator Racing in 5th. We'll come back to that in just a few moments because that number 3 is going right around the outside of the number 64. Cuts to the grass almost. But what an overtake that was there from DZ Motorsport on the WRS North America outfit. Incredible around the outside. And of course, this 3-car train are going to have to be aware that the Midweek Motorsport Racer Collective Mazda is not too far behind them as well. A cracking overtake there. But as I was saying, Lightning Speed Motorsport there in 4th place. Venator Racing in 5th. Scuderia GTMX there in 6th. SRT, the bright pink SLS Mercedes, are in 7th place. DZ Motorsport in 8th. Inferno 9th. ORA Racing in 10th. Tarmac Overdose Racing in 11th. And Swift Autosport rounding out things in 12th position overall. The gap between the top 2, by the way, I should say, is 8 laps. And the gap between 2nd and 3rd currently sits at 10 laps. The closest on-screen lap deficit I can see, I believe, would be 4 laps between 7th and 8th place of SRT and DZ Motorsport.
Yeah, we've got Venator Racing has closed within 3 laps of the number 77 of that Ford. So they have definitely made the comeback of the race here from being last and now fighting for position for 1st in class. So strong comeback for those guys.
Yeah, definitely so. We can see the Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective car just on the infield section, negating its way past traffic for the nth time in this race.
My apologies. That's for second position in class, not for first. WRS North America holds that current position, and they are currently a good 8 laps ahead of the Venator car. So, my apologies.
The Mazda of the Midweek Motorsport Races Collective just getting past the number 65 of the SRT team. On the banking of that SRT, Mercedes understandably darts into the slipstream once again. Try and take advantage and get a little bit more straight line speed. An hour and 39 remaining of the race here at Daytona. Do feel free to get in touch with us, by the way, of course, on the YouTube chat. Ask us any questions that you may indeed want to know the answer to. Myself, Tom Brooks, and David Griffin in the commentary box, guiding you through the remainder of this race. It is currently being led by those guys there, the Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective in the Mazda LM55 in the Daytona prototype class. Got a nice comfortable margin compared to their nearest rivals.
From the looks of it, it looks like the leader of TNR5 Zygon has right side damage to both his wheels. So I don't know where he incurred that on the track, unless the glitch for GT6 is showing its teeth right now. But he doesn't seem to be going too slow. His current lap was a 1:43.7, so he might that damage might have hindered him.
Yeah, potentially so.
He is currently 1.3 seconds slower than GTMX. And GTMX is currently at a 1:42. So RCB just put up his fastest lap of his stint right now at a 1:45.093, and close behind, Bernard the Legend has just put up his personal best at a 1:45.183. So those guys are right on top of each other.
Great to see. So on board with the number 64 Mercedes. Down the back straight and heading in towards the bus stop chicane. Currently sitting is the number 64 Mercedes in third position overall, of course, in this race, and leading the GTD class by relative ease. Nearest rival, of course, is Lightning Speed Motorsport, but they are a good 5 laps down on the Mercedes outfits. Are the 4GT, or is the 4GT rather, of the number 77.
Yeah, we don't have anything exciting going on as far as battles. The next excitement would be TWR Seb is going to be coming into the pits. He probably about 5 or 6 laps. It'll be a scheduled pit stop. He's just under a quarter of a tank of gas.
So there we are, fantastic. So on the infield section, we cross over to the number 65 Mercedes that is currently in 6th position. DZ Motorsport just behind them in terms of track position. However, they are just ahead of them. On track position rather, they are just ahead of them. However, the DZ Motorsport team are quite a way ahead of, I apologise, rather, I should say the SRT Racing team are ahead of DZ Motorsport in terms of race position. In track position, as you can see, they are not. The number 65 sitting behind the number 3 Corvette at the moment, able to use that slipstream, however. Going through the bus stop chicane now go the Corvette and the Mercedes. I believe the BMW of Venator Racing just in the forefront of the shot there. Can't quite tell from this camera angle, unfortunately. It's been an interesting race, though, full of various different changes and elements. Of course, the only thing we've seen a lack of is weather, really, unfortunately. It's been relatively dry. Nice for the drivers and the strategists, but for the competitors, at least, I'm sure they would have liked to have seen a bit of rain to add a bit of spice into the mix. You can see the C6R there getting up to the inside of that BMW M3 of Venator. The BMW, shutting the door. The Corvette got very, right up the inside. It goes number 65, looking ahead of that number 63.
And almost gets in the back of Venator Racing there. Oh my goodness, that was close.
Yeah, very close indeed. But the number 63 still at the lead of this gaggle of cars. Number 65 looking up the inside, and the Venator team are aware of that. Give them racing room. And the SRT team now about to lose 2 positions almost in the space of course, because the DZ Motorsport car once again is able to get ahead of them. So a change in on-track positions, as we can see there, between the...
we got damage with Swift Autosport. They are slow on turn 12 or 7. And 65 almost gets into them there.
Oh dear, oh dear. What a shame there for Swift Autosport. They're sitting right at the back of the field, unfortunately, following a somewhat difficult race, it's got to be said. And things not looking to be good for them. Is that a limp home mode, potentially, are they going to have to opt into? Yellow flag, as we can see there.
Trying to figure out who's in that car here. Let me find them. It's taking a minute for my screen to... I believe that's Villeneuve. And he is, he's got major engine damage, and both his front tires are kaput. And he looks like he's making his way into the pits as we are speaking.
There we are. So group conditions once again on track. We're now back under racing rules, of course. Overtaking is indeed permitted. Number 64 we're looking at there, of WRS North America outfits, with Venator Racing. A couple of positions behind them in terms of racing positions. They've got Lightning Speed Motorsport splitting them up. However, they are very close in terms of on track as well. You can see, however, though, there is sort of 2 battles going on really on track. You can see the number 65 and the number 63 going pretty close. The bright pink Mercedes of SRT and the number 63 of Venator on board now with that BMW M3. In the slipstream once again. Really see the advantage that the slipstream was able to take. The number 63 going very defensive, and sorry, number 65 going very defensive. Number 63 has to opt for the inside line, almost force their way through. Number does the Corvette, but able to get ahead into the bus stop chicane once again. So it's pretty much as you were. Positions, but very sideways.
He's into the wall.
Yeah, absolutely. Is there any damage on that car? And off
he's into the grass.
Onto the infield side of the track. Just able to avoid the barrier on the inside, but that was very close indeed. Yellow flag, of course, coming out once again.
And he has damage on the rear and the front.
Surely a trip down pit road is the only option then for the number 3 of DZ Motorsports. That does free up a little bit of track position for the number 65 at least. So the SRT racing team able to get themselves a bit of clear air and set some consistent lap times without the hindrance of being stuck in that dirty pocket of air, as it were. As we cross over to a Scuderia GTMX, who are sitting in 6th position overall in this race. It's ahead of the number 60 Nissan. On track, as that number 60 Nissan goes a little bit wide through the bus stop by the looks of things. Straight road.
Looks like Burner the Legend is in the pits. He had major engine damage as well, so he got involved in something as well. And we just had Chris 93 come out of the pits. So I think that was a scheduled pit stop for Chris, but somehow that GTR got caught up in something.
Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Looking at the number 79 at the moment. The BMW M3. Just behind the Ford GT, I believe, of Lightning Speed Motorsport, I think. Through the horseshoe they go. And back out once again to a very short straight into a left-hander before they turn off of the infield section and head back on to the speedway part of the lap. And look at how much more grip that BMW has over the Ford GT. But look at the difference in lines they were taking there. Yeah, GTLM cars versus the GTD cars. Looking towards the outside though, 79 on the Lightning Speed Motorsport outfit. Down the straight they come. Surely it's going to be a purely clean, simple, and easy overtake with that advantage of the slipstream. Not making it easy on the Lightning Speed Motorsport outfit, but number 79 able to take the advantage and take the position there. So nice bit of overtaking for track position around the outside. Very nicely set up indeed for the Inferno Racing squad.
Looks like we got Viapond coming up on the back of Venator Racing here. And it looks like that says Cross 24 in the car on my screen, but it shows Damon Martinez on the far right timing scoring. So that must be a glitch on my end.
Side by side between the number 64 and the number 63. BMW versus Mercedes on the banking. WRS North America versus Inferno Racing. Yes, that's out for just a moment. Apologies about that. We'll get an image back as soon as we can. And indeed, the number 64 now ahead of the number 63. So Venator goes down a track position, and the 64 goes up once again.
Should be seeing the leader come in the pit soon. He is currently just above the E mark, so we should look for him in about 2 or 3 laps. Still showing damage on his car, but it doesn't seem to be hindering him any.
Fantastic to see. So under an hour and a half remaining of the race here, the Daytona 24. We have the number 65 and the number 77 that are very close on track. SRT versus Inferno once again, side by side as they come across the timing line. And once again, that's, apologies, while it's the number 77, it is indeed the Lightning Speed Motorsport outfit. Going down a track position at least, so not pushing particularly hard, you can see, at this stage in the race. Keeping things relatively calm, controlled, and with relative ease, but the number 65 really pushing a little bit harder, as you can see, in quite a few different areas.
We've got the number 3 coming up on this battle here. Push the DZ has come out of the pits and has fresh tires.
So that'll be interesting in this final assault to the flag.
Looks like he's going to get by the 77 on the inside, and then we also have one of the DP cars just behind this group.
So looking at the Scuderia GTMX car of the Daytona prototype class. Just over an hour and 25 remain of the race here today. Swift Autosport asks what's the number 4's best lap time. Maybe you can fill us in on that one there, David.
Who are you asking for?
Swift Autosports.
Let me see who's in that car. That would be Villeneuve, wouldn't it? Yes, Swift Autosport is currently just hit a 147.2. Their personal best is a 147.051. So getting close to his personal best there. And he's on a full tank of gas, so he's got fresh tires on his car. He must have recently came out of the pits. We have the leader in the pits. 5 Zygon is in the pits.
So they are with an hour and 25 minutes remaining of the race. That's just going to be a splash and dash stop, presumably.
He takes almost a full tank of gas. I'm assuming he's going to have to take one more pit stop after this.
What sort of stint times have the LM cars been sort of doing? How long can they go before the tyres begin to wear out, or before the fuel begins to run down to sort of a critical level, as it were? As the Movie Motorsport Races Collective get very sideways on those cold tyres going through the right-hander.
They're doing around 50 to 55 minutes stint times before they have to pit. So we'll definitely see him in one more time before this. In fact, we'll see everybody in one more time because they'll have to get under that 60-minute stint. So we're currently looking at Team Midweek Motorsports on your screen as they enter turn number 7. Had a pretty clean race so far, and they're definitely dominating this race. Currently 8 laps up on Team-Wise Racing from our last update. Oh, we have a spin in the bus stop. That is currently our leader. Our leader has spun in the bus stop. He is back up and running, no damage. So that was another luck going their way this time. I think he got mixed up with who is this? I think he got mixed up with Venator, like he was coming up on them too fast and just couldn't avoid him. But no contact. So everybody's up and going again, and here we are on board with Push the DZ. Having a pretty smooth few laps here. He's coming up on a slower car, it looks like. And that is Chris 93. Unless he's just absolutely gaining time on him. I'll check their lap times. Yeah, Push the DZ ran a 45.3 last lap, and Chris 93 is at a 45.6, which is actually his personal best of this stint. But it looks like we might have a battle brewing here. We'll wait and see if DZ can catch him. He definitely had a better first sector there by 2/10. So this is going to get interesting. If he can reel him in here, he might be able to catch the slipstream. This is our closest battle on the track right now. And I believe they are very similar on tire wear. I can check that really quick. We got 10s on Chris 93, and we have 10s on Push the ZZ, so they are very similar in pit strategies here right now. We got WTF in the pits. I believe this is a scheduled pit stop. So nothing bad going on for them right now, just refueling. And we have Venator Racing is in the pits, and they are scheduled pit stop. It shows a little bit of damage on their right front, so I'm wondering if maybe they short pitted a little bit just to get rid of that damage. And Push the DZ has definitely caught Chris 93. His last lap time was a 1:44.5, which is his fastest. In fact, I believe we have is that the fastest lap of the race? 1:44.510. I'll have to check my records here. Let me pull that up on my screen. That is the current fastest lap. We have, unless I'm reading that wrong. Oh no, I'm sorry. That's the Evolution has a 44.3, and Chris 34 has a 44.4. So that is not the fastest lap in the GT class. It's really close, but not yet got there. But he is definitely catching Chris 93. In fact, I believe he's going to make the pass here. After this bus stop, he's got the slipstream going. We'll see what happens here. He's got a slipstream, but I don't know if it's strong enough for him to pull around this fast Mercedes. They've got a really good top end going on this Mercedes this weekend, but he is around the outside as they go across the start-finish line. We'll see if he can outbrake him going into turn 1 here. And no, he backs off. Very smart choice. Gets a little squiggly under braking there. Oh, and he makes a pass as the 65 car goes wide. SRT has gone wide. Chris 93, some problems there. So great job for Push the ZZ of getting around Chris 93. Looks like we have RCB coming up on WTF Man. I think WTF Man just came out of the pits, and RCB has caught the slipstream, and it looks like he's going to go on the outside of him. Coming down towards the bus stop. He does complete the pass on the outside. Looks like we have Chris 93 sticking right on the rear end of DZ, not letting him get away. And they're also reeling in the 2 BMWs up in front of them. I'll check the lap times to see if how fast they're catching them. Chris 93 and Push the DZ just did a 45.1 and a 46.0, and they to WTF Man's 47.4. So they're definitely catching these guys at a pretty good rate. RCB ran a 45.5, so I think RCB, now that he's gotten around WTF Man, he has clear track and is going to be pulling away from the WTF Man. But Chris 93 and Push the DZ are definitely catching WTF Man. So that is currently our closest battle on the track.
So on board with the number 65 at the moment. Coming off the banking and onto the straight, heading down towards the bus stop. An hour and 16 minutes remaining of the race. That SRT car. Looking pretty comfortable. Through the right and then the left-hander. Fantastic shot we've got of the Daytona Speedway section of the track at the moment. as it comes across the timing line once again. We'll do very momentarily. Very close to 2 cars up ahead as well. As oh, hello. That's always a worry. There's a disconnection with the server. Is that a mass disconnection or is that just the one-off? Have you been disconnected?
I have been disconnected.
Okay.
Yeah,
that means that there's a massive disconnection, which obviously does indeed bring a halt to the proceedings of this race for the meantime. The grid will then recongregate in the original, or the order, I believe, up to the last hour. But I don't think the running order has changed, at least in terms of that. So what will then happen, following the red flags, the drivers will then recongregate the grid once the new server has been made, etc. The red flag, of course, will be thrown. Then we'll do another formation lap, and the laps will stay pretty much as they were, at least. And we will then continue on with the race from the same order. But it will be pretty action-packed with 1 hour and 14 minutes remaining. And as soon as we get a new server up and running, we'll have very interesting things.
Well, these past 2 disconnections we've had, it's been a good hour getting the room back up. So hopefully he can get this thing up in the next 45 minutes, and we can have a 30-minute shootout.
Yeah, these things do take time, unfortunately. Just while we've got a bit of a lull in the action, then let's pose some questions to the YouTube chat. Why not? I was asking on there earlier about some PCs because the discussions have come up because everybody's talking about Deers. I don't get what's going on. I haven't been keeping an eye on it, but everyone's now talking about Deers and Deers protesting and making oh dear jokes. I'm not entirely sure what's going on, to be honest with you.
I believe they're talking about GTP Bambi.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry about that, Bambi. I do apologise.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, oh dear. Terrible. So yes, you can see at the top of the screen, by the way, now signalling the red flag has caused a halt to proceedings. But I was talking earlier about PCs because the subject of PC gaming came up and about project cars, people saying, yeah, it's a £50 investment or a $50 investment that then soon turns into a $500 investment as soon as you whack in a good PC that's capable of playing the game. But I've got a bit of a PC dilemma of my own. I'm building a PC, essentially. Or will be soon, because in case you don't know, I did mention this yesterday, but I had a house fire in July of last year, and such as you can imagine, everything then got taken away, my PC, all of my studio that I had built, etc. So what I then did, essentially, was decide that I need to build a new PC. And I gave myself a budget of about £700 to get everything sorted. And I'd like your help with it more than anything, really. So yeah, I'd like an i7 processor. I'd like a GTX 960 or 970 preferably. I'd like 16 gigs of RAM because I'm going to do video editing as well as gaming. And I'd like to get it all, as I say, for £700. So I don't think a 970 for 700 quid is going to be very likely, but I think a 960 is a bit more doable. I've done a budget so far with a few parts from where I work, and it's come to 723 quid, including the operating system, the power supply, etc. So if anybody's got a spare few minutes whilst we're in this lull in the action and fancies going on and finding me some cheap parts in pounds sterling for an i7 for there's an i7 4790, by the way, I should state, and for all the other bits I mentioned, feel free to do so. You'd save me a lot.
Yeah, that's actually not a bad price if you're finding it for £725.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, it's that's with a few discounted parts from work, etc. That's with a 960 as opposed to a 970. So I don't think that's too bad of a price, to be honest with you. And that's with everything as well. That's with a copy of Windows 7 that I'll then upgrade to 10 and etc. So yeah, I'm looking forward to getting back out there and getting back up and running. I was going to buy one through work that had an i5 970, but changed my mind because the only ones they had were some sort of reconditioned ones, and I figured if I'm going to buy all these parts and spend a lot of money on it, I might as well buy them new at least. So
yeah, I've recently invested in my sim. I hand built my my simulator. I've got about $100 invested in wood. I've
it was costing with the wood, etc. And
The wood and stuff was around $75 to $100. It was one piece of 4x8 plywood, and then I had a couple of 2x6s, and then the rest from for a living.
oh, right, okay. What sort of stuff do you sing?
Right now, we do 50s, 60s, and 70s decades from music. We do the Beatles. We just did. I'm in a quintet, and I perform on a riverboat, and we do 12 shows a week. But currently, we're on an off season, is what they call it. So I'm on a 7-week break right now. So I'm getting to enjoy my family and some virtual racing.
I see. Fantastic. So we are now back live again, by the way. Sorry, forgive me. We were talking about David's career. We are now live again for the second annual GT Planet 24 Hours of Daytona into the final hour of the race. You can see there is a red flag. There was a red flag purely because we had a disconnection, just in case you have just joined us, by the way. Great to have your company. So things have taken a bit of a lull over the last sort of 10 or so completely unforeseen event to happen, but nonetheless we're primed, we're ready for the last hour of race. Of course, the clock then goes back to the last lap that was completed. We'll line up pretty much as it was in terms of the last hourly update. As soon as we get the race back underway, we will then continue on commentating, of course, although you will see a lot of sort of overtakes in the first couple of laps, though that doesn't necessarily mean it's for racing position. It will be for track position, but not for racing position, because there's such the advantage. I think the smallest gap between two respective runners in, say, third and fourth, for example, is around about 4 laps. So we'll give you the rundown of the order from the last hour as we have it. And of course, all the drivers will line up on the grid. We'll do a formation lap, and then we'll go green again for the final 50 or so minutes.
He is currently calling cars to the lobby. The 13 car is already in, and we just have the 4 car and the 64 car join. Viapon is the most recent of those for WRS North America. So things are happening. It looks like if we can get everybody in the room, we'll be doing a 30-minute shootout here.
Fantastic to see. So we welcome you if you are just joining us for the Daytona 24 Hours. Great to have your company in these final stages of the race. Tom Brooks, myself, that's me, and David Griffin here in the commentary box to guide you through the final part of the race, which has been anything but stagnant. It has been very action-packed indeed. Very enjoyable. The only variable that we haven't had in this race, aside from distractions, aside from all the different changes that we've had, the only thing we have not had is rain. I highly doubt we'll see that now. It's very unlikely within the last sort of 50 or so minutes, though it would add a bit of spice to the mix as the track gets more and more saturated. But can't have it all, unfortunately. So you can see the ticker tape going through the bottom of your screen now. That is the running order up to the point of the last hour. I believe that is how the grid will line up, because we didn't see any overtakes for racing position. We saw a lot for track position, but we didn't see any overtakes for racing position. And I think that's how things are going to go.
We have a question from Blue Eyes Phoenix, and he was asking who our rookie of the race would be.
Oh, good question. Good question. Do you want to go first on that one, because you've watched far more
Sure.
than I have.
I've got about 3 or 4 rookies that I've been impressed by. We've got Guitar Rich with SRT Racing that's had some clean stints. I'm not familiar with his speed, but he has shown that he can overtake cleanly and keep his car on the track. Logic Line is another one that has stood out to me with SRT. He had a great battle with Harsk Gaming. They were both rookies, and they were driving around side by side in the infield. So that was some good clean racing. And then the other 2 that I have seen that have shown some speed and consistency have been the two rookies from the Venator Racing squad, Damon Martinez and Max Payne. They're the 5 drivers that I think have stood out to me as far as I can't necessarily pick one as the rookie of the race. So good job to all the rookies thus far in this race. They have shown up this year and have shown that they're wanting to make a way in the series for themselves.
Yeah, fantastic. I have to say, as you said, it is difficult to just pick the one individual rookie. I'm gonna go for my rookie team as opposed to a rookie driver of the year, and I have to say that the SRT racing team, Storage Trunks Racing, in that bright pink Mercedes SLS AMG, what a race they have had, sitting there in 6th position ahead of quite a few GTLM cars and quite a few. Well, not necessarily of the Daytona prototypes, but ahead of a few GTLM cars at least, and they're sitting there in 6th position, and not too far behind their nearest competitive runner in terms of a Scuderia GTMX, but they have had such a good race, and I've been very, very impressed with their entire driver lineup, really. It's been absolutely incredible racing out there on track, and I have to say that though that team would be my rookie team of the race. They weren't here this time last year, so for the first, or the second annual running, I should say, of the Daytona 24 Hours, that's my favorite rookie team.
Yeah, they're driving 3 rookies and only 1 platinum driver, so it's basically, besides Chris, they are the rookie team. I agree. Anybody else have any questions in the YouTube chat? Feel free to send them on over. We've got time to fill while we're filling the room. Right now, we currently have looks like 5 drivers on the track. Actually, 6 have just joined the track, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 9 in the room, so we are getting close to grading these guys up. Just waiting for another 3 to join, and all of the rest to get on in the pit box.
Fantastic. You can see the top of the screen still does display the countdown timer, which does, of course, mean that the time will still continue to count down, as it were. So, all while we are under red flag conditions, the timer does not stop. So if we don't start racing until 40 minutes to go, that red flag, that timer will not go back to, say, an hour before. It will continue rolling down until we go to green flag conditions. So we could have a good half an hour sprint to the finish. And with everything to play for, especially with DZ Sports, who I don't believe, actually, given the last checkpoint, were too far behind SRT. Indeed, they were. They were 4 laps behind, and there were 2 laps between DZ and Inferno as well. So that really is going to be all to play for as we come into these latter stages of the race, David.
Yes, I agree. It's been a challenge for DZ and Inferno. It looks like DZ has regained the first place position in the GTLM class, and when they clearly were a good 4 laps behind Inferno before Inferno had all those problems. So yeah, I agree. I think if we don't see any problems out of DC, I think they might be able to bring home that first place in class. Blue Eyes has asked us if we have a battle of the race that we've enjoyed. Would you like to take that one?
Battle of the race that I've enjoyed, again, unfortunately, due to my limitations of having to go to work, which has been incredibly, as I'm sure you can imagine, I have missed a great amount of race, unfortunately. There were some fantastic battles earlier on between the runners in the Mazda LM55 Daytona prototype class. But yeah, maybe Motorsport Racers Collective, I think, we're having some really good battles with GTMX guys earlier on in this race. So I'd have to say that was a pretty gnarly battle to be able to commentate on. As far as it goes in GTD, I haven't really, unfortunately, been able to catch enough of the race to be able to make a valid contribution, shall we say, to that. But what would you say your favourite battles were, David?
Well, there's 2 that come to mind. The first one that really stood out to me was the rookie battle of Logic Line and Hearts Gaming. SRT and Tarmac Overdose have have proved to have some good rookies, and they had a 2 to 3 lap battle where they were just exchanging positions. But I would have to say the battle of the race for me was just in the past couple hours. We had Cross 24 with Venator Racing and Burner the Legend with Tarmac Overdose for about a good, I would say, 10 laps. They were just bumper to bumper, and it was kind of nerve-wracking when you got somebody on your bumper there and you don't know if they're going to brake in time when you brake in front of them. So that made for an interesting nail-biter for me.
Fantastic. So you can see on the screen 47 minutes, 15 seconds remain of the race. Still no indication as to when the racing will get underway.
The pace car is on the track.
Okay, so that's some good news. We await official confirmation then from AJ by the sounds of things.
Yeah, he just gone through turn 4, and it looks like he's driving pretty fast. So he looks to get this thing up and underway, I'm assuming, in the next 5 to 10 minutes. I'm sure he'll be gridding in the next 2 minutes or so. I didn't know the pace car could go that fast around this track.
Neither did we all. Wonderful. As we said,
go ahead.
I was just going to say, as we said, do feel free to get in touch with us on the live chat, by the way, as well. Everything's more than welcomed. You can ask us any questions you would like to. Do feel free to pose any questions. You can follow us on Twitter as well. You can follow the likes of GTPlanet on Twitter. You can follow myself, Tom Brooks, at Tom Brooks Comms. You can follow our series director, AJ, as well. His Twitter handle is at GTP_AJ. And David, your Twitter handle escapes me, unfortunately, but what is it?
It's at D Griffin Racing. And it looks like AJ is getting ready to call the cars to the grid. He is specifically said leave space between the cars, single file, and no weaving. As we saw last red flag on the pace lap, the 63 car, Venator Racing, got a warning for weaving. So that's very important to not weave and leave space.
Yes, indeed. Fantastic. So, cars to the grids. We're looking like we're going to have about a 42, 43-minute sprint, I should say, to the line. We're primed and ready up here in the commentary box. We hope you are too. Great to have your company, by the way, of course.
It looks like leading off on the restart here is going to be the team leader, or the number 13 of Team Midweek Motorsports, followed by the number 4 of Swift Autosport. And then it'll be the number 64 of WRS North America, followed by the 63 of Venator Racing. So they're currently 8 laps behind, 8 laps behind WRS North America. So unless something drastically goes bad with WRS, I think they're going to have this podium wrapped up for themselves in the first place in class.
Yeah, anything can happen, of course, in racing, and it usually does as well. So never count your chickens too early. That's the saying. So pace car out on track. We can see some action happening, and as soon as we get a good vantage point, we'll give you an idea as to when the race will be underway, which looks to be pretty soon indeed.
After Venator Racing, we have the 60 car of Tarmac Overdose loading up to the grid, and then we'll have the 2 car of a Scuderia GTMX. So he's going to have his hands full at the restart of this race, trying to come up through this field of GTs. And then after a Scuderia, we've got the 65 car of SRT Racing forming out to the grid as we speak. So we're going to have a couple of these DP cars in the middle and the back of this lineup. It's going to be interesting to watch them try to make their way through the field. Next, we have the 03 car of DZ Motorsports. followed by the 79 car of Inferno Racing. So these two guys are right next to each other, and they're 2 laps apart, fighting for that 8th position overall, and also for first in class. So it's going to be interesting to see if Inferno can pull something off in this next 40 minutes or so. We have the number 77 car coming out on track. That is Lightning Speed Motorsport. They've had a great race. They've stayed out of trouble, and they're currently sitting 4th overall, and I believe 2nd in class right now. So good job for those guys. And next is the 01 car of Team Wise Racing. So that is the 3rd DP car, and they are sitting, it looks like, next to last on the grid as we're going to get ready to start up. And then the 51 of ORA Racing is going to be our final car to grip up. So those last 2 are exiting the pits now, and it looks like we might be starting this race in the next 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, fantastic to see. So the car's taking to the grid. The engines are fired up and ready. We are certainly ready here in the commentary box. And it is great to have your company for the final flourish to the finish for the 24 hours of Daytona. As soon as all the cars take to the grid, as you can see them, some of them going around now, just getting towards the back end of the field. We will await confirmation that the race is able to get underway. And as soon as it is able to do so, we will have ourselves a green flag situation. So it's looking like it's going to be a slightly shorter than 40-minute sprint to the finish for the Daytona 24. Of course, despite the cars being very close on track, it will still mean that the racing positions are still the same. So the Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective, for example, will still lead by this number of laps that they had done so previously prior to the red flag.
Safety car restart will be at 22 minutes total time.
Okay, so that's what is current total time on the lobby there?
It is on my clock. It says 6:30, 6 minutes and 30, but that's confusing. 19 minutes and 44 seconds is what we've got. So in another 2 minutes.
2 or 3 minutes to go until the race is set to get underway. And confirmation from AJ that the cars are ordered as they were on track at the last hour update. So that does indeed mean that the races collectively away from Team Wise Racing, from WRS North America, from Lightning Speed Motorsport, from Venator, from Scuderia GTMX, from SRT, from DZ Motorsports, from Inferno Racing, ORA Racing come after Inferno. Then comes Tarmac Overdose Racing and Swift Autosport, rounding out the top 12.
I'm going to have my camera on RCB. He is behind DZ Motorsports, and I'm curious as to how hard he is going to push it to try to get up there and get some laps on these DZ Motorsports guys. So that's going to be an interesting restart to watch.
Yes, indeed. So just a minute to go there and thereabouts until the race
60 seconds.
60 seconds, there we are, confirmation until the race is about to get underway. Once again, for the 3rd time following the red flag.
We have Chris has left the room. Is that, am I seeing that correctly? Oh, goodness. Well, it's showing him. No, it's not showing him. So, yeah, we've lost a driver. That might delay the start of this race if he can't get back in. He'll have to line up at the end of the grid here if he can't get back in soon. That's going to be bad news for those guys. They're currently sitting in 7th overall. So there looks to be 4 laps ahead of the DZ Motorsports car. So here we're underway. Pace lap has started. Hopefully Chris can get back in the room before this race goes green.
Yes, indeed. It will mean, of course, he'll have to start from the pit lane. Shouldn't lose too much of the advantage, though. As you can see there, we are indeed under the safety car conditions, with the graphic at the top of the screen spelt incorrectly, if I may be so bold to say so. But nonetheless, that's a minor thing to mention as the field progress onwards for their pace lap, and we wait for the 37-minute dash to the flag. You can see the cars all going around there, and my goodness, that was the number 64 of WRS North America, almost plummeting straight into the back of the Mazda LM55 of Team Wise Racing. Don't know whether that was lag or whether that was just a case of a bit of mistimed braking, unfortunately, but I was very, very close to call.
The number 51 has been asked to leave the room.
And the number 51, of course, is
WTF man.
And that's ORA Racing Team, so the French run outfit from the GTLM class, been asked to leave the room.
We're still waiting on Chris to rejoin. We have no confirmation of that yet. Looks like we possibly have some lag going on with the Swift Autosport car. They are putting out a ton of smoke, unless they're just burning their tires.
Yes, indeed. So there we are. We can see the Midweek Motorsport Racers collective car goes on towards the banking with the Corvette. As you see there, pulling out a lot of smoke. Good heavens. Safety car still leading things around. As soon as that pulls in, the Midweek Motorsport Racers collective Furai essentially becomes the leader, the pace controller, or the pace setter, if you like, effectively. And they will lead proceedings across the timing line. You can see there in the background of the shot the WRS North America car of the Mercedes SLS AMG. And drivers now sort of all forming up. And we're ready for the restart here at Daytona for the last 34 minutes or there and thereabouts. So warming the tyres, warming the brake, all very, very important things for this restart. You don't want to go down towards turn 1 with a set of cold tyres and a set of cold brakes, because you'll head straight into the scene of the accident. And that is not something that we would like to see. But we're ready for the start. As soon as the safety car peels into the pit lane and the cars cross the timing line, we will be underway once again. AJ, of course, taking a very conservative piece behind the wheel of that BMW.
He's just advised Chris to join the back of the train. So he is getting to catch up to the field. So this will be good news for those guys.
Fantastic news indeed. So we'll have a full roster of cars. The pace is very slow at the moment, so that will allow Chris, hopefully, to be able to go round and have enough time to catch up just before the restart. If not, I believe they'll go on for another formation lap.
We're still missing ORA, so we're not a complete roster yet. They have not rejoined, so I'm wondering if they've been black flagged or something.
Potentially so. We'll give you an update on that as soon as we receive some more news, but fantastic. So the safety car leading things round. You can see there the full field. ORA Racing Team, Venator Racing Team. The number 60 Nissan goes through the shot, as well as the Mazda Furai of the GTMX, and the rest of the cars come compiling through. As we cross back over to look at the leader. And as soon as that safety car can peel into the pit lane, we'll have a full speed race underway. Still waiting for AJ to pull off to the side of the track, which he'll do so momentarily, I believe so. And as soon as he does, we will be racing. So the safety car pulls into the pit lane. That means that the Midway Motorsport Racer Collective Mazda Furai will essentially become the pace setter. And as we rate to go into green flag conditions, it comes across the line to restart the race here at Daytona. A good start initially from everybody off the start of the race. Once again, number 4 Corvette going down towards turn 1, sitting in second place on the track. And everyone taking it very gingerly through turn 1 on those cold tyres. I certainly do not blame them. The number Scuderia GTMX Mazda Furai there as well, caught amongst a load of GTD cars. You can see the Venator Racing BMW M3 just ahead of them. Surely they'll be able to negate their way through the traffic with relative ease. Coming into the infield section, through the left they go, and surely thinking about a move up the inside in towards that horseshoe hairpin. Has a little bit of a look. Will they be able to get past that BMW M3? Leaves enough racing room, a little bit of contact between the two, but track position does indeed belong to the GT Scuderia MX Racing team. Also a team that's got to deal with the traffic is the Team-Wise Racing outfit, who we're looking at here, the Mazda Furai LM55. We now cross on board just behind the number 60 of the Tarmac Overdose Racing team. In front of them, I believe it is the number 64 of WRS North America. On towards the banking we go. Now they'll be able to use that slipstream. Will the Mazda, who we're on board with, of course, looks up the inside. The ORA, the number 60, looks a little bit defensive, but eventually has to concede the position and looking to get 2 in 1 into the bus stop chicane, like taking candy from a baby. Such is the speed difference there, as well as a bit of dust being kicked up in the forefront of the shot. But a nice way to negate their way through traffic for the Team-Wise Racing outfit once again. And I can see just in the forefront of the shot there as well, we've got the WRS North America team having a little bit of a battle, as well as the Corvette. And I think one of the BMWs there as well. And straight up the inside goes that Team-Wise Racing car. But a very clean restart we had there on the opening lap, David. Absolutely fantastic from all the drivers to deal with the changeable conditions and the cold tyres and cold brakes very well indeed.
Yeah, they did a great job. Looks like the 51 is rejoining the track. I'm currently riding aboard RCB, and has pushed the DZ, gets into the rear end of Venator Racing there. That was a close call. But yeah, I've been watching Push the DZ and RCB move up through the field here. They easily got past Bernard of the Legend, and now they're working on Venator. So this is going to be a close one. We just got message from AJ. Checkered flag will be shown. Oh, we have an accident. Looks like Push the DZ got into the rear end of Venator Racing, and they are both off the track. So we have yellow at turn 4. That's a multiple car accident there.
Oh dear, oh dear. You were saying about the message that's on screen now. David, what does it read?
It said checkered flag will be shown at 1 hour total time. So that'll be in 29 minutes and 10 seconds. Fantastic. So that will be the final lap of racing as the Team-Wise Racing Mazda gets past the number 64 of WRS North America, who we're on board with. A lot of dust being kicked up. No track limits being exceeded, though. And a nice, clean, simple overtake up the inside for that Team-Wise Racing car on the number 3 Corvette of DZ Motorsports. We have massive damage on the Venator Racing car. He is showing engine damage and 2 front suspension damages. So he is very slow in coming into turn 12 here. I should see him in the pits soon. We also have Push the DZ is in the pits. He's not showing damage on my screen, but he is making a pit stop. And we also have this is WTF Man finally coming out on track after the restart of this race. So bad news for DZ, which is going to play right into Inferno Racing's hands. They've caught a little bit of a break. Let's see if they can capitalize on this.
Yes, indeed. Oh, that Corvette getting very squirrely around the horseshoe hairpin. Good heavens, that was a very, very sideways moment there for the Swift Sport team. Kept things facing the right way, which is the most important thing, but nonetheless, that will not help their tyre wear, but shouldn't be too much of a factor, of course. And this will mean that, of course, this red flag, David, that we were expecting a lot of drivers to come in at around the hour mark for their final splash and dash pit stops to make it to the finish. But, of course, due to this red flag, they no longer have to do so.
No, you're correct. So that's going to be interesting to see who can push the hardest on this set of tires.
Yeah, indeed. It really does bring it down to a final sprint to the finish. Looking at the Lightning Speed Motorsport number 77, which at the point of the race restart was sitting in fourth position, I should say, rather. So a very good race for the local run team, the only local outfit in the GTPlanet Sportscar Series. Just over 26 minutes remain.
Oh, we just got a disconnect from Inferno Racing. So just when we thought they were one lap down to the leader, DZ Motorsports just caught a break. We have a disconnect from Inferno.
That's going to rob us of the battle for the lead of the GTLM class then, unfortunately. Their nearest rivals are the ORA racing team, who are 10 laps behind them. So let's wait and see how quickly they are able to rejoin the lobby. They're not allowed to change drivers at this stage, so it'll have to be the original driver in the car at the time who goes back out on the track. 10 laps compared to their nearest rivals. I should imagine they'll probably lose about 3 or 4 laps here, David. But,
yes, we got to make mention that ORA just lost about 2 to 3 laps themselves by not getting to restart that race with the pack. So that's helping out Inferno holding that position. And RCB has just rejoined the room, so that was not too long of a break.
Yes, indeed. And you can imagine the disbelief on the YouTube chat from a couple of the team members from the DZ Motorsports, sorry, the Inferno Racing outfit, I should say, rather. We were really looking forward to that battle up here in the commentary box. Unfortunately, it does look like it's not going to be.
Yeah, this is going to be 2 years in a row for Inferno Racing to have bad luck like they've had. It looked like things were on the upside in the middle of the race, and these last few hours have just turned sour for these guys. You got to feel for them.
Yeah, you have indeed, that's for sure. Looking at the Midweek Motorsport Races Collective Mazda LM55, got a nice clear track ahead of them to bring it home in the last 25 minutes. They've had a very good run in the race. And very, very nice to see it has been as well, let's be honest. The way that through the corners, very planted, very calm, very controlled indeed.
It looks like RCB has just joined the pits, and DZ Motorsports is going by the pits. So that'll probably be 2 to 3 laps lost for them since RCB has been disconnected. He's just waiting for the go from AJ, and he just gets the go. So that's devastating for those guys. If you want, we can run over some current lap times. We have Zygon has just ran his fast lap since the restart is a 140.812, and that is currently 2.9 seconds faster than the next person, which is TWR said at a 142.7. Then coming in third right now is GTMX at a 143.090. Next in line is Push the DZ at a 144.870. Following closely behind him is Chris 93 at a 146.1. Burner Legend at a 146.3. GTP Vipon at actually he's moved down the list, so we got Chris 93 just moved up to a 145.7. Burner the Legend is a 145.7. GTP Vipon with a 146.4. G. Villeneuve at a 146.9. WTF Man at a 147.7. Damon Martinez at a 147.9. And Midnight Rider at a 148 flat. And then RCB has yet to do his outlap.
So there we are indeed on board with the Team-Wise Racing Mazda LM55. Traffic in front, of course, that they're bearing down on. Should be able to get past with relative ease, one would imagine. Time will tell indeed as they come in towards the bus stop for the umpteenth time. Through the left and then the right they go. Up the tiny little straight through the right and then the left. Almost flat out through there.
Looks like we've got a battle brewing up here on the going into the bus stop with Burner the Legend and G. Villeneuve. Maybe we'll get a camera shot of that here in a second, but looks like Burner the Legend's trying to overtake this Corvette of Swift Autosport.
Yes, indeed. Hopefully we can get a visual on that again at some point in the not too distant future. Would be good to see. We thank you for joining us, by the way, for the second annual GTPlanet Daytona 24-hour race. You're watching the final 20 minutes unfold. And what a race it has been. The red flag at the hour point, or the final hour point in the race, really did throw a cat amongst the pigeons. Here we are, though, then, live with that battle. The number 60, or we are indeed live with that battle. The Swift Autosport car and the number 60 Nissan of the Tarmac Overdose Racing team. This looks very, very hotly contested there, David. And what a race to the finish it's going to be between these two GT cars.
Yeah, Burner the Legend just got around him. They were side by side at the start-finish. So, unless Swift Autosport's got something left, it looks like Burner might be getting ready to pull away from him.
Yeah, let's wait and see how things progress onwards. What sort of lap times are they setting in respect to each other, David, the number 60 and the number 4?
Burner the Legend's last lap was a 146.142. And that is Villeneuve. He is a 147.2, so he lost about almost a second to Burner the Legend that last lap.
I see. So there we go, indeed. So 20 minutes remain of the race. You can see the Mazda Furai of Team-Wise Racing side by side between the Scuderia GTMX car going in towards turn 1, both on different laps respectively. So not a battle for race position. A battle for track position, though, nonetheless. Scuderia GTMX sitting down in 5th position, whereas Team-Wise Racing comfortably up there in 2nd place at the moment. They really have got the hammer down, though, putting the pedal to the metal. On the infield section now, through the left-hander they go, heading in towards the horseshoe hairpin. Will Team-Wise Racing think about a move up the inside? They leave the gap open to GTMX, but shut it once again in the last minute, such as the difference in lines between those two. And surely, as we come on towards the bank section once again, this is where we'll see an overtake looking to be made. Through the left-hander they go, powering it out now, shifting up the gearbox, and on towards the banking once again. And this is where we'll see that speed advantage of the slipstream really coming into its own. So they've got the hammer down, and now will the Scuderia GTMX team go a bit defensive? Will they just stick to their normal racing line? They're entitled to stick to their racing line. It's up to the car behind. Way past, through the left and then the right hand they go through the bus stop. Still as you were between the two.
Some breaking news. TNR5 Zygon has just set the fastest lap of the race with a 140.393. This kid is flying.
Absolutely incredible. Side by side there between the two Mazda Furais, or the Mazda LM55s, I should say, rather, of Team-Wise Racing and the Scuderia GTMX as they come across the timing line. There's barely a paper width between them. This is fantastic racing between the two. They're not battling for position, but you'd think they were battling for a world championship. Absolutely brilliant racing between Team-Wise Racing and the Scuderia GTMX there, with 18 minutes remaining of the GTPlanet Daytona 24-hour race. And it is indeed the number 1 that's able to get ahead of the Scuderia GTMX car. What an overtake that was going towards turn one. Ballsy certainly is not the word to describe that. Fantastic of on-track action there.
Definitely got me puckering up. Doesn't look like he's finished with him, though. He's
no, I was just about to say, the Mazda Fiora, the Mazda of the Scuderia GTMX looks like it's about to fight back. Now they've got the advantage, though, of the slipstream, so we could see a cat and dog fight, as it were, in towards the dying stages of this race. Now they've got the slipstream. Will a Scuderia GTMX opt for the inside line, or will the Team-Wise Racing outfit cover that inside line? You would imagine it would be the latter. Let's have a look and see how this action goes. I'd love to get on board with the Scuderia GTMX at this point. That would be absolutely fantastic if we could do so. Into the bus stop chicane we go. Still Team-Wise Racing maintains.
Oh, Seb gets off into the grass.
Yeah, that's
coming out of the bus stop.
Been a bit of a feature there. Is that going to get him a poor run on towards the banking? Will we see a Scuderia GTMX leapfrogging? Let's wait and see. The slipstream advantage surely will be in the hands of a Scuderia GTMX. Not making as much headway as I thought they might do, however. They are in that dirty air, so it really affects them in the corners. However, on the straight is where they're able to take advantage in that slipstream, as it's punching a hole in the air in front of them. But Team-Wise Racing able to continue their comfortable assertion of dominance at this stage in the race so far. Scuderia GTMX are left languishing down, unfortunately, amongst the GTLM and GTD cars.
Oh, we have a warning for track limits for the 01. So Team-Wise Racing coming out of that bus stop there just got track limits warning.
There we are. Just be a bit more careful is the mantra that they'll have to follow. Understandable as well, really. Let's be honest. You don't want to see your rival getting an unfair advantage and not being penalised for it.
I don't believe this is going to cause them to have a penalty. I don't think they have enough warnings for that, but never know.
No, you certainly do not. But that's a Scuderia GTMX car really not able to make a headway. According to AJ, our series director, we've just got an update here in the commentary box saying that that's their 4th warning for track limits. So let's keep a good eagle eye on that. And we'll see how things go. On board now with the, I believe that's BMW M3.
Push the DZ in the Corvette.
Oh, I apologise. There we are. In front of them is the WRS North America outfit, I believe. I'm probably wrong. No, it's the BMW.
ORA. That's
it is
ORA.
Indeed. You're quite right. Sorry, that was an absolute muck-up of announcing.
WRS is in the SLS Mercedes.
There we are. Fantastic. So, very close racing indeed between the two cars. Up the inside looks the Corvette. And surely able to get ahead. He had such a better exit coming out of there, did the DZ Motorsport car against the ORA racing team. And yeah, once again, very easily ahead indeed. Heading in towards the bus stop chicane. Crossing back to the Scuderia GTMX Mazda. Seeing they're all on their own now. The Team-Wise Racing car have been able to get something of an advantage compared to these two. Or to this car, rather, I should say. On towards the banking once again. You can see that they've pulled out a good 7 or 8 tenths of a second in terms of a gap, and that surely is only going to increase as the race goes on. Lap times being so vastly different.
The current lap times for those two are only about a half a second apart. TWR just hit a 142.336 to GTMX's 142.883, which is his personal best since the restart of this race. So he looks like he's turning up the heat a little bit. Oh my gosh, we have TNR 5 Zygon has just hit a 140.168.
What an incredible lap time. Absolutely spectacular. That's the fastest lap of this race, surely.
Oh yeah, that's 3 tenths faster than his fastest lap before, at least 3 tenths.
Incredible. What a piece of driving from TNR Zygon. We saw him earlier on in the race, and he was setting some absolutely spectacular lap times. Really was stunning. And that is continuing now. But 13 minutes, just 13 minutes remain of this Daytona 24-hour race. All boils down to now. We've seen a lot of drama. We've seen red flags. We've had disconnections. We've had black flags. We've had yellow flags. We've had every kind of flag. We've had safety cars as well. And it has been absolutely incredible to have had the privilege to be able to commentate on for the GTPlanet Sportscar Series, the second round in 2016. And lo and behold, we will continue to provide you coverage as the year does indeed go on. But on towards the banking they go now. Or does that Mazda Furai? Furai LM55. I'm getting that really mixed up as we come into these latter stages of the race. Looking at the Team-Wise racing car now. They've got a nice clear track ahead of them. Able to just bring it home nice and safe and nice and gently, not exceed those track limits, which have had the warnings about already. 4 of them, as a matter of fact, in this race. Meanwhile, there's the number 3 Corvette that you can see. GT Motorsports that was interlocked in a battle with the BMW Z4 of ORA Racing Team not so long ago. But both sitting on their own now. The field sort of spread out following the earlier dramas as the number 79 getting sideways and very, very loose into turn 1. But yes, the field spread out now, which is always good to see. Coming down as we come in.
Looks like we might have a battle brewing here with the Swift Autosport and the number 77.
That's Lightning Speed Motorsport there.
Yes. Looks like the number 4 Swift Autosport is gaining profusely on these guys, and they're getting ready to get into a battle here. He just gained 2 seconds last lap. He hit his personal best at a 46.461. So that should be he should be catching him pretty soon.
Fantastic. Let's wait and see how that race progresses, or that battle rather, I should say, progresses onwards. Just coming up to the 10 marker then. We'll be into single figures for the first time in this race. Going down into the first corner. Very difficult corner that. You have to trail brake. Always a bit difficult. A lot of drivers actually, as far as I understand it, opting to adjust their brake balance on the fly throughout the lap, opting for a sort of a more frontward brake bias for the first part of the lap, and then perhaps for the second part of the infield in towards the bus stop chicane, it's better to have a more rearward sort of bias to be able to slide the car a little bit more. Different driving styles, of course, with different drivers, and always interesting to see the different lines and different ways that they are able to negotiate this fearsome circuit. So we're now under that 10-minute mark, and we've also got a warning, I believe, as well there, David.
10 minutes remaining is our warning.
Oh, there we are.
And just behind this battle that we're watching, Push the DZ is within car links of these guys, so he should be joining this battle soon. I'm guessing he's about 15 car links back right now.
This is going to be an almighty fight to the finish. If you've just tuned in, welcome along to the second annual running of the GTPlanet Daytona 24-hour race. What a race it has been as well. We're coming right to the climax now. We're on board with the leaders. The Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective number 13. They are looking surefire for a victory, barring any last-minute dramas. And what a spectacular assertion of dominance it has been. I'm really looking forward to the checkered flag dropping, and we'll find out exactly how this race pans out within the next 9 minutes or so. No two teams, no two drivers, I believe, are on the same lap as one another. So there's no battles for position, at least for now. But there's some great battles for track position, at least. And we thank you so much for tuning in. You're here right at the best time. Tom Brooks, myself, we are, and David Griffin here to guide you through the commentary for the final few minutes of this race. Do feel free, if you're listening in or watching us via the YouTube live stream, to get in touch and comment.
We've got a three-way battle going on in the infield here, just in front of the leader.
This
is going to be interesting.
Incredible between the number 77, the number 4, and the number 3. Up the inside goes the number 4 of the Corvette of Swift Autosport, but getting all sorts of out of shape. And the number 77 is just able to hold on. There's a bit of a kiss between the two. And number 3 now coming into play of DZ Motorsport as well. So number 77 looks set to lose 2 places. And he does, as number 3 of DZ Motorsports go around the outside, coming on towards the banking. What an incredible overtake that was there. Number 4 then leads number 3, and number 77 right back, and number 3 up the inside of number 77. And what a great piece of driving there on that lap from the DZ Motorsport team. They are now ahead of Swift Autosport and Lightning Speed Motorsport in a flash. That was a great piece of driving through that infield section.
I got to tell, and we got DZ off in the bus stop.
Oh, we have indeed, and straight up, and both of them off, both cars off, locking up at the brakes. Good heavens. All
right in front of the leader.
It was indeed. Oh, dear, right in front, as you mentioned there. So they had Lightning Speed off there as well, I believe, momentarily at least. And we had Swift Autosport as well. I think they have just recovered. But DZ Motorsport's just able to hold on to their position. Midweek Motorsport Races Collective, we can see they're just going through the shots and getting themselves past that DZ Motorsport Corvette. But my goodness, that was an action-packed few corners if ever I've heard some.
That was definitely something to watch. I was nervous for everybody in that moment.
Yes, indeed. What a spectacular battle that was. Robbed us almost of a fight back from Lightning Speed Autosport and Swift Autosport, rather, unfortunately. But nonetheless, most making it out unscathed as we cross on board with the number 64. That's the Mercedes SLS AMG of the WRX North America team, who are sitting in 3rd place. A great result that will be for the GTD class. A GTD car on the overall podium. We certainly didn't think we'd be seeing that when the green flag dropped some 23 hours and 54 minutes ago. What a fantastic it has been as we look at the team-wise racing Mazda LM55.
So I think something has happened to DZ. He is now behind the number 77 car again as they go into the bus stop. So something has happened to push the DZ.
Yes, indeed. I'd love to cross back to that because what's the advantage of DZ's pace over the Lightning Speed team?
Well, he just rear-ended him coming out of the bus stop because of the speed difference. He had a 147 last lap, 147.1 to Midnight Riders 150.2.
Wow, that is an incredible differential in speed. Side by side, then they are coming across the timing line. Let's wait and see how things pan down towards turn 1. The DZ Motorsport car looking around the outside as the GT of Lightning Speed Motorsport goes a little bit defensive. Through turns 1 and 2 they go, looking at the number 3. Very simple livery on the car, looking at the inside, up to the hairpin. On the brakes, very, very gingerly, and very nice and clean for DC Motorsport to get themselves once again back ahead of Lightning Speed Motorsport. It was always going to happen, given their advantage in pace. And a nice, clean, simple, calculated overtake from DZ Motorsports to get themselves ahead on track of number 77, Lightning Speed Motorsports.
We have 5 minutes remaining, and Burner the Legend is asking if we can see the track. Also, DZ did have a bad lap that lap. He had a 149.7 to the Midnight Riders 147.9. So something definitely happened. I'm not finding out which sector it's in, but definitely had a problem.
Yes, indeed. Yellow flag on screen now as well. So 4 minutes remaining. We've got a yellow flag. What's that all about? Is there a car stop that you can see on your map at all there, David?
I don't see any slow cars on the track at the time.
Slow car on track from what we can see. Yellow in sector 3. So I don't know who's traveling too slowly, but someone is.
I don't see anybody slow on the track, but I do know... Oh, actually we do. Who is it? It is Burner the Legend. He is in turn 12 right now. He has been ordered to box this lap and re-enter the car because he cannot see the track.
I see. So there we are. So Burner the Legend, of course, now having to box. That's going to put a bit of a dampener released on the finish. Just over 3 minutes remain of the Daytona 24 here. Tom Brooks and David Griffin here to guide you through the final few minutes of the race. We now go back under green conditions once again. Still looking at the number 3 Corvette as we cross to the leaders, the Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective, who are out in front by some margin. These results, of course, all still provisional until we get official confirmation by the end of the week. Anything could still happen, but the last update we had season completed by the Midweek Motorsport Collective.
We still have a battle with GTMX and TWR. It looks like GTMX has closed the gap on these guys. They're the closest thing on the track right now.
Very sideways and very squirrely from the Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective going through the bus stop, but keeping things on the straight and narrow as they come to cross the timing line for the second to last, or potentially.
Oh, we have a car spun out in the infield. That is the... Oh, no, that's GTPAJ. He's sitting at the pit entry. Sorry, pit exit. My bad.
Not a problem at all. Always happens. Call it fatigue. Going through turn 1 then is the Midweek Motorsport Racer Collective car. And on their final assault, you can see there a bit of traffic in the form of the SRT Mercedes of number 65 in the forefront of the shot. 1 minute 25 remain of the race. And we're coming right down into the climax now. Will this be the final lap of racing? I dare say we may get another lap in, given how far around they are, but it's going to be very, very close to call indeed. Have we had confirmation from AJ that this is going to be the final lap at all, David?
Not yet. I think that Zygon will have time. He's getting ready to go to the bus stop with 1 minute remaining, so I think he'll make another lap.
Fantastic to see. So we'll have one more lap of racing by the looks of things until the leader comes across the line to claim the victory. As we see the number 65 just getting out of the way of the number 13. Unlucky for some for the Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective, but definitely not for them. They have had a very, very competent run in this race so far. They were leading when I finished commentating at 11 o'clock last night, 11 o'clock GMT, I should say, last night. And they have, as far as I'm aware, been leading since as well. Not much has changed in terms of the top pecking order. And indeed, we will get another lap's worth of racing as we cross on board with that sky blue Mazda LM55, getting themselves past some traffic in towards turn 1 for the final time. Very sideways, not too many errors now for the Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective. For the final time they go through turn 1. It's a little bit sloppy now, a few mistakes, but it doesn't matter. All they have to do is bring the car home, and then we will have the finish of the race. But it is indeed the final lap's worth of racing here. So through the infield section they go for the final time, in towards the horseshoe hairpin, clip the apex, run it very nicely through there, put the foot down and keep things nice and steady and nice and calm as they come back onto the banking, braking down into third gear through the left-hander. Confirmation that this is indeed the final lap's worth of racing. Onto the banking comes that car. It's great to get a nice onboard lap with this Mazda LM55. You can really see the speed differential between that and the GTLM and GTD class of cars. Bit of traffic in the foreground, but I don't think that will come into effect for now. Through the bus stop they go. Look at the closing speed that Mazda has got. But the drivers of the number 13, Glenn Owls 81, 6TC, TNR 5 Zygon, who's currently at the wheel, TNR Pfeffer and TNR Rebellion, they can take a bow. This has been a stunning assertion of driving from the Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective, who've just got a few hundred yards to go, and it will indeed be victory for the number 13. The Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective come across the line. What a race victory it is indeed for the number 13. An incredible display of driving after 24 hours worth of racing here at Daytona. Incredible overall victory in the Daytona prototype class. And it looks like Team Wise Racing will indeed hold on for second place as well. Cars all slowing down now as GTP AJ comes out on track to guide the cars round to the designated area for stopping. But what a result from the Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective, who claim the victory here at Daytona. Absolutely incredible, and a little bit of spinning on the infield as well. Is that celebration or was it a mistake? We'll never know. All the other cars coming across the line as well. A very, very wholehearted well done to Team Wise Racing for claiming second place, with TWR Greco, TWR Jeremy, TWR Chris, TWR Seb, and TWR Torchen for taking second place provisionally in this race. And what a race it has been, WRS North America, to round out the overall podium in the number 64. Depot, rather, I should say. GTP Bambi, GTP Oz, GTP Patrick, and GTP Vivond for rounding out the overall podium in that Mercedes SLS AMG.
Believe it or not, we've got a side-by-side battle between these two Mercedes after they got around the pace car.
Absolutely.
They're trying to get a lap back from WRS. I think WRS is going to let them around, though, because there's so many laps ahead of them.
Fantastic to see. So side-by-side racing between those two Mercedes SLS AMGs as they come around to start their, or to complete their final laps worth of racing. Who's it going to be to the line? It's not going to matter for position. It's going to matter for track position, though. Incredibly close between the two, it's got to be said.
Congratulations to Midweek Motorsports, man. They really had the luck going their way this race. Some fast laps out of 5 Zygon. His record was a 140.169, I believe. 6.8. And so congratulations to those guys.
Yes, indeed. Also, commendments to the Lightning Speed Motorsport outfit, the number 77, who will originally finish in 4th position. Venator Racing will claim 5th by the looks of things. A Scuderia GTMX in the Daytona Prototype class, or the last Daytona Prototype class to car to finish, and they will finish in 6th position overall. SRT, the number 65, who we're just seeing interlocked in a battle with the number 64 as they come into turn 1. Incredible scenes here at Daytona, and it was too close to call as they came across the line, but SRT will finish in 7th place overall. DZ Motorsport in the number 3 Corvette will finish in 7th. The number 79 Inferno Racing BMW M3 will finish in 9th position. Then we've got ORA Racing in the number 51. Tarmac Overdose Racing rounding out the top 11 in the Nissan GTR Nismo GT3. And Swift Autosport round out the rest of the field in the Corvette C6R. But what an incredible display of racing we have seen here at Daytona, David.
Yeah, I was not disappointed this year. The rain stayed away. We had a lot of good battles on the track with the GT class. The DP class, they were separated most of the time, so we didn't get to see too much of action from them. But congrats to everyone in this race for keeping it clean.
Yeah, indeed. What a fantastic display of racing. So following the London 12 hours, we had the Daytona 24 hours. And fantastic it was too. Very big thanks, of course, must go to our series organizer, GTP AJ. And, of course, all the gentlemen and ladies behind the scenes that are able to make the GTPlanet Sportscar Series happen, and happen so smoothly as well. Even when we've hit a little stumbling block, it's not detracted from the quality of racing that we have had here. So a lot of up and downs in that race, a lot of different variables as well. And we thank you so much for being a part of it as well. But the race does indeed belong to the Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective, provisionally at least. Of course, from the Daytona 24 hours, we move on to the 13th of February at Fuji Speedway's GT circuit for the Fuji GT 500-kilometer race with the GT500 and GT300 cars that will take to the field. That, I have to say, is going to be something absolutely spectacular. And David, I hope we'll see you there.
I think I might be able to be there on that one. I'm not driving. My team is in there, but I'm not going to be driving for them. So we'll see how that goes. I'll have to let you know as we get closer to the date.
Yes, indeed. Of course, prior to the Fuji GT. We've got qualifying for the Bathurst 12-hour race as well at the Mount Panorama. So we look forward to that. GT3 Pro and TCN1 class cars will take to the field for that. But anyway, we thank you so much for your company here today for the, or for at least throughout the past 24 hours for the second annual running of the GTPlanet Daytona 24-hour race. It has been an absolutely spectacular display of racing, and we thank you so much for being a part of our coverage here today. We'll have more action for you, of course, with the Fuji 500 later on in February. But from myself, Tom Brooks, and from David Griffin up here in the commentary box, and from everybody behind the scenes at the GTPlanet Sportscar Series, we thank you so much for your company, and it's goodbye for now.
Thank you. Goodbye.